From this day forward, I will be called Veldora Tempest. And you, my friend, your name will be Rimuru. Proclaim to the world that your name is Rimuru Tempest. Thus that name was carved into Issei's soul. He felt a strange tingling inside him. Even something inside him changed very little, but it did so as if a new possibility had opened up. Even the same could be said of Veldora, who had become the sworn friend of Issei, or the now Rimuru Tempest. Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of where Issei was betrayed and got the powers of Tempest Rimuru. Hyoudou Issei, accused of having been an ally of the Chaos Brigade, was tried and sentenced to death. Those who were his friends, companions and loves, without even hesitating for a moment attacked and killed him, but that would not be his end. He and his partner ended up in another world where they would start a new life. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time no changes in the gender. Well, with that out, let's get into part 1. After having sealed again the Beast of the Apocalypse, better known as the Trahexa, who was released by Rizavenlevin Lucifer, in an attempt to create chaos in the world. However, to his misfortune, Hyoudou Issei was his executioner, preventing him from continuing with his terrible plans against the world. Even so, the poor boy would suffer a terrible and cruel fate that he could never have foreseen. Underworld. Council Chamber. In the middle of a large hall, Hideo Ace was handcuffed, while the demonic counselors, faction leaders, his fiancées and strange people who seemed alien to them looked at him with great coldness, almost reaching excessive hatred. Counselor. I believe that the evidence is too compelling. Everyone on the council has determined that Hyoudou is guilty of the charges of treason, complicity with the enemy, cooperation with wanted criminals, and others. Counselor 2. With the videos brought by one of the spies who infiltrated that organization, we determined that they are reliable enough to move forward with the trial. Counselor 3. Now the Sekuryotai must be killed without complaint. We will give you this opportunity. Gremry Entourage, your current master, kill him. Even though he is part of your group, you will not be able to do him any harm, therefore you must take charge of ending his life. Issei. Wait, but Unfortunately, he was not allowed to speak because a demonic soldier hit him to keep him silent, preventing him from protesting the council's decision. Surzix. I never expected this from you, Issei-kun. I never thought you capable. Issei looked up, meeting the gaze that showed enormous contempt and hatred on the part of the male Lucifer. Rias, I believed in you, but it seems that you were nothing more than a traitor. I don't want to hear a single word. She stood firm and activated an order through her pieces. Issei writhed in pain and couldn't say absolutely anything, not even a moan of pain. Kiba, Zenobia go. Kiba, Zenobia, Haibachu. Both of them instantly appeared in front of Issei, sheathing their swords and stabbing them into Issei's chest, who couldn't defend himself, or even complain. Issei. Mind. Shit, why? Why? Why are they doing this to me? And I would never betray them, but they just stabbed me. No, again, I don't like this pain. Why is this happening? It's been a long time since I felt this holy magic. I hate it. Confirmed. Heat resistance. Successfully acquired. Confirmed. Stab resistance. Successfully acquired. Continuing with physical attack resistance. Successfully acquired. Rias. Aquino, Rose was, you two are next. Aquino, Rose was. Understood. This is for deceiving us. Both launched their best attacks. Aquino launched a strong holy ray, while Rose was launched an ice magic attack. Issei. Mind. Ah, fuck it. As always, holy. And ice is the worst, it hurts too much. Confirmed. Cold resistance. Successfully acquired. Combined with the previously acquired heat resistance, the ability has evolved into resistance to temperature changes. Paralysis resistance confirmed. Successfully acquired. Issei. Mind. Fuck. I can't stop bleeding. It hurts like I never thought it could hurt. Confirmed. Pain cancellation. Successfully acquired. Confirmed. Construction of a blood-free body. Successful. Issei. Mind. Dreg, what are you talking about? I didn't hear you well. Dreg. Mind. I haven't told you anything, partner. But if I had to tell you something, the truth is I'm sorry it seems that your bond with all of them is not enough for them to understand the situation. It's as if I didn't know you. I'm really disappointed that I feel like killing them all, burning their souls. Issei. Mind, no. Don't do it besides. You shouldn't feel sorry for me. Thank you very much for everything. If reincarnation really exists, I will make sure to be different from my current self. I will be more aggressive, and I will go after all the girls I see like a beast stalking its prey before going in for the kill. Don't you think that's for the best? Greg. Mind. Partner I, confirmed. Unique skill predator. Successfully acquired. Issei. Mind, you know. I regret still being a virgin, now that I remember if I reached a certain age and you are still a virgin you were considered a sage, not a great sage. I would have surely become a great sage. I wish I could just have some powers to crush them all. Confirmed, extra skill sage. Successfully acquired, evolving the extra skill sage into a unique skill great sage. Success. Greg. Mind. I also regret something. I really wanted to see your path, partner. It's a shame that after everything we've been through, they separate us in such a cruel way. I would have liked to continue by your side. Confirmed. Extra skill union of paths. Successfully acquired. Confirmed. Extra skill union of souls. Successfully acquired. Issei. Mind. Dreg. Who is supposed to be talking? Are they making fun of me before I die? Motherfucker, that crow. You're sure making fun of me? I swear that if I get reincarnated, I'll fucking rip your wings and shove them to your. Before he could continue speaking, his mind disappeared that day. Hyoudou Issei disappeared from that world, leaving a huge hole in it, and giving rise to the end of the world DXD. Unknown location. Issei. It's strange that death isn't as lonely as I thought it would be. Greg. I was also expecting something a little more interesting. S.E. D. Greg. W. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? What happened? Didn't I die? His voice sounded quite alerted. He couldn't see or hear absolutely anything and he hoped the dragon's voice wasn't a hallucination. Greg. Calm down, partner may not understand it either, but I think we're fine. Yes, I think we're fine. While his friend was talking to him, Issei tried to look around but couldn't open his eyes. Issei. Oh, okay. This is really weird. I can't move my arms or legs. Where is my head, actually? Dreg. I don't understand it either, partner. Let's see boost. He tried to use his power. Although it had been activated, it didn't help in the slightest. Issei, this is confusing. Wait, whoa. Look, Dreg, I think I just needed some time to be able to move. Well, I think I'm moving. Dreg, partner, I have the feeling like you're crawling. Issei. Humph. You're right. This is strange, I'm crawling. Ah, hey. I just felt that I touched something. I think it was a plant. Curious about his surroundings, he approached the grass, kept his senses on what he was touching and tried something else. I can't smell either. And for some reason I feel like I'm wiggling like a jelly. Greg. A jelly? Well, I understand. It's like that monster from the past was very annoying. Issei. Which one do you mean? If we're talking about jelly, I'm a slime? Well, it doesn't matter much. No, wait. How will I eat now? At his question, suddenly a voice resonated in Issei's mind, being also heard by Dreg himself. Do you want to use the unique skill predator? Yes. No. Issei. What? Unique skill predator? Dreg. I don't understand it either, but that's the same voice I heard while we were talking. Issei. You're right, I thought it was my imagination. Is there someone else in my soul or something? Greg. No, partner, this feels different. Essie. Well, His voice is very cold and devoid of feelings like a computer. So I can understand that he is different from you. For now I will answer, no. Both waited for some time. They waited for there to be some response regarding this. But nothing else happened. Greg. I think he doesn't want to talk or something, or because you don't try to give him an affirmative answer. I say. I'll try. Yes. Waiting a few seconds, he didn't receive any response, so bored he moved towards the grass he had felt before. When he felt it brush against him, he leaned forward, putting all his weight on his target. There's no doubt it's a plant. Once he was sure what he was crushing, he realized that the area where the plant was melting, but apparently only the grass. But that grass was being absorbed by his own body. Issei. It's a strange sensation. Well, I think that's how it should work. Even though I don't have a mouth, I can ingest the matter with my entire body. It's very convenient. Greg. Well, partner, we can conclude that you are not human or dragon or something from our world. You did indeed die. I say, I thought we already agreed on that. The boy sharpened his senses and his body responded with a boing. He determined the limits of his form and gave Drake the complete information. Wow, before I used to be such a handsome and attractive boy with a harem, but now I'm an aerodynamic slime, damn it. How the hell will I accept this? Greg, this is getting out of hand, but there's no doubt, partner, you are a slime. I say, I understand I have to calm down. At least I'm still alive. But I don't understand how we're still together. Even so, I'm happy, friend. Greg, I say the same thing, even though I don't know what fate has in store for us now. But let's hope that you being a slime doesn't come back to haunt us. I say, well, this is our new life, the slime securitate. As time passed, he began to eat some grass. Why? Well, they had nothing better to do. Greg and he talked, imagining their new life. A few days had passed or so since both were forced to accept that they were now in a slime. They were not very sure of the time, but they knew that at least a few days had passed. Time was difficult to measure when you find yourself in great darkness. They discovered that the body of a slime could be much more than they expected, and no time did they feel hungry, fatigued. It seemed that food and sleep were unnecessary. With their otherworldly abilities they searched for some monster or enemy, but it seemed that there was nothing near them, so their days passed free of worries. In all that time they did not hear that voice again. It's not like they cared, since they could talk to each other. Well, Issei ate all the herbs he found in order to at least do something all that time. During the whole process his body absorbed the leaves, disassembled them internally, classified all the components, and stored them. What that meant they weren't sure. They didn't have enough information about the slime's body, but they didn't care much and followed the cycle: absorb, decompose, and accumulate. But during that process the elimination could never be felt in any way. Issei. Am I supposed to be digesting the waste, or am I expelling it in some way? I can't fully understand it, but I don't feel any change when doing so. Roger that. It is being stored in the stomach of the unique skill predator. The current physical space usage is less than 1%. Issei. Oh. Wow. So he spoke again. Are you saying that using the ability even though told you not to? Roger that. The unique skill predator is not being used. The matter ingested into your body is set to be automatically stored in your stomach. This can be changed as needed. Greg, interesting. I say. Great, it seems that we can finally talk to our new friend. But tell us, what happens if we use that ability? Received, the unique skill predator mainly comprises the following 5 effects. Predator brings the target into your body. Lower chance of success if the target has consciousness. Organic and inorganic objects can be digested, as well as abilities and magic. Analysis. Analyzes and researches items stored on your body, allows you to craft items if the required materials are present, allows you to make a copy of the item. Successful analysis of the casting method allows you to learn the skills and magic of the target. Stomach. Stores the preyed object, can also store materials created through analysis. The elements stored in its stomach are not affected by time. Mimicry. Reproduces the form and abilities of absorbed targets, only available once the target has been analyzed. Isolation. Stores harmful effects that cannot be analyzed, neutralizing them and breaking them down into magical force. Essay. I think I understand it a little. In theory, I am a factory capable of copying, storing, and creating. Greg. Looks like your predator skill is pretty useful, partner. Essay. True predator has many advantages, but I still have a doubt who is explaining all this to us. Roger that. This is the effect of the skill Great Sage. The skill that took effect because it is immediately available. I see. Great Sage. I see. I thought Azazel was playing a prank on me before he died, but then you're a new companion. Welcome aboard. Greg. We will count on you from now on, skill Great Sage. Essay. Since we're talking, could you tell us exactly how much time has passed since I reincarnated into a slime? Dragon. I count around 80 or 90 days. Great Sage. To be more precise, 90 days, 7 hours, 34 minutes, and 52 seconds. Essay. Dang, you are useful, Great Sage. After getting to know each other a little, Dreg and Issei began to ask him all kinds of questions. In them they discovered that it took 90 days for the Great Sage ability to completely fuse with his soul. In this he could not as if it were a conversation, and was more like a seeker to answer the doubts of both. He renewed himself by diverting part of his world language powers to be able to help him, or at least that was how he explained it to him. The ability was really useful because it conveyed all the information. As I had explained to them, the language of the world is heard only when there are great changes in the world or when a skill is gained or improved, something that would not happen so often. These skills would be obtained only on rare occasions when the world recognized that it had grown in one way or another. On the other hand, evolution was something that most people never experienced in their lives. It was a little strange when he thought about it, but he decided to forget about it. Great Sage answered all the questions, but it was a totally passive thing. It didn't feel like a conversation. He only spoke when they asked him something because he would never speak to them on his own. That was the only drawback, but they felt happy to be able to obtain information. And there they were locked in the darkness, asking a shower of questions. First, he truly was a slime dragon, as it seemed that his new body absorbed his old power that he had obtained from Office and Great Red. And even though he was a dragon, being a slime, he also didn't feel sleepy or hungry, because the slimes of that world didn't need to eat if they could continue absorbing magical particles or magiculas in the air. In less magically abundant places he would be forced to fill himself by absorbing monsters or small creatures. Well, most slimes stayed away from areas with low magic presence, but the ones that didn't were apparently quite strong and terribly vicious. Usually it was the other way around, where a large amount of local magic meant especially strong monsters. That meant they were in an area where there was a huge amount of magiculas, so he didn't need to eat. And as for sleep, Great Sage. Roger that. A slime's body consists of a mass of completely identical cells. Each individual cell can function as a brain cell, a nerve cell, or a muscle cell. Since the operating cells used for thought are rotated in and out at regular intervals, there is no need for it to sleep. Essay. Mind. I feel like I'm talking to a robot, so much blankness in his own voice. Speaking of the Great Sage skill, I explained that it consisted of 5 different effects. Sharpen thoughts. Increases the speed of perception 1,000 times. Analyze and evaluate. Analyze and evaluate the objective. Parallel operation. Operates on any subject you wish to analyze, separating it from the normal thinking process. Magic cast cancellation. Cancels the casting period required when using magic, etc. All creation. Provides complete coverage of all unsuppressed matter and phenomena in this world. I say. Interesting, then I can obtain information without even leaving wherever I am, which is good news. Suddenly that mood disappeared because the Great Sage had indicated to him that it was not correct, since he could only receive information related to things he had already heard about. In other words, he needed to recognize and understand a concept of power to obtain a complete analysis. Greg. I see, then that spell casting means that you don't need to wait to fire. It is very useful. Great Sage. Yes, Issei? In that case I'll surely be able to use magic in this world. It will be interesting. I already want to learn magic. Tell me, Great Sage, can you teach me some right now? Great Sage? No. Issei? Well, I'll have to wait to learn magic. At her refusal, he cried falsely because he had broken her illusion of finally using magic. Well, at least I tried. Tell me, Great Sage, can we link the Predator ability with the parallel operation of Great Sage? Great Sage, Roger that. It is possible to link the analysis of Predator with the parallel operation of Great Sage. Do you want to link them? Yes. No. I say, yes. Although it's not like we have anything to analyze yet. No. Wait, what about the grass in my stomach? Or the power of office and Great Red? Analyze them, Great Sage. Great Sage. First analysis complete. Second analysis in progress. Hypocute herbs, a type of ingredient used in medicine making. It only thrives in areas blessed with high magic densities. The fusion of its juice with magiculus produces a recovery medicine. By grinding the leaves and fusing them with magic, an ointment is produced that closes wounds. I say, oh ho, then what I've been eating is very important, so let's start making medicines and ointments. With nothing else to do, he began to produce within his body. Analysis took less than a second and then another 3 seconds. They obtained their first potion, 5 minutes, and he had obtained 100. Despite not having anything to compare it with or test it, he knew that with the use of Great Sage, he knew that they turned out to be high-quality positions. The Scion Drake were extremely surprised and excited. Everything was so fast that they were confused by its ease. They asked the Great Sage, but he had told them that the process should take longer. But linking it to a parallel operation increased the time and efficiency. As an experiment, they unlinked the time to create a single creation. The process increased to a full hour. It had really dropped a lot, but thanks to their Great Sage skill, that time was greatly reduced. Luckily for them, there were many hypocute herbs, so they dedicated themselves to consuming the herbs and creating potions. Of course, even though he seemed unconcerned, Issei and Dreg were completely alert. Not knowing the dangers of where they were, they had to try hard to find some danger, because even if 90 days had passed safely, they could not know when they would be attacked by something or someone. But being on alert took its toll on them, as they suddenly felt a sensation of having become lighter or heavier, which was not a little unstable. I say, I think we fell into water. It was the first time in 90 days that he had touched a drop of water despite being in a cave without the possibility of rain. So he never considered the possibility. He had possibly fallen into some kind of underground stream. Until now he had been careful with every step he took, but being completely in the dark. But after learning about his abilities, he stopped paying attention to where he'd passed or what was below him. Issei, damn, I was too confident thinking it was a flat cave. Ah. I must remember not to get too confident again, although it seems like I'm taking the situation very calmly. How should I get out? Greg, no idea at the moment. It seems you're not drowning. Great Sage. Roger that. A slime's body operates exclusively on magiculas. Oxygen is unnecessary, therefore, so is breathing. That's why he hasn't drowned so far. They say, I see, so I don't need to breathe. Well, now I just have to get out of here. But I doubt slimes can swim, right? Plus I don't even have hands or legs to climb up. Greg. We're in a serious mess, for now we should think of something. Issei. Who do you think I could? I'll use Predator on this water, store it, and then spit it out to gain propulsion outwards. Greg. It might work, we have nothing to lose by trying. With his words the slime began to drink, filling his stomach a little, filling it to approximately 10% of its capacity, and from one moment to the next, he expelled it as if he were sculpting it. With his momentum he could hear a voice in his mind. World language. Water pressure. Propulsion ability acquired. Unfortunately for Issei, he couldn't reflect on it because the pressure he exerted on the water made him feel more pressure on it. Even his speed was astonishing, almost as if he were flying with his armor and his night version. Issei. For the first time I'm glad I can't see my surroundings. I'll just wait until I run into a wall. He was actually very calm because he was used to such speed, but what really worried him was not knowing where he would end up. Greg. We can only hope that everything turns out well. After all, we had no other way out of there. While they were talking calmly, they felt like they had crashed into something and bounced back. They expected to feel pain from the crash, but that never happened. They say, what happened because it didn't hurt? Because of the speed I was sure I would be hurt, but it's not like that. Isn't it possible that I was hurt but I didn't feel pain? Great sage. Roger, you have acquired pain cancellation, which interrupts the creation of pain. Your resistance to physical attacks has been reduced. The amount of damage taken by your body is 10%. Slime's natural ability to self-regenerate has taken effect. Would you like to support him with your unique ability, Predator? Yeah. No, I say. I see, so I really got hurt. I have to be more careful from now on. Surely not feeling pain will complicate some things for me. And yes, it helps with self-regeneration. When he gave an answer, the feeling that he had asked for something of his body mass touched him. But after a while it returned because the damaged parts had been devoured, analyzed, and repaired. Issei. Slime's body is truly incredible. I'll have to do some tests later for now. Where am I? Everything seems to be normal, although I feel something strange nearby. He cautiously began to advance looking for the presence he felt but staying alert in case it was an enemy. Can you hear me, little one? Issei? Little one? Well, I guess he means me. Hello? Who's there? Wait, I can't even talk like I should try to communicate. Hey, I know you can hear me, can't you? Whatever. Just answer me. Issei, what the hell is wrong with you? How the hell do you expect me to answer you if I can't talk? What an insensitive guy. Greg, this energy? It's very similar to Issei. It doesn't matter who he is, he's an idiot. He doesn't have to yell at us because we can't talk. You insensitive moron, you're mocking me because I'm a slime, right? You can't talk. Besides, you seem to have a lot of nerve calling me an insensitive imbecile. I was hoping to show some kindness to my first guest in a long time, but you seem to be in a hurry to die, Issei. Wait, that's not fair, I don't want to die again. Wait, can you hear me? I thought you couldn't, and that's why you were yelling at me. Sorry for saying that, but I don't like being laughed at. I can't see anything and I can't speak either. Because of your aura I can feel a certain familiarity. Are you a dragon, right? Even though you can't see me, you know that I'm a dragon. You're very interesting, and this is very fun. His laughter echoed throughout the cave, and Issei didn't understand what was happening for the dragon to start laughing like that. Issei. Well, I can feel your aura and I can tell that you are also a dragon. I met many, you know. How fascinating. So you know other dragons, right? You speak as if you were one despite being a slime. Normally slimes are low-level monsters, but you are different. You can think, and your power is interesting. You are a unique being. They say I am. Well, I was a dragon, and now I am a slime, all because my body absorbed the power of the dragon gods. The dragon god of infinity Apis Ouroboros and the Great Red, the dragon god of dreams. Do you know them? I'm afraid I don't know them. But that doesn't mean that you cause curiosity in my slime dragon because of the impatient way you hit my body. The regenerative powers and that other voice that is with you are interesting to me. Are you a named monster or a unique one? Issei. A what? Could you please repeat it for me? I don't understand what you want to tell me. I only appeared here 90 days ago together with my friend Drigach the Red Dragon Emperor. Dreg. As my partner says, we suddenly appeared. I am Dreg the Securiate, the Dragon of Domination and the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the two heavenly dragons. Interesting, then you are sealed in the soul of the slime. I guess you were never meant to be a simple slime. Let me explain. The named monsters are those who have been assigned an exclusive name, but only 90 days. Ridiculous. Are you unique then? I say, what's that about unique? A unique monster is an individual who has suddenly attained unusual abilities similar to mutation, occasionally born in areas with high magic concentrations. Perhaps you were born from the massive magic that escaped from me? I say. Well, I understand, that's why I'm still a dragon despite being a slime. No monsters have come close to my domain in the past 300 years. If you were born from my magical force, then perhaps, in fact, that gave you the power to touch me and live to tell the tale. Issei. Now you say you're my new dad or something. No, not your biological father. I have no reproductive capacity to speak of. Some monsters do, and others you don't know. They say, I see, So I was born spontaneously by the concentration of your own magic. It's stranger than when they created a body for me with the flesh and blood of the dragon gods. You've had an interesting life, indeed, and your intellectual ability is worthy of praise. Very few, in fact, are the monsters who possess something of the sort. Among all the monsters, only those born by magic have perception in the way that you or I would understand it. His comments continued for a while, but what was more important was that humans existed in this world too. Demi-humans being species very close to humanity and nature, and similarly endowed with reproductive abilities. These included races such as elves, hobbits, dwarves, and other types of races, and were generally allied with humans. There were races such as goblins, orcs, lizardmen, etc., who were hostile towards humanity, and as a result were treated as monsters. However, that was part of their biology, but interbreeding was completely possible. These various intelligent and reproductive species were hostile to humanity and were collectively called the magic-born race. But if you read between the lines, it gave the impression that they were not as openly hostile towards humans as humans feared and coveted their powers. However, they were still both sides fighting for their own living spaces. Those various monsters had been classified by danger levels, the upper ranks of demons being filled with quite powerful ones, all capable of wiping out a human city entirely if they so desired. Issei and Dreg listened to their new friend, who continued talking for a long time, even telling stories of how he had fought against higher-level monsters in the past, and so on. Finally, the topic turned to them. As I told you, I lack the ability to produce offspring. The reason is simple, because I do not need to do so. I am a dragon, one of only 4 dragons in the world, the only and most perfect of my kind. By this means, you shall know me as Veldora, the Storm Dragon. My life is infinite, my flesh unfathomable. As long as my will remained intact, I will live forever. Issei. Was it necessary for him to start laughing like that? Greg. So in this world there are only 4 dragons. That is strange. Even though their life is infinite, that there are only 4 is a cruel fate for dragons. Issei. I see. Well, I appreciate everything you told me. I'll keep jumping around in the cave. Maybe we'll see each other another time. After finding out several things about the world where he had ended up, he planned to retreat and continue inspecting the cave. Eldora. Stop, I've told you everything about myself. It's your turn now, don't you think? Issei. Are you sure you want to hear my story? It's a bit long. Well, if I had to start, it would be with this. Tell me, do you believe in the supernatural? Despite being a slime, it was obvious that he was smiling, and then he proceeded to tell him his entire life as Hyoudou Issei and the Sekyudai. Eldora. Oh, I see. You must have had a bad time, but the fact that you have overcome all the challenges that have crossed your path is worthy of a true hero. You are admirable, little one. Issei. I guess it was, but at the time it was completely worth it. But being killed by those who were my fiancés was painful. I never thought they wouldn't trust me after everything I did and believe in that projection, but I don't plan on regretting it anymore. Now I have a new life. Veldora. Then there is no doubt that you are reincarnated. Your origins are quite rare, by the way. Although I am still surprised that there were more dragons in your world. They say. We are also surprised that there are only 4 dragons in this world. By the way, did you say that I am reincarnated? It's as if it's not something strange. Then what's so strange about my case? Veldora. You see, you do see reincarnated people from time to time. Almost always their past memories are burned into their souls due to a powerful will. There are some, in fact, who retain every memory of their past lives, but a reincarnated person from another world. That's quite rare. A normal soul, by itself, would have no hope of surviving a journey through the realms. It would dissolve halfway, taking its memories with it. Someone who retains their entire mind, and is reborn as a monster of pure magic. I can't remember any past examples of that. Very interesting indeed. Greg. My partner has always been someone very strange in many ways, so I can understand how you feel. Issei. I see. I'm an extremely rare case, so even if I died in my world, I could have ended up in the underworld or any pantheon, but instead I was reincarnated here. Veldora, Is it possible to come to this world without having to go through reincarnation? Bildora: Of course it is possible, although none have succeeded in traveling to another world from here, but there are more than a few who have completed their journeys here from another place. They are known as visitors and have knowledge of things that do not exist in this world. They acquire, as I have heard, some kind of special power when they make the journey here. Beyond that, there are records of reincarnated people who, as I said, have knowledge of other worlds. However, not all of them choose to identify themselves as such. They say, I see. Maybe I'll try to locate some of those visitors, as you call them. Maybe I'll find someone from my own land. Veldora: Well, wait a moment. You said you couldn't see. Right, I see. Ugh. That's true. That's a problem. I might even be killed before I can find a visitor. Veldora: Then let me help you see. Issei: Are you serious? Thank you very much. It would help me a lot. He never doubted him at all, knowing that he was a dragon. He understood that he was someone proud and would never stain his pride with a lie, so he knew he could trust him. Veldora: Of course, but I have a condition. What do you say? Issei: What kind of condition? Veldora: It's simple. When I grant you the ability to see, I beg you not to be afraid of me, that and I invite you to visit me and talk to me again, that's all. I trust that my terms are to your liking, I say. Of course, you have my word. Mind. I think Veldora is a bit lonely. His condition being like that really makes me feel sorry for him. Now I understand why we talked for so many hours. Greg. Mind. But it's nice. It's like we're talking to Tannen. Don't you feel a little nostalgic? I say. Veldora: Is it really okay with just that? Veldora: Yes, to be honest with you, I was locked up here 300 years ago. Since then I've had too much free time on my hands. I was practically crazy with boredom. What do you think? Greg, I understand you. I have been locked up for thousands of years, locked in an artifact that is now in the soul of my partner. Issei: Okay, Veldora. We have a deal, Veldora. Then you understand me. It is a promise. I trust that as a dragon, you will keep your part of the deal. I say, of course, I never break a promise. If I could ask anyone in my world, they would all say the same. Although, they would also say that I was a pervert, but I would never break a promise. Veldora: So a pervert, well, whatever, there is an ability known as magic perception. Can you use it? They say. No, I can't use it. What kind of ability is it? Could it be that it's like detecting the presence of things around you? Veldora: Something like that. It allows you to perceive the magic particles floating around you. It is not a very powerful ability, and all it offers is a visual reference, so it is not difficult to acquire. I say, I understand, I think it will be easy. Veldora: Indeed, I can handle it as easily as I can breathe. I almost don't bother thinking about it. Issei: I understand, then once I learn that ability, will I be able to see again? Veldora: Precisely, this world is covered in pure magic, although it is not evenly distributed across its surface. Did you also know that light and sound have the properties of a wave? I say. Yes, I've heard of that, light waves and sound waves. Eldora: Ah, how clever of you. Did you learn that from your past world? I bet you did. But in fact, you could observe how these waves disturb nearby magic particles, then use that information to calculate what the area around you looks and sounds like. Simple, right? I say. I think I have a rough idea. S.A. With that same ability, it is possible to continue fighting even when you lose your sight and hearing. It protects you from surprise attacks, and that is almost a requirement to survive here. S.A. Even without seeing, I can feel your presence, but I guess it's also good to be able to see in order to fight. Veldora: So you felt my presence, I understand. Well, allow me to help you acquire the skill. This is the only method I know. Issei: Well, tell me what I should do. Pandora: It's good to have high spirits. Well, in your other world, you obtained the knowledge about the nature of light and sound. Without that, I'd bet not even I could help you. Luck is on your side, believe me. Issei: Thank goodness my study sessions with Razwa-sensei will be of some use. Now I seem to remember that I must follow the guidelines that Helen Keller learned before going deaf. Now I will learn the skill magic perception. Veldora. Well, now it's quite simple. First try to move the magic around you with the strength of your body. Issei nodded, if you could call it that, and immediately followed his words. The XD world a few days later. Meanwhile, in the other world, all factions were in terrible chaos, as a terrible event had marked the beginning of the end of that world as they knew it. Yahoo, how's everyone? Did you miss me? I hope so. Atop all the factions, a face projected before everyone. It was someone they considered dead, Rizavan Liv and Lucifer, who smiled mortally. Rizavan? You're probably wondering, how am I still alive? It's simple, I faked my own death. You know what? I enjoyed watching a lot of the stupid things you did. They were hilarious. I'm sad because you killed my friend Sekiryuta because of a simple video that I manipulated. Tell me, don't you think I'd be a great movie director? Everyone in the factions looked horrified at their projection in the sky, and even more so when they found out that their plan to take out Hyoudou Issei had gone perfectly. Breezevan. That's right, people of the factions. They sentenced their only hero to die for one of my magnificent plans, and they didn't even let him explain himself, they just condemned him. Believe me, I got really wet when I saw his sad face. Suddenly his appearance changed, showing that spy who had delivered the video. Tell me if you liked my incredible performance. I think I deserve an Oscar. The leaders lowered their heads full of regret because they had done a terrible stupidity, and had just accused Issei of a crime that they did not even try to corroborate. His girls or his ex-fiancés fell to their knees upon hearing those words. They could not cry because of the pain of remembering that it had been exactly them who had murdered him. Breeze 7. Now that I managed to remove from the board the only one who could get in my way, I will fulfill my original mission in 2 months. The beast will come out again this time. It will take its revenge. But it will not be the only thing that will happen. The game begins. Everyone was terrified by that image. Now the beast would be released again, and surely that demon was planning something else, but they did not know what it was exactly. The brightest of the factions thought of some plan, but could not find the answer. They thought about reviving Hyoudou Issei, but it would not be the same, he would not help them. And they could not defeat that monster, so they were forced to make a cruel but necessary decision. Issei's body tensed as he imagined the force circulating through his body. It was like gathering Kinkai in his body, so he managed to understand a little, but now he had to move the Magiculas inside him. He made them dance from side to side as if it were a wave. The particles around him were reacting. It seemed that his experiences from his world helped a lot. Eldora. You are more gifted in this than I thought. Now do you see the difference between the magic that moves inside you and the one that is outside your body? I say, in my world I was never fond of magic, but now I think I understand the words where they explained everything to me in great detail. Now I think I can differentiate it after all. It is what I have been eating all this time. Right, old Aura. If you understand that, the rest is child's play. All you need is to feel the movements of the particles outside of you. Issei. Mind, well now it's like feeling someone's presence by their aura. He concentrated, he could feel it riding air currents, moving around, all kinds of sensations. It was at that moment that the Great Sage confirmed it. Great Sage. Mind. Confirmed. Extra skill magic perception. Successfully acquired. Use the extra skill magic perception. Yes. No, Greg. That was actually pretty easy. Issei. I guess it was now, yes, after all I want to be able to see. The moment the ability activated, the slime's brain had been filled with new information, a massive amount, something that surely would have taken it a while to process even as a dragon. The waves of light and sound pushing every little particle around, and it processed it all into perceptible data. The thing about human vision was that it couldn't even get a 180-degree view of what was in front of you. Now suddenly, it could see 360 degrees around it, the shadows of the rocks around it, the views from hundreds of meters away. At the moment that he paid attention and understood, so much information would surely have caused him a huge headache. But now that he was a slime, His cells could receive all that information as if he had a ton of brains. Bess. Now I'm glad I was a slime in the past. I doubt I could have contained so much information in my brain. Great Sage. Mind. Synchronizing the extra skill magic perception with the unique skill Great Sage. Success. All information will now be managed by Great Sage. Suddenly Issei's vision opened, the slight feeling of pain had disappeared, and then he could clearly see a wonderful sight that he would not have been able to see before. He practically felt that having the Great Sage on his side was like cheating, but he felt happy to have someone who could help him. Issei. Veldora, I did it. Thank you very much for the help. He turned his gaze towards the dragon who stood imposingly before the little slime. He looked him up and down. He had scales of a dark black tone. He had a great resemblance to Tannen, but Veldora seemed even more intimidating. You have an interesting shape, but I have seen dragons even bigger than you. I would say that you are the same size as Drag, although now I am a little slime. His body was truly similar to his partner's, but he shone like obsidian. There were 6 fingers on each hand. He had claws that seemed ready to break everything they found in front of them. 2 pairs of wings on his back, one larger than the other. They reached to point at their respective ends, like swords sharpened to perfection. If you looked closer, the sinister scales that covered his entire body radiated a dark purple light, a mixture perhaps of his natural color and the supernatural force that was making its way through, giving his figure a majestic image full of dignity. Meanwhile, Lyciel had an oval shape like a small bun of a light crimson color, like a sunset, a striking and intimidating color, as if its color told everyone that it was dangerous. Veldora. Oh, I see you keep your promise. I'm glad. Besides, I must say I'm surprised you learned too quickly. I say, it may be because of the knowledge from my previous world. I can now see and hear perfectly. I am really grateful for your help. Veldora. Humph, you could have taken your time. They both looked at each other for a few moments. Issei analyzed his words. It seemed that he really felt alone in that place. He couldn't help but feel bad for him. Veldora. So what do you plan to do from now on? I say, well, I don't have a very clear plan, but I want to investigate those visitors. There could be some from my world, although it's not like I care too much. You know, it's just to kill time. Obviously, it would be very strange if a slime came out of nowhere and said it was from another world. They would attack it for being a monster, or they would surely try to capture it for its rarity since it was a talking slime. But as he thought about going out to explore, he looked at the dragon in front of him. At no point did he move from his spot. He remembered something that he had told him. He was sealed for 300 years. I say, hey Veldora, you said you were sealed in this place, right? Veldora. Yes, perhaps I underestimated my opponent a little. I eventually started fighting with, let's say, urgency, but well, it was too late. He sounded almost proud of his defeat. Drake was surprised at his words because he was not someone who would boast about a defeat. I say, whom I think you must be very strong. Was your opponent someone even stronger? Veldora. She was quite strong. She was what humans call a hero. A blessing with the so-called divine protection. Issei. So there are also people who are called heroes in this world, but a hero is not someone who kills a dragon just because I'm not in another world. Maybe the idea is medieval, or something like that. Veldora. Now that I remember, that heroine also said that she was summoned. Maybe she is from the same world as you. He squeezed out his memories a little while continuing with his story. Basie. It could be that in my world there were many heroes, but I couldn't tell you which one defeated you. I don't know many heroines with great power. Veldora. I see, you know many other visitors come to this world with special powers, powers that are carved into their souls in the middle of their journey. The summon will always carry one of those abilities. A unique ability, one exclusive to them. Unlike the other worlds where they come here by pure chance, these people have a soul strong enough to withstand the stress of the summoning process. The fact that said summoning process is rarely successful in this world proves it. I say. Through summoning processes. Are you talking about something like summoning a familiar or something? Veldora. I see you're aware, but this requires at least 30 magicians to carry out a ceremony that takes place over 3 days. It is rarely successful, but it is seen as a powerful weapon to have in one's arsenal, should the need arise. Issei. A weapon, Veldora. Those summoned in this way are bound by a magical curse on their soul, unable to resist the orders of their masters. Bessie. Tsk, how cruel, how dare they do that? Veldora, cruel. Don't entertain such fantasies in this world. The only law that reigns here is the survival of the fittest, as they say. Greg. Partner, we are in another world, we can't expect it to be the same as ours even if it is difficult to accept, we have no other choice. I say, why yes. If I understand Drake, then Veldora, are visitors treated like slaves in this world? Veldora. No, it depends. If there isn't a seal of domination applied to them, society accepts them, they are free to live their lives as they please. They can become adventurers or the like. Many adventurers from another world have sought my head. They learned the mistake of making that decision too early. Issei. I understand, then you would only be forced to serve someone if you were summoned here, Eldora. Not to serve exactly, but I suppose so. I like to believe that I know a lot about humans, but a lot isn't everything, no, and you're also a dragon. Issei was grateful for the information he was sharing with him. Now he understood a little more about the world, and talking seemed to be putting Veldora in a good mood. So both dragons with little participation from Dreg talked about all kinds of things. Among themselves they talked about that hero. Veldora described her as a woman with pale skin with small bright red lips. She had long dark, silver hair, tied back in a single ponytail. She was thin and not so tall, quite small for a human. Her face was covered by a mask, but he didn't doubt her beauty. Issei even joked a little. Tell me she was such a beauty that she could even distract you if she had fallen in love enough to defend herself from her. Irresponsible Dora shouted at him. Enough of the nonsense. Apparently, she was carrying a long curved sword. Without a doubt it was a katana. She didn't bother to carry a shield. She took advantage of two of her unique abilities, absolute separation and infinite prison, imbuing a large amount of magic. She, according to Verdura, overwhelmed him. There was a trace of satisfaction in her voice, or at least that's what Issei could notice. While they were talking, Issei asked about all the things he had in the boosted gear, discovering that everything was still in place, even his sword Ascalon. He felt relieved to have some things. On the other hand, Veldora continued talking about humans. It seemed like he liked them in a way, although he kept calling them weaklings, trash and all that. But the way he expressed himself, he never deliberately killed anyone who attacked him, not unless he did everything possible to irritate them. Once 3 centuries ago. Only on one occasion did he emphasize a certain chain of events that caused him to reduce an entire city to ashes. That was what made people send a hero for him, and now, thanks to that hero's infinite prison, he was in his current situation. Issei could understand it since he was Dreg's friend, and in his case, he had to be stopped by several factions, even with the help of God, so he could understand that he was bored of being sealed. I say, you had an interesting life. Well, Veldora, I've been thinking about this. What do you say, would you also be my friend? He thought it would be a good idea to offer his friendship. They were dragons and it's always good to have a friend. Veldora. What? A mere slime dares to seek the friendship of the most powerful beast known throughout the world as Veldora, the storm dragon. I say. Well, if you don't want it's fine, I'm still friends with Drag and I'm friends with many other dragons. Veldora? Fool. You're a fool. Who said anything about not wanting it? Issei? Well then it's okay, let's be friends, Veldora. Veldora? Actually. If you insist, I guess I could consider it. Eziondrake could feel Veldora's furtive gaze. If it had been a pretty girl who had done that, he wouldn't hesitate to make her his girlfriend. But it was very different when he looked at a big dragon doing it. Not even if it had been a female dragon, he would have thought about it, but he knew he was a male. S.A. Humph. If I insist and if you don't want then I'll leave and never come back here, Eldora. Nua. Cough, I mean, even if it's that way, I'll become your friend. I hope you appreciate it. Issei, mind. At sun, dear dragon, I never thought I'd see something like that. Well, what does it matter? Out of mind. Well, then I hope we get along from now on, Eldora. Indeed. Ah, yes, let me give you a name. In return, you will give us both one. Issei looked at him confused because he had told him his name because he wanted a new one. By doing so, the fact that we are equal will be carved into our souls, something similar to the surnames that humans use, except that by giving you a name, I will also provide you with a kind of divine blessing. I know you told me your old name, but here you don't have one. Now you will be a named monster. Issei. Mind. Well, I'll no longer hide you, Issei. I'm someone completely new, and he's also offering me certain benefits. Although whoever wants me to give them a name too, I'll have to think it over carefully. After thinking about it, he thought he came to a conclusion. Now he should ask him. Out of mind. Well, since you're the Storm Dragon, I thought the name Tempest would be great. Veldora. Perfect. So be it. A wonderful timbre for that title, yes. I say, it's good that you like it, Veldora. From this day forward, I will be called Veldora Tempest. And you, my friend, your name will be Rimuru. Proclaim to the world that your name is Rimuru Tempest. Thus that name was carved into his soul. He felt a strange tingling inside him. Even something inside him changed very little, but it did so as if a new possibility had opened up. Even the same could be said of Veldora, who had become the sworn friend of now Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru? Well, I think it's time to get going, but before that, tell me, Veldora, can't you do something with that seal? Veldora. Not with my powers. No, someone with a unique ability on the same level as the hero would be necessary for there to be a chance. Rimuru. Don't you have any way? Surely there is a way out of there, right? Veldora. Yes, there is. But now that I'm blocked, I can't access any of them. Telepathy is all I can manage at the moment. A hero's infinite prison could hold its target captive in an infinite number of imaginary spaces limitlessly. It was not a weak barrier that allowed casual interference with the real world. Looking back, even the telepathy ability shouldn't work, and that barrier was not one that weakened over time. But since it could have any contact with the real world and even exchange messages, maybe it could do something. Rimuru. Let me try something. He surrounded his new friend Veldora and pushing his gelatinous body against him, one of his abilities activated. Great Sage, Mind. Summoning unique skill Predator to consume unique skill Infinite Prison. Failed. He believed in the possibility that his ability could do something, but with a blinding light, the ability tried to do its job, but bounced weakly. At least he had hoped to make a small crack, but he would not have achieved it. Rimuru. Great Sage, is there anything we can do? Great Sage. Mind. Received. Partial analysis of unique skill Infinite Prison completed, reporting a possible escape route. Any escape involving a physical body is impossible. The chance of destroying the prison by physically damaging it is 0%. No escape route can be analyzed that involves the cancellation of imaginary space. One would have to be trapped within the same unlimited prison situation to be able to analyze it from within. That is currently impossible. The chance of escaping in spiritual form is 1%. If a spiritual vessel is prepared for the target on the outside to aid in the transition, the success rate is 3%. This process is equivalent to reincarnation. If the target is poorly compatible with the vessel, they will lose all memories and abilities. Great Sage. This concludes the report on possible escape routes. Rimuru. Mind. The chances are low. The infinite prison seems more like a transparent membrane, but if physical damage won't do anything against it, penetrate yourself won't do any good. That should happen after passing it, but I don't think it will work to get Veldora out of mind. Veldora, did you do any damage to that heroine, or vice versa? Veldora. I'm glad you asked. Most of my attacks were evaded, but several direct hits, which I'm sorry to say had no effect on her. The wind of death, the dark lightning, even the storm of destruction had no effect despite it being completely unavoidable. A total defeat. All I could do was laugh. With that he started laughing quite loudly, even causing the cave to shake. All that sounded like the heroine could apply infinite prison on herself to protect herself from external attacks. In truth, an armor like that would be almost invincible, not combined with absolute separation. She was invincible if he didn't have a way to hurt her. he would prefer not to meet her if possible. Rimuru. Mind. Then if I want to get Veldora out of there, it would have to be with a new body, out of mind. It seems I need a vessel to get you out of here, even if it's just in spirit form. It seems like it's a feasible way to get you out of there. Of course, he omitted that the probabilities were low, but he didn't want to hurt Veldora's feelings by taking away his hopes. Veldora? Is there a way out of here? In fact, I feel like my magic power will be exhausted within 100 years at the latest. My magic is still flowing out of me even now. Rimuru. Yes. Oh, now I understand why there is a huge concentration of magic around here. His gaze went around the cave where it seemed to have rivers of magic everywhere. Veldora. Indeed, even high-class monsters wouldn't dare to come close. I suppose you've noticed that there aren't even weeds on the ground. The kind of plants that can grow in this area are very rare. Greg. Oh, then because of the leak of your magic, the hippocune herbs are growing in great quantity. Rimuru. I understand, but do you want to try to escape? If I had the right receptacle, I think that would help our chances. Do you know how I could get something like that? Veldora. In fact, even if I escaped only in spiritual form, it would be quite difficult to gather magic and form my core again. As for that receptacle, the new core, if you want you can bring me one. All I'll have to do is fuse with it. Reincarnation, I suppose. Rimuru. Mind. Yumu is the same conclusion that the great sage had reached, so it is quite feasible. Out of mind. Then if it is something that I can get from this side, I will look for it for you. Veldora. To tell the truth, I don't need any core at all. Can I trust you to keep my secret? As I told you, I am unique and the most perfect of my kind, a totally unique creation, one that can take a purely spiritual form. I have no particular attachment to this body. It is simply the faith of those who live around me that gives it the form you see. Rimuru. Mind. That means that only by using his consciousness could he gather magic for himself and form a physical body. But that same prison prevents him from gathering magic from the surroundings. Could he escape in the form of consciousness? No, even then he needs a receptacle. Greg. Mind. In fact, possibly in those 100 years he would simply explode, and his essence would disperse like magic, erasing his existence, and thus he would be reborn as a new storm dragon. Remember that dragons are beings of pure power. In theory we never die, so possibly something like that would happen to him. Rimuru. Mind. I understand, but if he wants to escape, he doesn't mind adopting a form other than a great dragon. But what would happen if I used Predator to consume Veldora? I could analyze him inside my stomach, isolate them, and nullify the effect of the infinite prison, and thus he could come out as a great sage. Would that work? Great sage. Mind. Received. It is possible to store Veldora in your stomach through the unique skill Predator. Rimuru. Mind. I understand. Then if I could convince him to do it, we could go together. If not, he would only have another century of isolation before being reduced to non-existence. So with a new method and a proposal for his new friend, he spoke to him about it, although his reaction was strange at first. Veldora. Fascinating. Please go ahead. I will trust you. Rimuru. Even though we are friends, don't trust others so much. Although I want to help you, I don't know how long it would take if I were on my own. Veldora. You're too modest. I trust you. It would be much more fun to go through this prison with you than to sit around waiting for you to return. With the two of you together, this infinite prison could fall faster than we thought. Rimuru. Welcome to the team. So now we are 3 dragons together. The plan was to use Great Sage to analyze the barrier, and Veldora would try to destroy it from the inside, of course, avoiding dissolving Veldora in his stomach. Well, with everything settled, I'll put you in my stomach, okay? So hurry up and get out of that prison. Veldora. Immediately. There is no time to waste. 3 dragons will be together in one body. Rimuru gathered his courage, letting out a sigh, activating his Predator ability. In a moment, Veldora's massive form disappeared from sight. It happened too fast. The 2 dragons from another world had been talking to him until a moment ago. Seeing him suddenly disappear made them feel a little alone. The ability said that if the target was still conscious there would be a chance of failure. But since Veldora had accepted it was quite easy, he and the infinite prison were immediately absorbed. Rimuru. That was unexpected, but Veldora taking up 25% of my stomach is surprising, great sage. Do you want to analyze the unique skill infinite prison? Yeah. No. Rimuru? Yes, please. Unbeknownst to any of them, a cataclysm shook the world on that day. That was the only way to describe the reaction when the disappearance of the storm dragon, Veldora, was confirmed. It was not an everyday thing for a special monster to vanish without a trace. Monsters, as well as adventurers, were ranked in a 6-tier system from A to F. Extra points could be added to these grades for greater accuracy. This system was first implemented by a man named Kagurozaki Yuki, a visitor from another world and one of the few to assume the highest rank of Grand Master in the Freedom Association. It was quickly adopted, thanks to it being much easier to understand than the previous somewhat arbitrary 4-tier system of novice to beginner to intermediate to advanced. The special S rank, SS, like the S rank, comprise Demon King class enemies that deserve more of a simple A with the label of special, reserved for those above even that class. Monsters capable of single-handedly manipulating calamities or natural disasters, a rank outside of any existing scale, totally outside of the traditional 6. Normally, only an A-rank monster would be terrible enough to threaten the existence of a nation, but someone like Veldora was dangerous enough to plunge the world into despair. 300 of the penance had done nothing to affect the dragon's rank as a natural disaster level threat. Just because it had disappeared didn't mean it couldn't be reborn somewhere, posing a new threat before long. But 20 days after the initial report of his disappearance, the Western Holy Church issued a report that from what their investigations could tell, Veldora the Storm Dragon no longer existed and showed no signs of being reborn anytime soon. The news first spread in the area around the Jura Forest, a wide plain dotted by a large number of small countries. Once Veldora's fate had been widely reported, every single one of them stood up, the proverbial hornet's nest was spurred into action. All the kings and all the ministers of all the nations gathered day after day in emergency meetings, gathering information and debating what to do next. Kingdom of Blomund time. Obviously there were people who had a lot of problems. Among them was a Baron of Viriard, minister of the small kingdom of Blomund, but not as much as the man this baron had called Fuse, was a man famous for his sharp and relentless eyes despite his small stature. He was the guild master in this kingdom, a position that gave him amount of authority even for such a small nation. Baron Viriard, you've heard of the Storm Dragon, haven't you? Fuse nodded at his question. Fuse? Of course, Baron. His voice was low but hoarse, seeming imposing. Baron Viriard? Humph, I suppose I should expect no less from you, my good guild master. Now may I ask how the guild intends to respond? Views? We have no particular plans at this time, sir. Baron Verilard? I'm sorry. Did I hear you correctly? Do you have no intention of taking action? Views? Yes, sir. He answered with a voice devoid of any emotion, maintaining a slightly uncomfortable silence in the room where they were both arguing. I don't think any action is necessary. His carefree words slightly angered the Baron, who chose to keep that annoyance hidden. Baron Viriard, rather a strange thing to say, isn't it? Isn't it necessary? The disappearance of Veldora, the Storm Dragon, may portend increased monster activity in the space of days even now. And you're not taking any measures against it? Muse, I thought it was strange to do so, sir, because taking such measures is the job of the state. I am the person in charge of the guild. I should not provide voluntary work when requested. That was the truth. What Fuse was referring to was that the Free Guild was an independent non-governmental agency. Its members had no special gains in security or comfort, unlike the various workers and artisans in the upper strata of government, but rather the basic rights that all citizens were entitled to. Their only official debt to the kingdom came in the form of taxes. That was the system and bloomed, as in almost all the nations that surrounded it. In other words, the Free Guild was a group that operated outside the framework of any nation and much more unified than a single government. It was a fact that some of its operations occurred without the knowledge or consent of these nations, whether the guild wanted them to be seen this way or not. Views, isn't it the state's responsibility? Maintaining a gentle smile, he asked, changing the subject. To protect the assets of its people. Likewise, it's the guild's responsibility to protect the lives of its members. We both have a lot on our plates, I suppose. He blinked for a moment, unsure if he had imagined seeing a blue vein on Viriard's forehead. Baron Viriard? Enough pretense, guild master. How many mercenaries can you provide us? How many adventurers with combat experience? How big of a defense force can you provide on duty? I need numbers. Fuse rolled his eyes and sighed tiredly. Fuse? I hope we're on the same page when I say this, sir, but I'll remind you that we're not a volunteer army. If we're talking about a mobilization based on the terms of our agreement, I can provide you with the equivalent of 1/10 of our members. If you wish to access anything beyond that, well, it'll all depend on our compensation. The population of Bloomont was almost exactly 1 million. The local Free Guild's membership register totaled around 7,000 members, not including their family members. Therefore, if the kingdom decided to invoke an agreement with the guild and gather 10% of its members, 700 in total, these fighters would officially join the command of the national army. Such an order would, of course, only apply to guild members who belonged to Bloomont and not any other nation. All Free Guild members fell under the same flag, but their countries of origin were also clearly stated in the records for this reason. Furthermore, while a nation had the right to define its own mobilization period under this agreement, it also had the right to define its own mobilization period under this agreement. It was also required to grant the guild a 1/5 discount on taxes collected over the entire period. This allowed governments to quickly summon a powerful force, and the guild ensured that its men were not beholden to the state for too long. For a group like the guild, which was required to pay the salaries of all deployed members in advance, this was the most obvious approach. Furthermore, even if a government were to ask for every man the local Free Guild had, there would be no way to handle them. After all, only half of the members of any guild had any fighting ability. The nobles of Bloomin were fully aware of this. Normally, they wouldn't have their chief minister try to bully the guild master into better straits. But the times called for otherwise. Monsters moved on one hand, but even beyond that they had more pressing motivations. Viriard? All right, enough of this. Are you trying to get the truth out of me, Fuse? The aforementioned raised his eyebrows slightly at the mention of his name. On very few occasions he called him by his name. His eyes looked at him for the first time in the entire conversation. Fuse, the area near Veldora prison was meant to be absolutely impenetrable, but now that route may potentially be open to direct navigation, and that means we must consider the possibility of the Eastern Empire taking action. Bergyard. Oh, of course, whether they let the Dora go or they were just afraid of the seal being broken, we've been detecting sudden new movements in the Empire after a long period of silence. Do you understand what that means? If they can navigate that forest, this kingdom will be swallowed up instantly. And we can forget about the Western Holy Church giving us any significant support. The countries around the Jura Forest have no significant alliance with each other. We'll all become vassals of the Empire in the blink of an eye. There's no support from the Church. That's not true. In the first place, they were never terribly interested in war between mere mortals. Annihilating monsters is what their doctrine demands. Viriard? Exactly. If we could get them to deploy even one of their paladins, the Empire wouldn't move so quickly. Not having to prepare for monster attacks would buy us some time. Viriard. I doubt anything can get the Church into action. Viriard. The destruction of a nation or two does nothing to affect their own finances. They cannot help everyone, not even their own flock. Fuse took a moment to gauge the Baron's expression. Viriard looked exhausted, as if he had aged rapidly in the past few days, which was understandable. The two were childhood friends, and even though Viriard was merely a baron, if the public were to learn of Fuse's close contact with a member of the nobility, it would create a variety of difficulties for the two of them. The two had to pretend to use each other for their own personal gain, which was why they usually cruelly described their relationship as rough and resentful. It would take more than the power of a small kingdom to overcome this thorny obstacle they now faced, but perhaps Fuse thought his friend was too anxious. The Empire was on the move, it was true, But that did not mean they should expect an attack before sunset. But how do we know that the Empire will take action against us? Fuse. I will gladly conduct my own personal investigations into the matter. I would advise you not to expect too much, but I can at least assess the situation in the Jura forest and around the Empire. Verard, I would appreciate it. Yes. There was no guarantee that the Empire would act against them, but if they were to do so, it would undoubtedly be with a large force. They never wasted their time with small skirmishes. They would definitely not send a force of 1,000,000 or so and trample each nation in the air one by one. Gathering an army like that would take time, at least 3 years. And while it wasn't a generous amount of time, it did give some wiggle room to work with. Views. I'd better start gathering information. To finish our conversation, I decide to start immediately. Burgard. There's little time. I'm leaving. And thank you? They both nodded and went their separate ways. There was a lot to do. You're a forest cave. I say. It's been 30 days since I ate Veldora, and in all that time I've been fighting all kinds of monsters. Greg, remember that Veldora said that his presence kept the monsters from coming closer, so there's nothing strange about our situation. They say, I know, but it's starting to get annoying. They don't let me eat the hippoed herbs and those shiny rocks, plus I'm not sure, but I think having more potions is good. The minerals he was talking about were magical minerals which when refined into a special metal were extremely strong and resistant like iron or steel, but were highly compatible with magic. For his part, he was curious about whether Auroch Alchem or Hyoudou existed, a legendary red metal in Japan, but he was not greedy enough to look for it out there. To defeat all his opponents he thought of an idea. Since he did not have a way to fight, he would sculpt pressurized water with which he would cut his enemies because it was like an incredibly deadly pressurized water cutter. In order to have enough water to do so, he had returned to that underground lake in which he had fallen and stored enough water to survive for a while. He even obtained an ability while swimming in the water fluent movement, just by walking through the water, but that ability was very useful to him because he could move more freely through the water. As for his enemies, he had to practice his water shot because he didn't want to overdo it or waste too much water. When his training ended, he obtained a new skill water sword which, together with water propulsion, fluent movement, and water sword, converged into the extra skill water manipulation. The path from the underground lake to the surface took the form of a single passageway. He was currently bouncing to slide along the path. His movement was improving as time passed. When he was blind, he worried a lot about the road and couldn't move as freely. Now that he could finally see, I noticed that he could move quickly, or at least he could walk alongside a human. As they advanced, he discovered that the path was blocked by a large door. The first man-made object he had seen in the 4 months he had been in that cave. It looked exactly like the door that would take you to the final boss of a game. He looked at it for a few moments, wondering what he should do. Rimuru, how should I make it open? Could I cut it with water sword? Could I shoot a dragon shot even though I'm a slime? Maybe with Predator I could eat it? While he was thinking, suddenly the door began to open. He quickly hid because he didn't know if it was an enemy or a friend. Phew. I finally managed to open this thing. The whole locking mechanism must be rusty. A voice from the other side could be heard by the slime who kept his gaze on the door. I bet so, no one has tried to get in for 300 years or whatever, right? A second voice echoed in response to the first. There are no records of anyone trying to get in. Are you sure we're safe? Aren't we open to sudden attacks? A third voice spoke to the first two. He began to laugh at the words spoken by his companions. Come on, maybe that guy was invincible a few centuries ago, but now he's just a giant lizard, you know. I told you about the way I defeated a basilisk, didn't I? We'll be fine. I'm wondering that. Are you sure that's the truth, Cable? A basilisk is a B+ rank monster. Did you really handle it by yourself? Pavel. Stop playing dumb. I'm rank B, you know. A big reptile isn't gonna bother me. Okay. Just keep your guard up if you can, and remember, we can always use my escape skill if things get tough. Can we save the idle chatter for later? I need some peace and quiet. It's about time I activated occult arts. Their conversation sounded as if either of them were actually trying to hide. For their part, Rimuru slightly understood their conversation, but it was strange. Great Sage. Mind, received. Your magical perception skill can be adapted to decipher sound waves that have voluntary meaning stored within them. Rimuru. Mind. What a useful skill. Please do it. Thank goodness now that I don't have the evil piece, I can't translate other languages. It's convenient to have this skill. For his part, he didn't understand what they were looking for. They seemed like typical adventurers entering a dungeon, so he assumed they were looking for treasure or something. I wonder what would happen if I suddenly approached them and spoke to them. Greg. Mind. They might faint from fright. They might try to kill you or capture you. There are many things. Remember that you are a very special monster. Rimuru. Mind, you're right. The most normal thing is that they try to slice me. Let's just watch to see what they do. The thin man who freed the trio did something, and suddenly the three began to disappear from sight. Although not completely, he mentioned something hidden. Oh, Drake, can you imagine what you could do with that? I'm sure he could spy in the girls' bathrooms. That guy is surely a pervert. I'll have to become friends with him later. Dreg. Mind. You're hopeless, partner. Once those three got out of Rimuru and Dreg's sight, they headed towards the door, and a few meters ahead, there was an intersection. He decided to enter anyone. There was no point in hesitating too much when he got to the end. His gaze met that of someone no more than something. Rimuru looked at him for a few moments before looking away and calmly continuing on his way. He had encountered a large snake. It had spiny scales. They were probably very resistant. Its eyes exceeded the snakes of his world, and it resembled Jormungand but was smaller. He had no interest in her, but the same could not be said of the snake, who raised its head and looked at Rimuru following his movements. It moved its tongue while giving Rimuru a death glare. He, upon feeling his killer instinct, turned around and confronted the snake, who, upon noticing that, backed away slightly as if it felt intimidated but would not back down. Unfortunately for the snake, there was no time to react when it was killed without resistance. The water sword had cut off the black snake's head. Rimuru laughed to himself that it happened to more monsters in those 30 days that he had been exploring the cave, and the snake had not been the exception. Before we continue, let's do a count of Rimuru's stomach right now. Veldora occupied 25%, water 10%, medicinal herbs, recovery potions and the like 2%, minerals and other materials 3%, a grand total of 40% in use. Each water sword strike didn't even use a cup of regular water, so he could possibly fire hundreds of water swords. Rimuru. I managed to do this, and I haven't even learned magic or used your power, Dreg. Dreg. Hey partner, now that I think about it, you could consume things and learn skills, right? Rimuru. Now that you mention it. What skills could I learn from the snake? No, let's just see. The results were normal. I had obtained the ability to imitate the snake and obtained 2 skills: heat detection. Natural ability identifies any heat reactions in the area, not affected by any cloaking effects. Poison breath. Natural ability, a powerful poison, corrosion. Attack affects an area of 7 meters in front of the user within a 120-degree radius. Greg. Wow. 2 new skills are interesting. Rimuru. This is great. The more skills we have, the better. Jumping happily, they continued their journey. 3 days passed since their battle with that snake, and they were still in the cave. Unfortunately, he couldn't feel heat or cold or anything, but from what he knew, it must be very cold in there. He had not yet seen a single ray of sunlight, but his vision still worked very well in the darkness. However, a certain anxiety was beginning to make its way into him, as he knew perfectly well how to accept reality. Rimuru, there is no doubt that we are lost. Greg. If it's complicated but it can't be avoided, we never thought something like this could happen. Maybe we should have asked Tannen to teach you how to escape from a deep cave full of tunnels and crossroads. Rimuru, it would be great if we had a map or something. I don't like not knowing if we're on the right path, maybe, and I've been walking in circles. Great Sage. Received. Do you wish to display the paths you have currently taken in your brain? Yeah. No. Rimuru. If you could do that, you should say it before. Yes, show me. He was truly upset. He never expected his ability to turn out to have the solution. He immediately gave a positive answer. He didn't hesitate to use something that could be considered a trap because he was tired of exploring without a favorable result. He looked at the map and his fear had come true. Greg. You were right, you were walking in circles. So they began to follow the map of the cave and entered a part that they had not accessed for the last 3 days. It seemed like they were getting closer to the entrance as moss and weeds were beginning to appear on the walls and floor, and although he didn't know where the sun was, the light was beginning to make its way inside, which meant it was daytime. Along the way, they had a few encounters with more monsters, including a centipede monster, evil centipede rank B+, a large spider, black spider rank B, a bat, giant bat rank C+, a large armored lizard, Armosaurus rank B, but there were no more of those black snakes. Possibly it was the only one in the place. They were all very weak. Rimuru and Dreg never had to get serious using water swords. They easily defeated them, and although they tried to defend themselves by throwing bites, their breath or attacks, none resulted in a challenge for him. Later, more monsters appeared, such as cockroaches and other insects. He knew that if in his world they were that big, they would have dominated the earth, terrifying many people, including Gasper and Ross who were even more afraid of them. Between each kill, he absorbed quite a few monsters from that cave, such as black snake, poisonous breath, heat detection, centipede, paralyzing breath, big spider, sticky thread, steel thread, vampire bat, train, ultrasonic wave, Armosaurus, body armor. When he obtained all those abilities, he immediately asked Great Sage for a report on them so he could test them later. The poisonous breath was a cruel and terrible ability. With it, he completely melted an Armosaurus. Even its resistant armor melted. He could see pieces of organs and flesh everywhere. He decided to never use that ability again. Heat sensor. It was a good ability since almost all living creatures emitted heat. With it he had located several monsters with which to test his skills, and confined with magical perception, he practically could not be ambushed. Then Provo's ability to imitate the forms of the monsters he had consumed seemed to be a good ability, although growing to the size of the monsters was difficult to get used to the size. When he thought a little about that ability, he tried to replicate his body from his old life. But it was not so easy because at that time Great Sage was finally able to analyze the power of Office and Great Red, with which they created a body almost exact to the original, all thanks to the power of Dream and the intervention of Great Sage. There were problems between them that his body was naked. He never thought about it when he transformed, but luckily for him, he had several changes of clothes and several uniforms from the Qua Academy. With his human body, he was able to test the ability of the Armosaurus, and he was able to deploy the boosted gear again, verifying that he no longer had the Triana or his Cardinal Crimson armor, meaning that the evil pieces were no longer in his body. When he finished checking the Armosaurus's ability on his human body, he returned to his slime form. With this ability he became a demolition sphere. His body turned into a metal shine. He continued with the spider's ability without hesitating for a moment, imitating a famous superhero, friend and neighbor of all. Taking his old human form, he swung over the cave just like that superhero, as if he were in the skyscrapers. The sticky thread ability was actually originally intended for its user to enclose their prey in webs, leaving them immobile. But now he used it to swing through a cave. Next up was steel thread, apparently to block your enemy's attacks. The spider surely used it as a labyrinthine guide for its prey. It created a thread, and when it slammed it against a huge rock it exploded and was cut in half. I look at the thread in his human eye, couldn't even detect it. Only when he returned to his slime form could he notice it. If he used it, it could be an excellent trap. Possibly it will be used a lot in the future. Rimuru. I expected a lot from the bat. Its drain ability was almost like its predator ability, but with much lower efficiency in that case, because sucking someone's blood when you can analyze their data. The ultrasonic wave was something interesting with it. He could confuse his enemies or make them lose consciousness, but it was normally used for each allocation to explore where you and other objects are. But the waves it emitted allowed him to speak in his slime form, since in his human form, speaking was something simple by having vocal cords. But in slime, by not having those vocal cords, he had to use sound waves to be able to speak. Rimuru. I sound like a robot. Now I can talk like a slime. In order to get a voice, he had to practice for several days and nights. After all, he didn't need to sleep, so he made the most of the time. Greg. Good job, partner. Communication is very important, but now you have your human form back. Rimuru. Yeah. Now I just have to tune it. With great excitement, he began adjusting his slime voice to make it sound like his regular voice. Now that I think about it, I remember that in our world there was a weapon that used sound waves. A sound destroyer, a sound blaster or something. Could we do that? Great Sage. Received. There is a possibility that the skill's super vibration is derived from ultrasonic wave, but it is not possible to acquire it at this time. Rimuru. I understand, then we must derive it or change the ability in some way. I don't have much to do, so I will try hard to acquire it. I will do my best. We lost a lot of power by losing the illegal forms and the Cardinal Crimson. So now we must look for options. He got excited at the idea of being even stronger both on his own and with the boosted gear. Greg. I'll be cheering you on, partner. Now I think we should continue looking for a way out. Looking back, Rimuru had gained a lot of skills in a very short time just by wandering around and killing monsters, all while looking for an exit. And although it took some time, they eventually found it. For the first time they enjoyed the sunlight. Rimuru. It's like it's been years since I've seen the sunlight, but it's only been a few months. Now that I think about it, the sun doesn't burn me or anything good. I'm not a pure-blood vampire to get hurt by the light. Greg. You're a dragon slime, not a vampire. But now look, this is our new world. It turned out that the cave was in a forest. The exit was just a hole at the foot of a mountain, no more than a small hill, which stood out against the vast trees that surrounded it. In fact, thanks to the dense foliage, this hill was the only point from where the sun could be seen. They jumped into the forest, and everything seemed to be dim darkness again. Climbing from the top of the hill, they could see a kind of pattern that looked like a magic teleportation circle, so they decided to move away from it because they didn't know exactly if that was really its function. It had been a while since they left the cave. The sun was beginning to set, indicating that he must have arrived at the cave exit. Afternoon. Great Sage had a surprisingly accurate watch. Rimuru. It is truly good to have the Great Sage's assistance, Greg. Although he is still very expressionless, it is interesting to have help to act. Now I can sleep and leave the help to him. Even in his slime form, he played around the forest, enjoying his new life. Well, he jumped around without any particular destination. They thought that finding a city or a town would be fantastic. Now that he had his human form, he could go unnoticed, or at least he would like to find some place with information or talk to some local. At his wish, suddenly a group of wolves appeared and began to harass him. He was about to talk to them, thinking that they might be intelligent. Rimuru. Hey, that alone caused the group of wolves to run away in terror. He looked at them confused because they were 2-meter-long canines, and he scared them. That was pathetic. They were scared of a slime. Greg. That was fun. They ran like cowards. He and Rimuru didn't even wonder what had happened. They just dismissed them as cowardly wolves. Rimuru. Yes, it was, but oh, I can feel someone approaching. Magic perception had spotted a group of monsters. They were small in size, their equipment was simple and rough, their faces were dirty, and they lacked intelligence. But from their swords, their shields, their stone axes, and their bows, they were not beasts at all. It took a simple instant for Rimuru and Dreg to understand that what was in front of them both were goblins. The famous goblins that would cause great euphoria and a knight thirsty for revenge. Rimuru thought for a few moments about what he should tell them. He thought he could dissuade them from attacking him, since it was obvious that they intended to fight, since there were 30 of them against the slime dragon. They were wearing nothing but stained rags compared to the Armosaurus, who had armor that protected them, or the enormous spiders. He couldn't imagine that his weapons would inflict any damage on them. Besides, if it were necessary, he would take his human form and scare them with his balance breaker and expel a huge amount of his aura to scare them. While thinking about how to speak or what to say to them, one of the goblins spoke fearfully. Goblin? Gra. Strong being. Do you have business here? Rimuru? Mind, are you talking to me? Strong being. What? Greg. Mind, maybe the slimes are stronger than the goblins. Both looked at the goblins full of curiosity, but the goblins seemed fearful. Possibly that moment must have been one of the most frantic moments of their lives. Their eyes as well as their weapons were directed towards Rimuru, although several looked ready to flee. The one who seemed to be the leader was getting closer to him. His eyes were firm and fixed, practically piercing him. Rimuru, mind. If they are smart, then I think I should tell them that I am not their enemy. I hope they can understand me. Rimuru. Hello goblins, nice to meet you. My name is Rimuru, and I am a slime dragon. The goblins murmured amongst themselves, possibly surprised to see a slime speaking. When Rimuru looked at the goblins, he found them prostrate before him. They had thrown away their weapons, strange to him for his behavior. Goblin, geek air. Be strong. We see great power in you. Please. Calm your voice, Rimuru. Mind. Oh no. It seems that I didn't modify my volume and ended up yelling at them. Regulating his tone of voice, he spoke to them again. Rimuru. Sorry. I haven't been able to adjust my voice like this yet. Goblin. We do not need any apologies from your great form, Rimuru. Mind. I guess it worked. Now it's a normal conversation. Although they're being a little formal, I guess I'll have to do the same, Rimuru. So, my friends, do you need anything from me? I really don't have any business here. I'm just taking a walk. Goblin, I see. Our village is up ahead. We sensed a strong monster nearby, so we came to patrol. Rimuru. A strong monster? How strange. I haven't seen any. Have you mistaken me? Goblin? Giga, giga. What a joker. He can't fool us, even in that form. Rimuru. Mind. Oh, so you know that I am strong. I am surprised. Even though I am a slime, you can understand that I am very strong, fufufu. He couldn't help but laugh at being recognized as someone strong despite his appearance. He swelled his small body in pride and continued talking a little more. In a short time he was invited to visit his village, even being willing to assist him. Rimuru thought it would be a good idea, so he accepted. Although he didn't need to sleep, a safe place would surely come in handy. Dublin Village. Along the way he could hear some local gossip. It turned out that their god whom they worshipped had recently disappeared. Without him, the local monsters had begun to act much more than before. Even human adventurers, the most powerful as they were called, began to invade the forest. And curiously, the more they talked, the more he could understand them. Surely his magical perception skills improved with each interaction. He even thought that they could understand him better in his human form. But surely they would be scared to see him, so he continued in his slime form. The village was terribly filthy, maybe not. Rimuru had expected too much from the goblin lair. In the end, he discarded their words and let them guide him to what was the largest structure, or at least the most structurally solid. Since its roof was covered with straw with holes, obvious proof that the straw was rotting, the walls had nothing more than a few pieces of flat wood nailed to them. He had never seen anything like it in his world. Not even in the poorest neighborhoods could they compare to this. Elder Goblin. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, guest of honor. A goblin of apparent middle age said as he entered. Behind him was the goblin leader with whom he had been talking, Rimuru. Don't worry about it. He smiled, or at least like a slime would in an attempt to calm the atmosphere. Don't worry, I haven't waited for long. He learned that a smile to a partner in a business conversation always gave a good image, and helped wonders to keep the negotiations moving in his direction. That was something that Venelana and Zyodicus had taught him, since at some point, he would inherit the Gremry family company after all. He would become Maria's husband. Elder Goblin. I apologize for not being able to offer you more hospitality. He suddenly took out a tea that appeared to be there to offer it to her. I am the chief of this village. Rimuru nodded in understanding, as they seemed organized, so it was normal that there was a leader among them. The little slime took a small sip of his tea, but could not detect its flavor. Obviously, it made sense since he had no sense of taste. When the tea entered his body, analysis began to act and found no poison. It was not as if he believed that they wanted to poison him, but Great Sage analyzed it just in case, determining that its taste was bitter. However, he was happy to see that the goblins were trying to talk nicely to him, so he took them seriously as a visit to the house of a relative or friend. Rimuru. So, to what do I owe the honor of meeting you? I find it strange that you invited me to your village. There must be a reason, right? At his questions the village elder shuddered a little, then reaffirming his resolve, he turned to Rimuru and answered him. Elder Goblin. He's heard that monsters have been more active around here lately. Rimuru. You're right, Elder Goblin. Our god has protected the peace in this land for generations, but about a month ago, he hid from us, allowing nearby monsters to begin meddling with our lands once more. We do not wish to let this continue, so we have fought back. But from a brute force perspective, we are facing an uphill battle. Rimuru. Mind. A month ago I put Veldora in my stomach. Are they talking about him? Also, why do they want my help if I only look like a normal slime? Rimuru. I understand what you're saying, but I'm just a slime. I'm not sure I understand why you think I could do something to help them. Elder Goblin. Trust me, there's no need for such modesty. There's no mere slime that can emit the mystical force you possess. I can't imagine why you're taking that form. But you've been given a name, haven't you? Rimuru. Mind. Emit force. But I've kept my aura under control, haven't I? Greg. Mind. If your dragon aura has remained hidden, I don't understand what you mean by that. I think we should check your status. Just as he had said, they used magic perception on themselves instead of the surroundings, and realized that there was a sinister-looking aura covering their entire body. Both of them were startled, not imagining that they would have another aura to worry about. Are you? Mind. So I've been releasing that aura. Now I understand why most of the monsters were intimidated by my new aura. So those wolves weren't cowards, they just wanted to live. I doubt anyone normal would want to face something that expelled such an aura. Now I can understand. Rimuru. I see, so you've been able to sense my aura. I'm impressed. Elder Goblin. Of course, sir. Even in the form you are in, there is certainly no way to hide the strength within you. Rimuru. I see. If you've managed to see behind my facade, it means you're promising. Mind. I can't tell you that I hadn't noticed, you would surely feel disappointed, Elder Goblin. Oh. Are we being examined, perhaps? Then I certainly hope we are worthy. Many would be cornered into submission by such a force. Quickly hiding that new terrifying aura in his own body, leaving only his slime form, he wondered if he hadn't released such an aura, he would have been attacked for looking like a simple and weak slime. Rimuru. Of course, not everyone would be willing to approach someone with such power without being scared. You are worthy of praise. Elder Goblin. Thank you very much. I will refrain from asking why you hide your true form, but I have a request for you. Would you be willing to listen to me? Rimuru. Of course, I would like to hear. What request do you have for me? And because of my true form, I wouldn't mind showing it to you, but I'm a bit big, and I'd rather not destroy the village, so I'll take my human form. Suddenly, a cloud of black particles covered his body, and he took his human form and looked at the little goblins with interest, and they, after coming out of a great surprise, explained their situation. It turned out that some newly arrived monsters from the lands to the east had been pushing into the area in hopes of seizing these lands for themselves. The area was home to several goblin villages, including this one, and even small clashes so far had resulted in a large number of goblin deaths, including some named goblins. One of those named creatures was a sort of guardian of the village, and with its death the value of keeping this village intact had diminished dramatically. The other goblin communities had largely abandoned this land. Their reasoning was that they could force the newcomers to attack this village, giving them time to come up with their own countermeasures. The village elder and expedition leader speaking to Rimuru tried to reason with them but were coldly brushed aside, frustration clear in their voices. Rimuru? I see. The goblins were surprised to see his frown. They were happy that he was also bothered by them. Tell me, how many of you live in this village, and how many of you are ready for a battle? Elder Goblin. We have approximately 100 residents, counting our women, plus about 60 ready to fight. Rimuru. I understand. Tell me, how many enemies are threatening them? Although he considered them very few, he had no reason to underestimate them. If he could train them well, they would make a big difference even against a large group of enemies. Elder Goblin, we think they are dire wolves. They certainly have the appearance of wolves. Under normal circumstances, it would take 10 of us to defeat one of them just to have a chance of winning, but they seem to number around 100. Rimuru, mind. Then it's a big difference 1 to 10. Well, with my power I could crush them, but I don't want the goblins to fear me later. Rimuru. So those goblin fighters faced them with such few numbers even though they knew they couldn't win. His eyes looked at the little goblins. He felt that they weren't lying to him. They hadn't done so in their entire conversation, so he wanted to know about that unit that died. Elder Goblin. No, sir, this information I told you. Those fighters risked their lives to obtain it. Rimuru. Sorry, I wasn't looking down on them. They were all very brave when they faced their enemy. They were good warriors who fought for their friends and family. He could see how the 2 goblins nodded with tears in their eyes. They seemed happy to hear such praise. Upon further interrogation, he discovered that the named goblin was the leader's eldest son, as well as the elder brother of the exploration group's goblin. Rimuru and Drake thought about their options, the old man looking at him with a hopeful gaze. Rimuru. Let's get one thing straight. If I help you people, what will I get in return? Do you have anything you can give me in exchange for protecting them from this threat? He knew that helping out of a whim would be highly suspicious, so even if he wanted to help them for free, he knew that would only make them take advantage of his kindness, and he would not allow that. Elder Goblin. Of course, we will give you our loyalty. Please grant us your leadership. If you do so, I promise we will swear our loyalty. Rimuru watched as they prostrated themselves before him. He understood that they were desperate, and he would not crush their hopes. He was not looking for subordinates, but he would help people if he could help them in some way. Even if they were goblins, he wanted to save them. A smile appeared on his face, and he looked at the 2 goblins in their eyes. He could see how they trusted him. Rimuru. Very well, then it is decided. I will protect you and help you. Suddenly returned to his slime form and became the guardian of the goblin village. Dire wolves ruled the plains to the east, enough to cause no end of headaches to the merchants who plied their trade between the Eastern Empire and the kingdoms around the Jura forest, each of them being equivalent to a C-rank monster, strong enough that an adventurer could find his leg torn off if he wasn't paying attention. The real threat, however, came when they roamed in packs. Only when a talented alpha was leading them would the horde of dire wolves show their true worth. The entire pack would act as one mind, one creature, each member acting in unison. Such a pack, in full motion, could easily be classified as a B-class monster. The Eastern Plains were located next to a vast grain-producing region, a vital lifeline for the Eastern Empire, and one that was very well secured. No matter what matters to the wolves, no matter how advanced their skills were, penetrating the Empire's defensive lines was still a difficult task. Even if they succeeded, doing so would provoke the wrath of the Empire, putting the future of the race into question. The pack leader was fully aware of this. It was something he had learned through hard-fought experience amidst the many skirmishes he had witnessed against the Empire over several decades. Attacking the smaller-scale merchants passing by was not enough to make the Empire take full action, but the moment the wolves entered their grain fields, they would truly retaliate. After so many failures, the dire wolves no longer repeated the mistakes of their companions. It was the Alpha's way of thinking, but his instincts as a monster also told him that under the status quo, there would be no progress, nothing to push his pack towards evolution. As a general rule, the dire wolf race did not require food to survive. Attacking and consuming humans provided them with little more than a nice little snack. For the pack, their true sustenance was found in the magicules of the world. They would have to attack the strongest monsters or sacrifice humans en masse in order to evolve into calamity-level creatures. Neither of these options were particularly accessible to them. The Empire was too powerful. And simply picking off passing merchants would do nothing for their dreams of evolution, so they heard tales of the southern lands, a fertile territory, one with a forest that offered all its blessings, a vast reserve of magic, a paradise for monsters. That's how it was known. However, to reach it, they would have to cross the vast forest of Jura. The monsters in that forest were not, in themselves, great enemies. Their experience in hunting down the stragglers who wandered outside proved that, so why had they avoided entering on their own? The answer is simple. Veldora the Storm Dragon, he was the only reason. Even when he was inside his prison, the waves of terrible magical force shook their hearts. They believed that the creatures in the forest enjoyed the divine guardianship of the dragon, so they could survive under those scorching waves. That was what they had to believe, otherwise, the truth would drive them crazy. So even though it hurt them daily, the dire wolves had given up on infiltrating the forest until now. The Alpha turned his red eyes towards the forest. That evil and horrible dragon could no longer be felt. Now is the time, he thought, determined to hunt the monsters of the forest, and then become the lords of the forest. The thought alone made the Alpha lick his lips and let out a howl, ordering his pack to advance. Goblin Village. After agreeing to command all the goblins, the old goblin showed everyone who was capable of fighting. It was not an encouraging sight. They were all in horrible shape. He couldn't count on any of them as a front fighter. From the other side, the others in the village looked like old children, except they couldn't fight. The old goblin had his legs quite wobbly. Even if they fled the village right now, they would die of hunger before the day was out. On the other hand, the goblins around him looked to Rimuru with almost religious faith. He returned to his human form and analyzed his surroundings more like a human than a slime, because by taking his human form, he felt more limited than being a slime. He tested the ground and looked at what he had when he finished. He looked at the goblins that could fight. Rimuru. Well, you all know what kind of situation we're in, right? Although he wasn't trying to sound inspiring, it was like a true general ready to teach his soldiers a lesson. Elder Goblin. Yes, sir. Rimuru. We're facing a fight for our lives and to defend our home. Several of the goblins visibly trembled at his words. He understood how nervous they must feel. A person's mind can think one thing and their body do something different. It's okay. There's no need to do all the work. Stay calm, okay? Whether you're nervous or not, I promise that we won't lose. I won't let anyone here die. Just focus on giving everything you've got. It seemed that his words had helped as the goblins had calmed down. Rimuru smiled and looked at everyone. His weapons were too bad, but he would not give up just because of that. When he had everything planned, he gave the goblins the first indication, one that he would give them many times from now on. Proximity to the goblin village at night. The Alpha of the dire wolves had his eyes open. It was a full moon, the perfect night for a battle. Slowly he stood up, examining the area. The rest of his pack watched with great expectation. Alpha Wolf. Mind, the time is ideal. He planned to wipe out the goblin village, establishing a foothold within the Jura forest. Then slowly but surely, they would hunt down the monsters around the area, expanding their territory until they ruled the entire forest. Soon, when the time was right, they would turn their eyes to the south, invading with the power they now possessed. They had the strength to make it happen. Their claws could tear the flesh of any monster, their fangs could pierce any armor. Alpha Wolf. Oh. He gave the signal it was time for the carnage to begin, but there was a concern. The Alpha had sent out a scout a few days ago, and he had returned with some disconcerting news of a small monster that emanated a strange, mystical force, enough to surpass that of even the Alpha. At first, he had shrugged at that report. It was too absurd to believe. He himself hadn't detected any of that in the forest. Every monster they had encountered was a weakling. Up to this point, nothing resembling a resistance to their advance had appeared, and they were almost in the dead center of the forest. A dozen goblins had taken down 1 or 2 members of their pack, but nothing more. The scout must have been too excited about the upcoming hunt to think straight. That was the Alpha's conclusion as he kept his eyes ahead. In front of him were his people. They were located exactly where the scout said they were. They had followed the trail of a wounded goblin directly to him. Nothing in his report suggested he was a threat. This wasn't the Alpha's first battle. He was cunning and never let his guard down. However, even he had to admit that there was something strange. The surroundings of the village were a little unusual. There was a fence, like one would see in a human village. It had sharp spikes attached to it. It formed a defense that carefully covered all of the village's grounds, and there in front of the only opening in the barrier was a lone slime. Rimuru. Hey wolves, stay where you are. The slime remained firm before his words as if showing strength with them. If you come back now, I promise that I won't hurt you, so get away from this place or you will pay dearly. Boost transfer. A voice was audible to everyone, and the outline of the slime shone, but suddenly that shine went to the village. Alpha Wolf. You impertinent little bastard, leaving just one entrance open to block a massive attack. Just the kind of shallow thinking one should expect from a trash monster like you. Our claws and fangs will shatter that thing you planted into splinters. The Alpha was upset and planned to show Rimuru his true power. He gave the order, as if he were his own right hand. Around a dozen wolves immediately set out to attack the defensive wall. The image of coordination was proof that they all essentially functioned as a single monster. The thought communication skill allowed their collective behavior to be much faster than just giving verbal orders, allowing the pack to work in perfect synchrony. The first wave should have been all that was needed to destroy the wall. Instead, the Alpha was already imagining a multitude of screaming goblins struggling to flee after the miserable failure of his ploy. He let out a cry of surprise. The force he had sent towards the wall had been thrown back, and some of them were bleeding profusely as they arrived on the ground. Alpha Wolf, mind. What's going on? He kept his mind sharp as he observed the area. The slime by the entrance hadn't moved an inch. Had it done something? An answer came, and one of his men approached him to inform him. Scout. Boss. Boss. The thing with the mystical strength that surpassed his own. Alpha Wolf, mind. You're stupid. He thought as he looked at the slime. It was a little monster. It would occasionally be born here and there throughout the plains. Even calling them monsters seemed absurd. Their entire existence was laughable. How is that thing stronger than me? Impossible. The poor wolf fumed with anger. Few, in fact, were more cunning monsters than the Alpha. He had years of experience to call upon, and could nimbly formulate plans on the fly. His years of experience told him that this monster could not be stronger than him. But right there, for the first time, the Alpha had made a fatal mistake, one that would define the end of the road for him. Alpha Wolf. You miserable little monster in waiting, I'll crush you. Rimuru, mind. Everything is going according to plan, even though I expected my words to intimidate him a little. Everything is going well. Brig, mind. And that's without you needing to use the other things you prepared. They watched as everyone began to move at the same time, attacking the wall from almost every angle. I hoped they could talk things over, but not everyone would agree to talk peacefully. Memory. After building a defense wall, the first thing Rimuru did was ask them to show him where the wounded were. Adding a dozen survivors to the 60 fighters they had wouldn't make the job any easier, but it would be a little more efficient, and at least it would be good to heal them. They were all lying on the floor of a large, unhygienic-looking building. Looking above them, some herbs could be seen, possibly with healing properties, but their condition was serious, and if they were left like that they would die in some time, their skin cut by teeth and claws, and some had unpleasant-looking wounds. Rimuru, well, let's get to work. In his slime form he consumed a nearby wounded goblin, sprayed it with the recovery potion, and gave it a boost to speed up the recovery rate. The old man was about to say something but fell back when he saw how the goblin's wounds healed faster. Meanwhile, Rimuru ate the next one and repeated the process. Everyone recovered in no time, and when he turned to the others they were venerating him. Mind. What's wrong with them, Greg? Mind. Congratulations, partner, you are now a god. Great sage. Mind. Achievement unlocked, Slime God 10 GS. Rimuru. Mind. Wait. Don't tell me they think I resurrected them or something. From that moment on he would only throw the potion to heal them when the healing process was finished. The next thing was to further reinforce the defenses. The goblins may not have had the materials for that, but Rimuru had the strength and efficiency necessary to build a wall with some of the local trees. At least it would be a better defense than using the worn-out wood from the houses. While he was busy with it he asked a group of goblins to do some light exploring, but they had to be careful because wolves had a good sense of smell. Even though he told them to be careful, they seemed ready to sacrifice themselves for the cause. They were surely ready to shout, even if it costs me my life. That was the bravery that was needed at that moment. When they came back, he rewarded them with some sweets that he kept in the boosted gear. As night fell, he had finished placing the finishing touches on the wall next to a pike sharpened with his sacred sword Ascalon. He looked proudly at his work, and all the goblins applauded in impression. None of them could have done something like it. It was normal, since he had fortified their union with sticky threads and steel threads. That same night he tried hard to create rock arrows, since it was what he had closest at hand, allowing the goblins to rest, or that was the plan, since they had made a bonfire. A fleeting memory of him when Rimuru roasting marshmallows appeared. He felt nostalgic. He approached the goblins and told them that he would watch all night so they could rest, but he was rejected. Goblin girl, none of that, Rimuru-sama. We could never allow him to bear such a heavy burden after he built that huge wall. Goblin boy. She's right. We'll keep watch for you, please, Rimuru-sama, take some time to rest. The other goblins around echoed in approval. Rimuru gave them a smile. He felt happy to be so loved among the goblins. It seemed like he was starting to grow fond of them. The preparation processes went according to plan. Having his human form helped a lot, and the union of the goblins helped a lot, and so he explained what the plan would be to confront his enemy. He showed them how to take advantage of the wall, since it was necessary that there was an open part so that the arrows could be shot outwards. End of memory. That's exactly what worked. Everyone fired, each sharing a slight increase in power, causing more than a few wolves to give their last howls. Some of the enemy forces tried to make an opening in those holes, but the goblins with axes prevented those attacks. Rimuru had made them practice for 2 hours to get everything right. The wolves were strong. Yes, capable of taking on a pack of goblins at once. Maybe they were even stronger as a pack, but if they were powerful alone, they could attack them all together. If they were powerful as a team, they would have to make sure they couldn't team up. Use your head, and it would work. Rimuru. Mind, your luck has run out, wolf. That was what he thought as he looked into the red eyes of the alpha wolf. Alpha wolf. How can you keep bragging? The confused man was surprised at how badly his plans had gone. The pack was beginning to fall into disarray. The alpha wolf could not afford it. The dire wolf tribe shone brighter only when they banded together. Distrusted the alpha would lead to fatal results. He understood this too, and that was why he made the biggest mistake of all. He was furious at his pack's weakness, unable to overcome a simple wall. But he was more afraid that his team's frustration would soon be directed at him. Alpha wolf. I need to show them my strength. I am the strongest in my pack. I am more than enough even alone. He motivated himself, letting himself be carried away by the fury he felt. That was the moment that ended the battle. Rimuru never took his eyes off the alpha. To the goblins he had disappeared, but to the slime he knew he was wandering at a pace worthy of a yawn. Everything was going according to plan, and now his plan had paid off because in front of him a trap of sticky threads had the alpha trapped. Of course, being a small trap, it wouldn't stop him forever. So with one movement, Water Sorority had already decapitated his head. His head jumped up and then gravity took it. The wolf leader had died at the hands of Rimuru, but it was more than that. He made it look like he hadn't even tried. Rimuru. Listen, wolves. Your leader is dead. I will give you one last chance. Submit to me or die. He took his human form and spread his dragon wings, waiting to see what the outcome would be. He looked at the wolves. The remaining wolves showed no signs of moving. He analyzed their gaze and understood that they were thinking what they should do. He hoped they didn't say something like, "We will die before submitting to you," or something like that. He preferred to avoid conflict, but if there was no other way, he would kill them all in order to protect his new friends. Rimuru felt the gaze of the wolves on him. His gaze lowered for a moment, and there was the body of the former leader. An idea crossed his mind. His wings disappeared and he landed in front of the corpse. In an instant he turned into a slime again and swallowed the corpse. It was his victory prize, and the voice of the great sage gave a warning. Great sage, mind. Analysis complete. Imitate dire wolf skill obtained. Dire wolf's natural skill: sharp smell, thought communication and intimidation, successfully acquired. Rimuru, mind. Well, I hope this works, great sage. He took the form of a wolf and looked at them. Despite having consumed their leader, They all remained still, trying to put pressure on. He activated the intimidation ability and howled loudly. Rimuru. Listen to me, wolves. If you refuse to obey me, I will be merciful and let you go when you do. I promise not to chase you. Despite his belief in thinking that they could leave and leave them alone, all the wolves prostrated themselves before him and gave a cry in unison. Dire wolves. We swear our loyalty to you. They were all bowed, although it seemed more like they were lying down for a nap. But despite everything they had chosen to submit, perhaps they had been talking among themselves with their thought communication ability. Rimuru. Mind. Well, that saves me a lot of trouble. Greg. Mind. Now you have dogs. This is exciting. What will happen next? Rimuru. Mind. For now, let's just focus on ending this battle and also think about what we should do with the wolves now that we have more mouths to feed. Greg. Mind. But you can't deny that this is interesting now you have more subordinates. With a tired sigh, Rimuru returned to his human form and looked at everyone. Rimuru. Okay, guys. For now, all the goblins can go rest. I'll put something up so the wolves can sleep. Since he didn't need to sleep, he preferred to spend his time doing useful things, so after sending the goblins to their homes, he put a blanket down so the wolves could rest. The next morning, Rimuru had spent the previous night thinking. His only conclusion was that the goblins would be in charge of taking care of the wolves, and they would be a team from now on since he did not have enough food for everyone in the place. It was assumed that what he kept in the boosted gear was emergency supplies. There were a total of 72 goblins fit for combat. There were no casualties yesterday. Meanwhile, the remaining wolves were 81. Some were injured but were treated by Rimuru. It was not necessary to use potions, so he gave them a boost to increase their regeneration. The morning began with the alignment of the goblins that had awakened. The children and the elders watched from one side. Next to Rimuru was the elderly leader of the village. He wanted to help in some way. Unfortunately, there was not much he could do. Rimuru looked at everyone with his human form. They were very short in comparison. He cried lightly because in the stories after saving a village, he had to find a princess who would fall in love with him. But that was not the case right now. He had more subordinates than a sweet princess who would pamper him. Putting aside his sadness, he summoned the wolves in front of the line of goblins who obeyed without question. Rimuru. Well, from now on I'll have you all form couples and live together, okay? He didn't receive an answer. He noticed in their glances that they were waiting for him to continue. Do you understand what I mean? I want you to form groups of 2, okay? Do it. The moment he gave the instruction, the goblins and wolves began to exchange glances with whoever was in front of them. Slowly and docilely, they followed the order. Yesterday's enemy is today's friend. They had to learn it the hard way, but at least they agreed. Rimuru nodded as he watched them all join a wolf, but suddenly something crossed his mind. Wait a minute, now that I think about it, I don't know any of their names. Rimuru. Hey Aji-san. He looked at the old goblin who raised his face to look at Rimuru. It's inconvenient for me to refer to you and your people. I'd like to give you all a name. Would that be okay? Everyone had heard it. Just as the word names was said, everyone turned to see Rimuru. Even the goblins who weren't fighting were clearly shocked by that turn of events. Old goblin? Are you sure? The trembling old man asked timidly. Rimuru. Of course, I don't see what the problem could be. I'd like to give you some names. When he said this, everyone suddenly exploded. All the goblins in the place cheered enthusiastically. Mind, what's wrong with you? It's like it's the best day of your life. Greg. Mind. Maybe he feels happy to be different through a name. I'm not sure, partner. Rimuru. Mind. But if they wanted a name so much, they should have made it themselves. Ignoring the subject, he began with the old goblin, asking him what his son's name was. He had been the only goblin with a name in the village. Now sadly he had passed away. The old man had told him his name was Rigor. As a tribute he decided to keep that name, only adding AD at the end. Now the old man was called Rigor. He thought it sounded right, and he was not wrong. Rimuru. Now you will always be close to your son in some way. Everyone cried at his words. They seemed moved for some strange reason. Rigord? I can't express my gratitude enough. He spoke between his sobs. Rimuru, now you will be Rigor, you will inherit your older brother's name, make him proud. The little boy knelt down while crying and nodding, it seemed like his words had reached his heart. Rigor? Understood. Rimuru, you will be. Gobta. Gobta? Yes, sir. Rimuru, well, your Gabuchi, your Gabutsu, Gobyud, Gabuto. And your Gabusu. He continued like this throughout the line of goblins, then continued with the spectators while he was at it. He made the names seem similar to each other because thinking of a different name for them would be very complicated, so he solved it with a gob, along with the number, Rimuru. Mind. Now that I think about it, these names could be used for their future generations. If Rigard has a grandson, maybe he could start calling himself Rigard, or a great-grandson could be Rigard, and then Rigard would be passed on to the younger generation. It could be a family tradition. Greg. Mind. It's a strange way to name them, partner, but I couldn't give you names over 20. While they were talking, thinking of some names, the newly named Rigord approached him. Rigord, Rimuru-sama. We are very, very grateful for this, but well? Are you sure? Rimuru. About what? He tilted his head in confusion because he didn't understand what she was talking about. Rigord? I mean, I'm fully aware of the extent of your magical powers, Rimuru-sama, but providing all Rimuru mind. But I'm just giving names that shouldn't be wrong. Out of mind. No, there's no problem, I don't think so. He turned his gaze, not seeing how Rigard raised his eyebrows, and he prepared to name the last goblin. You will be Haruna. With a gentle smile, the little girl smiled happily at her name. When all the goblins had been named, it was time to move on to the wolves. Their new leader was the son of the Alpha. He was strong like his father, and his appearance was majestic. She looked into his golden eyes, and immediately his name was clear. Ranga, combining the kanji for storm and fang into a small word full of life, was perfect, simple, but it was good. Rimuru? You are the son of the chief of the wolves. I already know your name, from now on will be Ranga. The moment he named him, he began to feel like practically all the magiculas that flowed through his body were being drained. Unable to stand, he turned into a slime and fell to the floor. Mind. What? What's happening? I feel like I'm tired, great sage. Report. The remaining magic reserve in your body has gone below its acceptable threshold. Entering sleep mode, you are expected to fully recover in 3 days. Rimuru was still conscious because he did not need to sleep. He could hear the voice of the great sage and converse with Drake. In a short time, he understood that he had used all his magic, but he could not understand what he had used it on. He did not have the slightest idea of where his magic had flown. He tried to move, but there was no response. He had possibly entered a recovery sleep, although he was not asleep, but he could not move at all. All he would have to do was wait, because the goblins had made a place in his honor next to the fire, so at least he could enjoy it, nothing more than that. During the time he was offline, Rimuru took the opportunity to speculate with Drake about the reason why he had run out of magic after naming some of them. Did naming consume magic in some way? At that moment, he remembered how the old goblin Rigor had asked him if it was okay to name them all. Rimuru. Mind. Don't tell me this is common knowledge among monsters. Greg. Mind. That's probably how it is, partner. I honestly didn't notice the change until you finished naming the leader of the wolves. Rimuru. Mind. Damn it, guys, you should have warned me before. I really didn't blame them. He hadn't asked anything about it, so it's not like he really blamed them for anything. On the outside, the goblins had been worried when Rimuru had become a slime and hadn't said anything, but at some point, the question of who had the right to clean his body and take care of him almost erupted into an armed conflict between them. Rimuru, who couldn't do anything, looked on horrified. He didn't want that kind of harem. He preferred a voluptuous girl who would fight for him, and not little goblins. Finally, the 3 days had passed, and he had fully recovered and returned to his human form. Rimuru. I'm finally back. Despite having exhausted his magic, he felt even stronger and richer in magic than before that accident. Magic was supposed to be the force he exerted on the world, and the particles around him were the energy that drove him. Rimuru. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. was the only thing he could think of, and Drake nodded in agreement. For a moment they thought about experimenting on that, but it would be best if they didn't. Just then all the working goblins, noticing that he was awake, began to gather around him. They were joined by the dire wolves who were arriving from their outer base. Of course there was something strange about them. Rimuru. Guys? What happened to you? How did you grow up? Now the goblins were just under 1.5 meters tall, only being a little shorter than the one who was 1.70 meters tall, although there were some who reached their height or others who reached 2 meters. Mind? Drake, this is a bit strange. Before they were little ones, and now they have completely changed. What exactly happened? They both looked at the group, the wolves that were once a little browner, but now their fur was black with an incredible shine. They had also grown, with the largest ones measuring almost 3 meters long. He remembered that some measured 1.90 meters maximum, but now it was something surprising. The one who had caught his attention was the wolf in front of him. As it silently walked forward, Rimuru swore that it was 5 meters tall. He could feel a mystical force coming out of each of its pores. It looked a lot like that wolf boss he had defeated, but this one had to be a higher level monster. Rimuru. Mind. Dang bro. It's a huge wolf. He seemed more excited than scared because it reminded him of Fenrir. Master? The wolf suddenly shouted while sticking out his tongue like a dog trying to cool off. I'm glad to see you're recovering. Rimuru? Mind. Wait a minute, is that Ranga? He looked at the wolf in surprise and wondered what exactly had happened in the 3 days. On the other hand, the goblins cheered and the wolves howled. It seemed that in just 3 days where Rimuru was asleep all the monsters had grown in some way. But it was not something so bad. He suddenly remembered that monsters evolved, so he came to the conclusion that by naming them they had evolved. Rimuru. Mind. If I remember correctly, Veldora told me about this, the difference between a monster with a name and those without names. Greg. Mind. Correct. Something about gaining a name provides a sort of divine blessing with which they can increase a monster's ability, hence evolution. Rimuru. Mind. No wonder you were so happy and no wonder my magic ran out. But I can no longer say that they are goblins. They are completely different creatures. It seems that they are more intelligent, and the females wow. They really look like women now. He couldn't help but make a perverted face because the female goblins look like women with good attributes. Fortunately for him, not a single drop of blood came out of his nose. He was so focused on the goblin girls that he looked like a fool who didn't say anything, although he was still partly surprised because in some small way they became human. Great Sage. Mind. Report that male goblins have evolved into hobgoblins and females into goblinas. Rimuru. Mind. That's amazing, especially the girls. Suddenly he put on a full face again but was taken out of his reverie by Rigard. Rigard had told him that they had heard the voice of the world, language of the world, and his emotion overflowed when he saw his lord recovered and admiring his new form. Rimuru's dismay, the goblin women who were previously covered from head to toe, now due to evolution some parts of their bodies were visible. He couldn't help but gulp, trying to look away uselessly from those eggs that showed their new forms. But when he looked at the boys, that emotion went away because they weren't wearing much either. Rimuru. Mind. Humph, we'll have to get clothes urgently. He thought that would be his best option. Then the other problem was Ranga. He had been very happy about his recovery and hadn't left him for a moment, although it didn't bother him because it was like having a cute little dog that he always wanted since he was little. He felt a little overwhelmed. Although that disappeared when he caressed his soft fur. Out of mind. By the way, Ranga, I'm sure I only gave you a name, so why did the rest of the wolves evolve? Ranga. My dear master. We dire wolves are one. The name I gave myself became the name of our species. Rimuru? Oh, I see. He shook his head, pleased by the answer. Of course, the previous leader was not in favor of something like that. But it was good that they had all been able to evolve because now they had stopped being terrible wolves to become storm wolves. The boy watched as the wolf wagged his tail. Possibly he wanted to be praised, and he would not deny it. I see, well done. Suddenly his tail swayed extremely happily. As expected, a huge wolf several meters tall caused a large gust of wind that lasted for a while until he asked him to stop. Rimuru. Mind. This is very complicated now. There is also food for the wolves. No. It is not just that we need houses for everyone, and clothes are also necessary. What should I do? Greg. Mind. Search for a solution, partner. We can't let your subordinates go cold, hungry, or have nowhere to live. Rimuru. I understand, there won't be any food for now. He looked at the mountain of food, so food wasn't a problem. It seemed that at the same time that Rimuru slept, everyone had begun to evolve, and after having finished one more day they decided to celebrate together, although since he was still recovering, everyone decided to collect food. Rimuru, still recovering, remembered feeling like they were caressing him. He could only wish that it had been the girls and not the boys who touched him. It seemed that being in low activity made him very defenseless, so they had to be very careful. However, they decided to wait for him to make a decision. It seemed that evolution had made them smarter. Perhaps it was because their spirit had increased during the process. Originally, the goblins hunted and gathered food in order to survive. Now, with the help of the wolves, their habitat had increased greatly. What was more surprising was that the pair of goblin and wolf could use thought communication. The goblins had become wolf riders. Therefore, the wolves were no longer just an addition to the fighting force. The goblins were monsters that had never won until now, but they had become experts in hunting, and the amount of food they got during these days was the proof. However, there was a problem. Rimuru. Mind. Living based on what the forest can produce is not very safe. I'm going to have to teach them how to farm. I'm glad that Oka-san taught me agriculture, even because of the size we could grow rice. But for now, how about we walk around a bit? Greg. Mind. I'm fine, partner. I slept for too long, so I think I want to enjoy the world a little. And so, on that day, in celebration of everyone's evolution, the end of the battle, and Rimuru's recovery, a banquet was held until much of the night. Next morning, everyone had gathered around Rimuru, who took his human form with the intention of speaking with everyone to agree on a matter of utmost importance, and that was to dictate the rules of the village. It was essential because in a community they were necessary for coexistence. Rimuru, well, since everyone is gathered, I will tell you the rules that you have to obey from now on. I hope you understand and swear not to break them. Listen well. 1. Do not attack humans. 2. Not to fight among ourselves. 3. Don't underestimate other races. Rimuru, those are the 3 rules. I think that's the most important thing. He looked at everyone waiting to know what their reaction would be, and Rigor raised his hand. Rigor? Excuse me, Rimuru-sama, why should we avoid fighting with humans? Almost in response, Rigor looked angrily at his son, but Rimuru stopped him because it was a valid question. Rimuru. It's simple, humans are dangerous. Briga. I understand. Rimuru looked at him questioningly, not sure if he really understood. Rimuru. Cough, cough. What I mean is that humans live in groups. If we attack them, they could respond with force. It would be difficult to survive if they come against us in large numbers and more armed. That's why I don't want them to be provoked or fought against. I think the best thing would be for us to get along. While explaining a little more detail about that, I look at each and every one of them who nodded in agreement. On one hand, Ranga sought a caress from Rimuru. It seemed that he wanted to be pampered. Rimuru considered that he understood the reason he had just given and supported him completely. Rimuru. Well, does anyone have one more question? Suddenly one of the goblins that hadn't changed raised his hand, drawing attention. Gobda, tell me. Gobda, what does it mean to not underestimate other races? Rimuru. Well, you have evolved and have become strong. You must not become arrogant and act all high and mighty in front of races weaker than you. Even though you have gained strength, do not confuse it with absolute power. Wouldn't it be foolish if you look down on someone and then he becomes stronger and seeks revenge against you? Everyone listened with enthusiasm. It seemed that everything was going to be fine from now on, or at least it could avoid problems later on. At least Rimuru hoped so. Rimuru. Well, if you understand, I trust you'll do your best to follow these rules. And so he had created the rules of the village. However, later a tragedy would be born from one of those rules. Of course, he had no way of knowing it at the time. He was not omniscient, nor did he possess precognition abilities. On the other hand, the goblins nodded in understanding with that a new chapter began for their community. Once they had finished establishing the rules, they began to divide up the jobs. Those who had to keep watch, those who had to look for food, a team to collect raw materials, and a group to maintain the structures and equipment. For the first one, Rimuru placed the storm wolves because thanks to having the thought communication ability, they could meet and warn about anything suspicious. Since there were more goblins, there were 7 wolves left without a companion, although if you took into account that Ranga did not separate from Rimuru, there were 6 of them who had been left in charge of guarding the village. Rimuru. Well, now there's only one thing left, Rigard. From today I name you the Goblin Chief. Rule the village with pride. Rimuru. Mind, the truth is I'm giving him most of the responsibility. But I'm not sure if I'll stay with them for long, and it's necessary that there be someone who guides them on the right path. Greg. Mind. It's understandable. There's a lot to do in this new life, partner, and you were never the leader of a group like now to lead a goblin village. You were just a student and the one who kept the entire alliance of factions together. You're good at that, but I never imagined you as a leader. Rimuru. Mind. I can't imagine it either. That's why now I want Rigard to take care of this. Rigard? Why yes, Rimuru-sama. I promise you that I, Rigard, will dedicate myself body and soul to this position. He was crying, obviously tears of joy. Rimuru? Mind. Well, it's better if I'm just the leader in name. I learned it in our world, the sovereign reigns but does not rule. Greg. Mind. That's a good line. Plus that little old goblin turned into a robust and muscular hobgoblin. Rimuru. Well, then I'll leave it to you, Rigard. By the way, seeing their construction methods, well, they are terrible. Frankly, neither he nor his dragon companion could call that a house. Honestly, they both thought that perhaps they were asking too much of them. Brigard. It pains me to admit it, Rimuru-sama, but we never had the need for larger buildings in the past. Rimuru. Of course I understand, you're all a lot bigger now, in terms of clothes. You're all exposing too much skin. Could you do something about it? Rigard. Yes, there are some people we have dealt with several times. Perhaps they could supply clothing that could meet our needs, and they are also very skilled. Surely they know how to build houses. Rimuru. Mind, since I was taught to run the Gremory Company, I'm really interested in decent build quality. However, something I could build with magic might not be very useful in this world. Greg. Mind. In this world there may not even be electricity, so even if you created one, it would be useless in many aspects. Rimuru nodded at what was said. It was preferable to have someone expert from this world, but there was a problem. Rimuru. I see. It wouldn't be bad to talk to them. However, how did they pay you? With money. Gold. Rigard. No, Rimuru-sama. We did it by trading some items and objects we got from adventurers, but that stays in storage. Instead, we barter, do odd jobs, and so little by little we gather enough money for trade. All the equipment we own we receive from them. Rimuru. I understand. I also have some gold saved up, and well, who are those guys? Brigard. They are the dwarves. Rimuru. Oh, so dwarves, Rimuru. Mind. This sounds interesting. The Nordic dwarves were the best blacksmiths. They even forged Mjolnir. I'm sure the dwarves of this world could be just as skilled. We should go meet them, although the main thing is to get clothes and housing for everyone. Greg. Mind. The good thing is that you have the gold from my treasury, so money shouldn't be a problem. Rimuru. Well, it's decided, I'll go visit them. Rigard, can you make the preparations? Rigard. Please leave it to me, I'll have everything ready by noon. He rose with great enthusiasm. Rimuru decided to leave everything to him while checking the enormous treasure he had. Rimuru. Mind. Now that I think about it, I don't have the slightest idea what trade is like in this world. This could get complicated. I suppose that dwarves can explain money to me. Greg. Mind. That is essential, especially if we want to visit a human village. Now that you have a replica of your body, you could go unnoticed. While those two were talking in their mental space, the goblins were busy with the construction. Rimuru, among some conversations with other goblins, found out that the dwarves lived in a nice big city for demi-humans. They even seemed to have crowned a king, although the goblins couldn't tell him much about it. It was normal since before they were simple goblins. Even Rimuru looked worried because it would be normal if there was some kind of discrimination against monsters like goblins or self as a slime. Well, it wasn't something he should think about too much because he was very excited to have the opportunity to travel to a city. State. Former name: Hyoudou Issei. New current name: Rimuru Tempest. Species: Slime Dragon. Divine Protection. Storm Crest. Idol. Securiute. Magic: None. Skills: Unique Skill Great Sage. Unique Skill Predator. Unique Skill Power of Infinity. Unique Skill Dream Power. Slime Ability: Dissolve, Absorb, Assimilate, Regenerate. Extra Skill: Water Manipulation, Magic Perception, Union of Paths, Union of Souls. Acquired Skills: Black Snake Heat Detection, Poison Breath, Centipede Paralyzing Breath, Spider Sticky Thread, Steel Thread, Bat Drain, Ultrasonic Wave, Armosaurus Body Armor, Dire Wolf Great Sense of Smell, Thought Communication, Coercion, Intimidation. Resistances: Thermal Fluctuation Resistance X, Physical Attack Resistance, Pain Resistance, Electrical Resistance, Paralysis Resistance. As Rigurd had declared, the preparations were complete by noon. The selection for the expedition group that would accompany Rimuru to the Dwarf Kingdom, Rigurd's son, was among the top 5 candidates. Of course, Ranga planned to accompany Rimuru. Rimuru took advantage of the opportunity to return to Rigurd, the leader of the expedition, and he accepted as he seemed to be happy with his role. In fact, Rimuru noticed how even Rigurd had regained a rather youthful spirit, and thanks to that, the slime himself felt relieved for the others as they would surely be in good hands. Once Rimuru checked that he had everything ready, he climbed on Durango, who seemed very happy as he felt Rimuru's hands caressing his fur. He could have simply stayed as a slime and tied himself to Ranga's body with a sticky thread, but he wanted to see everything in his human form. The luggage that the goblins had was the money they had been collecting and provisions, enough food for 3 days. If the trip was longer than that, they would be forced to hunt along the way. Of course, that did not represent a problem since Rimuru himself had his own provisions and would not mind sharing with his companions since he no longer needed food. For the road, the goblins had brought 7 silver coins and 24 bronze coins. Obviously, it was a miserable amount, but Rimuru did not expect too much either and would offer his gold to help the village. The normal pace of a goblin, the journey to the Dwarf Kingdom takes about 2 months. Through the forest runs the great river Imeld. Beyond a mountain range could be seen, and it is in those mountains where the Dwarf Kingdom lies. That was what he was told. Apart from that, the empire is to the east. The Jura forest is surrounded by many countries, and without bordering any state, there is the Kanat mountain range. For this reason, there were only 3 trade routes leading to them. One headed right through the Jura forest, another even more difficult one crossed the mountains, and the last was a sea route. At present, the Jura forest route was undoubtedly the shortest and safest. However, for some reason it was avoided. Rimuru could not understand the reason but did not bother much to find an answer. Otherwise, the normal thing was to go through the mountains, even though it was more difficult. As for the sea route, it had a cost as well as a great risk due to the sea monsters that frightened the sailors, so it was the least used route. And there were no friendly relations with the Empire, so instead of going east, the group headed north of the mountains. Although it was not necessary for them to climb to the top of the mountains, the Dwarf Kingdom extended all the way to the Imeld River. Its capital is a beautiful city carved inside a giant natural cave. As planned, they continued north along the Imeld River because surely if they didn't follow it, they could get lost. And just to be sure, Rimuru opened his mental map. As for the guide, Datta, a small goblin, had been chosen since he had been sent as a messenger to the Dwarf Kingdom previously. Rimuru: mind. Really, the storm wolves are very fast, and they haven't shown a single sign of fatigue, even though we started the journey in 3 hours, but they should rest a bit. If we continue at this pace, it won't take even a week. Greg: mind, you should talk to them to slow down, we're in no hurry after all. Rimuru: hey guys, you don't need to push yourselves so much. He spoke to the wolves at his partner's words, but for some strange reason his speed increased. At first he enjoyed the breeze generated by the wolves faster than a motorcycle, but he soon got bored. Considering that they couldn't hear him well due to the speed, he decided to talk to everyone, although first using thought communication with Rigor. Rimuru. Link. Hey Rigor. I've been wondering who was the one who named your brother. Rigor. Link. Ah, thank you for remembering my name, Rimuru-sama. Vera, my brother was named by a traveler of the demon race. Rimuru. Link. Oh, a demon named your brother out of many? Brigar? Link. Yes, although this happened more than a decade ago, I was still a child. He spent several days in the village and said, "You are promising to my brother," or those were his words. Rimuru. Link. I see, your brother must have been really promising. Trigger. Link. Yes. I'm still proud of him. Gelmud-sama was the one who gave him the name. He told him, "I would love to have you among my men." Rimuru. Link. Whom you say that, but he left your brother in the village? Why didn't he take him on his trip? Trigger. Link. No, Rimuru-sama, my brother was still young, but he left with a promise to return when he became strong, and then he left. Rimuru. Link. I see, I guess he would be surprised if he saw the village now. Rigor. Link. I imagine that if, however, now we serve you, Rimuru-sama, no matter how glorious the Demon King's army is, we can no longer unite with Gelmud-sama. Rimuru. Link. Mayu. So there are Mayu in this place too. Well, that doesn't matter. Do you think he would have named them all if he could? Briga. Link. I'm quite positive. The truth is, I'm not sure if it's an act of faith or conviction. I don't know. Although my brother received a name, he did not evolve to this extent. His changes were nothing compared to what Rimuru-sama provided us. Clearly our evolution had a different caliber. Heavens, I never believed that I could hear the voice of the world. The other hobgoblins who were listening nodded in complete agreement. Rimuru. Mind, is that so? Naming someone causes evolution, but does the result depend on the name? Greg. Mind. I don't think that's the case. It's possible that it's because of the power of the individual. You still retain a lot of your power from the other world. Plus the one you gained in this one, your very strong partner. Bernuru. Mind, yes, I suppose you're right. I'd like to have some way to check it. Maybe I could find someone who can help me check it. Besides, we now know that there are masks in this world. I don't want him to try to recruit me. I don't want to be tied to anyone who could betray me like before. Greg. Mind. I agree. It would be best if we just lived our new life without being tied to anyone, although I'm worried about that hero that Veldora mentioned. Rimuru. Mind. If you're right, someone who could defeat Veldora is dangerous, but I wonder if she's still alive after 300 years. Maybe she reincarnated several times and now trains in peace. Well, now there's no need for us to worry about that. I must talk to someone else. Rimuru. Link. Ranga. You know I'm the guy who killed your father. Don't you feel any resentment? Do you really feel okay with staying by my side? Ranga. Link. To be honest, that thought never crossed my mind. The fate of monsters naturally lies in the outcome of battle, regardless of war. The winner proclaims justice, the loser loses everything. So I, who was forgiven by you, my lord, and even granted a name, I feel enormous gratitude towards you. I could never hate you. Ryuru. Link. Well, if you ever want a rematch, I'll be open to fighting whenever you want. Ranga. Link. Thufufu. Since evolution, I can think more clearly. If you had unleashed your full strength in our previous battle, the entire pack would have been wiped out, and our greatest wish to evolve would have collapsed like a house of sand. Our eternal loyalty belongs to none other than you, Master. Rimuru. Mind, I guess seeing my dragon wings gave him a hint of my nature. If he had used Balance Breaker, he certainly could have killed them all at once. It seems he knew how to understand their instincts in the face of danger. Link. I guess you understood my nature. It's good that you understood it. Well done. Ranga? Link. I'm glad to hear those words. Rimuru caressed his side and ended the conversation. He felt a little guilty for having killed his father, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't disappointed to know that the wolf didn't hate him or blame him for that. If Ranga ever wanted revenge, he would wait for him face to face with everything he had to show him who he was up against and motivate him to become stronger. And so the journey continued. If attacked by monsters or other incidents, they comfortably continued on their way. Every 3 hours, they took a 30-minute break. After 14 hours, they took a 7-hour nap. Hours ago, Rimuru had asked them, "Hey, aren't we going too fast?" But out of his thoughts, Rigor answered, "We're fine. Because of evolution, this barely tires us out." But the other Ranga gave him an even more surprising answer. "Please don't worry about us. Unlike you, our master, we require sleep but not for many hours. We also don't need frequent meals and we won't weaken from lacking it." Rimuru looked incredulous, but when he saw the other's reaction, it seemed like it was true. Everyone was doing it except him. When they discovered that and everyone agreed, they continued at that pace. They ran 12 hours a day, and in the afternoon of the second day, he decided to talk to the guide. "Rimuru? By the way, Datta, when is he missing?" "Datta? Why, yes, sir. If I had to guess, we'll arrive tomorrow, sir. The mountains are starting to loom." He seemed somewhere between happy and nervous at Rimuru's questions, but just let it pass. While he was telling the truth, most of the mountain was now visible. Compared to yesterday, they couldn't see anything. It demonstrated the great speed at which the storm wolves ran. "Rimuru, by the way, I know this is a sudden question, but why did you travel to the Dwarf Kingdom, Datta? Shouldn't merchants stop by from time to time?" He had asked that question because he had asked Rigard about it, and he had told him about kobold merchants, so he did not know what had prompted him to make such a 2-month trip. "Datta? Why, yes. They were magic weapons and armor. Dwarves tend to buy them at a very high price. We paid with that equipment. So we helped the merchants in their return. Besides, none of us can use that equipment." "Rimuru. Mine. I see. So they sold the things they found from the adventurers who passed by. Now I understand why there is nothing in the village. They must have taken everything to the Dwarf Kingdom because the kobolds couldn't estimate a price. Although if the adventurers lost to a group of goblins, they must have been rookies, so I doubt their equipment was worth much." Rigor. "In addition, all the goods that the dwarves manufacture, mainly weapons, are top-notch. Even humans recognize them as the best brand and gather in the kingdom to search for the latest works, along with the sub-races and intelligent monsters. It has been a tradition for years, and all conflict is prohibited there in the name of the king." Rimuru. Mind. So they travel to sell junk and buy the tools they need. Greg. Mind. The good thing is that it seems to be a neutral place, and there won't be any problems even if you enter your slime form. Rigor. Such an arrangement is made possible by the awesome military might of the armed nation. From what I've heard from the kobold merchants, the dwarven armies have not been defeated in a full millennium. The Dwarf Kingdom enjoyed the defenses of a massive, powerful, magic-powered army corps and a wall of heavily armed infantry. Any would-be attacker would first be blocked by the infantry, and then turned to dust by a shower of offensive magic. The team that supported such an offensive power had to have high technology for this world. As Rigor had said, it was overwhelmingly superior to any weapon or armor made by humans. He doubted anyone would have the guts to mess with them at this time. It would be smart for a nearby nation to try to stay on the friendly side. It was no wonder none of their visitors were stupid enough to fight other monsters within their territory. That was the kingdom where people mingled freely with monsters, a land that began with a surface city and spread downwards, a kingdom armed to the teeth, but walking the path of peace. No place in the world boasted so many blacksmiths and merchants, and yet it sounded like the furthest point in the universe from any conflict, a little ironic perhaps. Exactly 3 days after starting that journey, they arrived at the grasslands at the foot of the Cannet Mountains. The city was truly beautiful, carved into the great mountain cavern, a natural fortress created by nature. It was the Dwarven armed nation, and obviously there was a huge queue to get in. The main door was huge, built to block free entry to the large opening of the cave. Such a huge door only opened when the army entered or left, or at least that was what Rimuru had heard. It happened only once a month, Today it was firmly closed, but at the bottom of the great doors, there were two small entrances intended for regular traffic. The one on the right had no one in front of it, possibly intended for nobility, or any other noble figure that appeared. The gate where Rimuru was waiting was on the left, and while some people had passes that allowed them to enter for free, others had to undergo baggage checks in a separate chamber, all of which was of course done by a security detail whose equipment certainly reminded you that this was the armed nation. Once you made it through security, you were pretty much free to do whatever you wanted inside, but boy was the line huge. They were probably standing there waiting longer than their trip took. "Man, I guess we really are here," a nearby traveler muttered as he scanned the line of people. "Man, too. That's a fancy door. Man, look at that soldier's armor." He looked impressed at the armor worn by one of the entrance guards, and his companion agreed. "Man, too. We probably couldn't afford such equipment after 10 years on my salary." "Man, of course, even the Eastern Empire tries to keep things peaceful with these guys, at least in public, with that kind of team." "I see why." "Man, too. You said it, they sure as hell won't give you a second chance if you try something. The setback would be a huge headache for any nation that tried it." It seemed that the dwarves of this world were not as kind as those of Asgard, who were quite trusting of others whenever you invited them a drink. It seemed that those of this world were more violent than he expected. Even as a free city and center of trade between races and species, it maintained a public face of neutrality. The fact that the heroic king never allowed combat within the city was common knowledge among the adventurers. It seemed that if you had the necessary power, you could be neutral. While Rimuru was analyzing all of that, sinister voices could be heard behind him. Boy. There's a monster and a child in a place like this. We can kill them after all, we're not even inside yet, right? Hey, you're really shameless to team up with a monster, kid. If you don't want to die, give me that place. Also, leave everything you have behind and then I'll let you live this time." Rimuru, mind. Yeah, this is so cliché that I'm getting bored. He knew perfectly well that they were talking about him and Gobta, who had accompanied him. Obviously the hobgoblin was only wearing a loincloth, so it was normal to think that he was someone weak, and he looked like an ordinary boy with somewhat strange clothes. Brigard had also asked to go with them, but Rimuru thought it wouldn't be necessary. He and the rest of the group were camping at the entrance of the forest, and that was why only those two were there. He couldn't help but wonder why they seemed like an easy target. "Rimuru? Hey, did you hear something, Gobta?" "Gobta? Yes, I did." "Rimuru? Did you have any trouble the last time you were here?" "Gobta? Of course I do, sir. I was savagely beaten then saved by a group of kobold merchants. If they hadn't helped me, I think I might have died back then." "Rimuru? So they did it, you couldn't do anything about it?" "Gobta, of course, it's not something like the fate of the weak." "Rimuru. I see." He turned around and looked at the two guys who were trying to intimidate them. Although his gaze was towards Gobta, who seemed ready to lower his head, he was stopped by the same boy. "Hey brat, who do you think you are to be ignoring us? It seems that this kid is acting brave, maybe a beating will make him see reason." Both men continued with their annoying conversation. Rimuru was starting to get tired, and although he was a good person, he couldn't stand idiots who took advantage of others. "Rimuru, Gobta, do you remember the rules I made before?" "Gobta? Why, yes. Absolutely." "Rimuru? Well, that's good. In that case, could you close your eyes and cover your ears? And it's not allowed to spy." "Gobta? I don't really understand, but I'll do that." "Rimuru? Mind, even though I was the one who made those rules, now I'm breaking them." What a leader. But well, since I made sure that Gobta didn't see, it's time for my big presentation. He checked his surroundings and cast a protective barrier over Gobta because he had noticed 3 other hostile presences. Obviously, they were friends of the 2 idiots. At that moment, the man to Rimuru's right changed his line of sight, and they got into formation. There was a swordsman in front of him, and another man a little lighter in equipment, but he had 2 short swords, possibly an assassin. In the other group there was a man dressed in a tunic, possibly a magician, and a priest, as well as having a great warrior at his side. "Rimuru. Mind. Let me guess, those 2 wanted to scare us based on their plan. If it didn't work and we tried to escape, those other 3 would stop us. Greg. Mind. I think you got it right, but they messed with the wrong person. Show them not to mess with the dragon, Rimuru. You know you should be patient and wait your turn. I'm usually a tolerant man, so you still have time to apologize. Hurry up and I promise to be merciful to all of you. He extended his left arm where the boosted gears suddenly appeared. He even offered to leave them alone. At that moment the 2 in front of him were bewildered and their faces quickly turned red, obviously filled with anger. Those guys really had a bad temper. What the hell are you talking about, you stupid brat? You want to start a fight with us? You're dead. I promised you that you would live if you left all your stuff there. But you know what? Now that you've pissed me off, that's out of the question. They were actually saying those kinds of dialogues that pathetic bandits say before they blow themselves up. Rimuru? Brat, you mean me? Of course I'm talking to you. You're the most annoying guy I've ever met in my life. Come here. If you think so much, we'll make you our slave, Rimuru. Mind. Slave. Are there slaves in this world? No, that's not important now. I can find out about that later. Besides, the merchants and adventurers have started to notice the screams. It's better that they keep their eyes on me. I don't know if in this world the term self-defense exists, but it doesn't hurt to have as many witnesses as possible. Although I'm surprised that no one wants to try to help me, I guess that being an adult boy, I give an image of being able to defend myself. Rimuru? You think you can call me a brat and get away with it, and you said you'd make me your slave. Let me tell you, you never could because I'm not a normal human. So what are you supposed to be? Stupid kid. Cut the crap. Do you think we're going to let you treat us like idiots? It's true you're dead, it's too late to beg for your life. Both men prepared their weapons and seemed ready to jump against him. He lamented that the first humans he had started a conversation with were idiots. On the other hand, the people nearby had begun to move away and watch from a distance. Perhaps the guards had also noticed the commotion that could be the reason why they were walking in a hurry. Rimuru. You know I hate idiots like you. I'm not a simple human, and I'm going to prove it to you. Greg. Boost, 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 boost. Suddenly another voice was audible and Rimuru's body was surrounded by a red aura that made the ground tremble slightly. What? Stop babbling nonsense. Why yes. If you're not a human, what else could you be? Show us what you really are. It'll be hard to make excuses once you're dead. They practically expected him to transform. He could finish them off in his human form, but it would be good to scare them with the energy of his armor, and even combining it with the intimidation ability would be a good option to not kill them by mistake. Rimuru, alright. Balance breaker. He shouted as he raised a boosted gear gauntlet. A huge pillar of fire surrounded him, surprising the group of bandits. Greg, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. After his voice could be heard, the red armor began to appear on his body, surprising everyone who was watching the fight. His aura grew greatly, giving an extremely terrifying image everyone could see in that armor that looked like that of a dragon. They could even see a huge red dragon at his side. However, even with that the idiots continued, Jeha. Even if you have armor, it doesn't change the fact that you're a little kid. When we defeat you, we'll keep that armor. Hey! Did you think we'd get scared and run away because of that? Rimuru. Mind. It seems like they don't understand anything. Greg. Mind. They are just stupid humans. It seems that self-preservation does not exist. Great Sage. Mind. Report imitation evolved by the release of power. Skill acquisition leftover movement black lightning, shadow movement. Is a skill that storm wolves use to join their partner's shadow and instantly appear when called. Black lightning. It's obvious, I don't need to say it. Oromaru. Mind. If I use that I would surely end up killing those guys. Well, that's enough. I would just have to use intimidation and hope that these idiots run for their lives. Greg. Mind. Hey partner. I think you should test how much damage those guys could cause. I don't think we'll have any more opportunities like this. To be honest, those guys seem like weaklings, Rimuru. So if you think you can do something, come. He meanwhile wondered what would happen if his body received damage continuously while imitating some form. His answer came from the great sage. It seemed that if his imitation body was continuously attacked and a certain amount of damage was accumulated, the mimicry would fade away. Afterwards, there would be no damage transferred to the slime's body. Most likely, the mimicry skill used magical energy to create a new body, and that was why the main body could not be damaged. There were two restrictions on the skill after imitating. One would be unable to transform for the next 3 minutes, and the other was that imitating a monster required a certain amount of magic power. The amount required was relatively insignificant, so it was not a problem, and there was no time limit to the duration of the skill. Of course, that would be if he were imitating something, since he was wrapped in his superior armor, and there shouldn't be any problem with receiving some attacks, and in case they could be strong, he would begin his counter-attack immediately and go on to imitate something. Die. Riot. Wind slash. The one who seemed to be the thief threw multiple daggers towards him, and the swordsman activated a skill to attack him. Even his stance emitted a green glow as he swung towards him. Plong. Snap. Growing 3 daggers was extremely little, as Rimuru had met subjects who threw an enormous amount, and 3 simple daggers would not penetrate their armor, while the swordsman, sadly, his precious sword had broken upon contact. Rimuru. Are they supposed to do something? Placing himself in a firm pose, almost like that of a villain when meeting the hero for the first time, as he was truly disappointed in his attackers. Thief? And no way. What kind of armor is that? Swordsman? Impossible. This can't be. It's impossible. My sword was made of silver. A simple armor wouldn't break it so easily. Rimuru? Mind. A simple silver sword would never scratch the armor. Now I feel bad for these idiots. Swordsman? Hey, guys, come give us a hand. It seemed that the man no longer cared about appearances, and called his companions as Rimuru expected those guys were his companions. Thief. It's over for you. Rimuru. I don't care, come as much as you want. Heavy warrior. That armor is really interesting. No doubt when I kill you I will keep it. Magician. It seems that he hasn't moved. Surely the child can't move because of the weight. Am I right? The subjects shattered as they joined their friends, making a total of 5 against 1. The swordsman summoned magical wind swords. His companion produced a short sword to strike him. The heavy warrior shouted, earth-shattering slash. As he raised a large axe and slammed it into the ground, the wizard threw some small fireballs at Rimuru, and his friend, a monk, built up a magical defense for himself, waiting for Rimuru to attack at some point. For a group of fools, they seemed to complement each other quite well. The only problem was that none of their attacks did any damage to Rimuru's armor. Rimuru turned his gaze towards them. Apparently they were too surprised to make a sound. Now intimidation would do an excellent job, disappearing the helmet of his armor. He gave them a terrifying look and roared. But that shuddering roar, he invoked his ability. But unfortunately he had ruined it. He hadn't planned that the audience would faint too, with a variety of substances gushing out of his pants. Mind. Shit, I screwed up big time. Now what? He seemed more interested in the collateral damage than in the victims who had received his intimidation head-on. The details of what happened to them are not very pleasant to talk about. Suddenly magical perception began to pick up on the dwarven security force running towards us. Rimuru. It's over. He disappeared his armor, and wondered how they would clean up the mess on both sides. Inner cell of the city. Rimuru. I offer my sincerest apologies. He was bound deeply with his head on the ground. He was truly sorry, as he was detained at the dwarves' guard post. After causing such a ruckus, it was obvious that he wouldn't be declared innocent and released instantly. The dwarf guards had run over and instantly surrounded everyone involved. Although the 5 idiots were perfectly knocked out, Rimuru felt that only he had been surrounded. For an instant he thought about turning into a slime and fleeing, and although he did, he couldn't escape. His body was abruptly caught, and then a feeling of being suspended took over him. He had been caught so easily. The soldier who caught him seemed to be smiling with a face that said, "Where do you think you're going?" But the bulging vein on his forehead was an obvious sign that he wasn't happy in the slightest. Rimuru. Wait. I haven't done anything wrong, you know. I was the main victim. He had tried to save himself as Gobta would do, however, the result was completely different from what he expected. Soldier? Okay. Anyway, I'm going to hear your side of the story. I can't just let you go after that, right? You better not try to run away. He still had that wonderful smile as he warned her. It might be best to just surrender, so she did. Suddenly, Rimuru wondered something. What is God to doing right now? When he turned his gaze looking for his partner, he didn't believe what he saw because he still had his eyes closed and his ears covered. Rimuru, mind. I'm really surprised. What was I thinking? No, wait. I doubt he's thinking about anything. He's a fool after all. Well, he was surprised. He called Gobta, and that's how they arrived at the guard post. Rimuru? So if it's like what happened, first I was forced to fight, second I took my true form and equipped myself with my armor, and third I cast intimidation to scare them into leaving me alone. What do you think? It's not my fault, right? He looked at the soldier while scratching his long thick beard, ignoring those veins on his forehead. Is something wrong, sir? War soldier, why you damn fool? What do you think you're saying? Our bosses yelled at us because we harassed you. Rimuru? Really? I'm really sorry. I caused you all a lot of trouble. Dwarf soldier. Well, it couldn't be helped in this situation, but make sure you're more careful next time, okay? Rimuru looked calmer. It seemed like his explanation had been convincing. Luckily, he had remembered Azazel's classes on how to lie and appear convincing, and that it really helped him in some way. And the well-summarized story had also been corroborated by several witnesses who had said the same thing. War soldier. So you are a slime? Or a human, Rimuru? Well, it's an interesting story. Would you like to hear it? Dwarf soldier? I'd like an explanation, also of that armor. Rimuru? Well, the truth is that I was cursed. The way you see me now is my original form, my fiancée. Because she was deceived by someone who framed me for a crime I didn't commit, cursed me and turned me into a slime. Dwarf soldier. Oh really? A curse, right? I see. And that armor? Rimuru? Yes. Even as a slime, I have a connection with my weapons from the past. I was a prince of a now extinct nation. I was a hero to everyone. And when my ex-fiancée cursed me, those who framed me destroyed the kingdom in an attempted rebellion. I managed to escape and somehow keep my sacred weapons. That armor was one of them. Soldier? I see. But why didn't he kill you? And he just cursed you. It would have been more effective to kill me, right? Rimuru? If they had killed me, my weapons would have disappeared with me, so they needed me to be alive to try to steal them from me. That exchange turned into a highly deranged story that lasted approximately 2 hours or so. The dwarves seemed fascinated by the story. It seemed more like a novel about a young and handsome ex-prince who had been transformed into a slime by his ex-fiancée. In the midst of their talk, the soldier's constant questions helped Rimuru weave a tale of heroic tragedy where he was a young prodigy who had saved many kingdoms, and among them his ex-fiancée from marrying a disgusting noble who only wanted his, but despite all the good he had done for everyone he was simply misjudged, and then cursed all by someone's ambition, and now, after the fall of his nation, he was looking for a quiet life since he had finally taken his true form again. In the end the soldier was captivated, while through tears he told Rimuru that he hoped he would find that peaceful life that he so deserved after so much suffering. Dwarf soldier. Sniff. I see you've suffered a lot, boy. Sniff. Everything's okay now. That's all for now. Thank you for your cooperation, but tell me, what were you doing? He couldn't finish because a knock in the place caught his attention. A soldier entered the room and was truly scared and nervous for some reason. Soldier. It's terrible. The mines have collapsed. And an Armosaurus has appeared. They say that several miners who were collecting minerals have been injured. Or soldier. What? So the Armosaurus has been suppressed. Soldier, we're managing. A suppression force is on the way, but some of the miners are in very bad condition. I don't know if it's preparations for war or something else, but all the medicines have been sold, and it seems they won't be bringing the emergency ones from the castle storage room. Wharf soldier, what about our healers? Soldier? That's the problem, sir. The wounded were deep inside mining for magic ore. At the moment, the capable healers are escorting the miners, and the only ones available right now are rookies. Wharf soldier? What did you say? It seemed like they had a serious situation and Rimuru's presence had been completely forgotten. Rimuru? Mind, if you're supposed to have medicine in the castle, take it out when it's needed. Although he had medicine, he wasn't sure what he should do. Sir? Sir? It didn't take long for him to make a decision, so he caught the dwarf soldier's attention. He had decided to give her some. The reason was quite simple. If he could help, he would do it, and since he had the medicine on hand, he thought it wouldn't hurt to give her some. Dwarf soldier? What's wrong? I'm busy right now. The investigation is over now, but I can't release you yet. You'll have to wait in this room until things calm down a bit. Rimuru. No, it's not that. You see, I have this. He took a recovery position on a sphere made of glucose. War soldier. What is this, Rimuru? It's a recovery potion. Drink it, rub it. It's high quality. War soldier. What's a kid like you doing with that? Rimuru. Mind. Hey, what's with my story? Why are you treating me like a strange boy now? Did you even notice that it was a lie? Out of mind. That doesn't matter right now, right? Go ahead and try it. How many do you need, dwarf soldier? We have 6 men injured. But are you sure? The soldier who had just burst into the room gave Rimuru a mocking look. He couldn't blame him for distrusting a stranger who could turn from a slime into a human. TCH, stay here, okay? Let's go. Soldier? But Captain, is that from someone strange? Can we trust, or soldier? Enough. Let's go. We have to hurry. The bushy bearded captain grabbed the 6 recovery potions that Rimuru provided him and ran off with the great tale that he had just told him. He assumed that he had gained a bit of his trust, however, he did not expect him to be a captain. Abta? Is it over? The little goblin looked at Rimuru, who could only nod. Rimuru? Something like that. Well, we'll stay here for a while and see what happens. Abta? Understood, sir. They both stared into space, the soldiers occasionally peeking out to look at them quite confused. But otherwise nothing much happened for an hour. Rimuru, taking advantage of it, practiced a bit with the sticky thread movements until he heard the captain's loud footsteps. The silk whip returned to Rimuru's hand as he waited for him to enter. Gobta was asleep, showing that perhaps he was smarter than Rimuru had believed. Wharf captain. Thank you very much, you saved them. Upon entering the room, he bowed to the brown-haired boy. Next to him there was a group of miners following him from behind. Wharf, are you the one who does potions? Thank you very much. Wharf too, to be honest, I was on the verge of losing an arm and not being able to work anymore. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. The last one didn't say anything even when they left the place. Rimuru in that silence could even feel that he was grateful. Rimuru. Mind. I'm glad the potions worked. As he watched them leave, he saw the moonlight out of the corner of his eye. It seemed like a long time had passed since the captain had left. The captain and Rimuru talked a little more, this time much more seriously. It turned out that the 5 people who had tried to attack him were members of the Free Guild of this nation. They were talented people, but they had a previous reputation as troublemakers. Captain, that should teach them a lesson. As he said this, he let out a loud laugh. He was completely sure that they were not guilty, but they were kept in custody out of respect for the victims of the incident. However, none of them had pressed charges. Rimuru supposed that asking for punishment for having made them soil his pants was not something that would help his record, so when that was settled, he told him his reason for entering. He was helping rebuild a goblin village. They needed weapons and clothing, as well as someone who could give them some guidance about construction. The captain listened attentively, and some of his men occasionally intervened, even asking Gobta some questions, despite his wide eyes and bewildered expression. The next morning, they still remained in the guard room. Gobta had borrowed another cell to sleep in, Or at least that was what Rimuru assumed. He, having nothing to do, chatted with Dreg as he watched the dwarf staff run through a morning training in the field behind the guardhouse, swinging heavy wooden swords to work on their speed, training a bit in mock combat, running a few laps, the usual for him. The brown-haired boy sat on the bench and began to make simulations of them fighting against the monsters they had faced and devoured. For him, it was like a simple hunting game, so he used Great Sage as a simulation machine. The result was that the guards barely had a chance. Even with a numerical advantage, only a few of them could defeat the bat or the Armosaurus. In a one-on-one confrontation, the scales were obviously tilted towards the monsters, but since the dwarves always seemed to operate in teams of 4 to 6, some of the simulations could take on the spider quite well. However, even with 20 on the field, they were unable to defeat the centipede. Rimuru never expected those monsters to be such exceptional forces. It was early when Gabra woke up and the captain arrived almost at the same time. "Captain? Okay, you're free to go. I'm sorry I kept you for so long. I was obliged to keep you all night. At least I'm sorry, Rimuru." "Oh no. Don't worry. You saved me the cost of a night in a hotel somehow." "Captain, I'm glad you see it that way. So let me make it up to you. I can introduce you to a talented blacksmith I know." "Rimuru. Oh, that would be perfect. I appreciate it." Everything had improved for Rimuru as he had received priority entry and inspection, and just had a little extra money to spend. He hoped to find a blacksmith who wouldn't try to scam them. He knew it could be difficult, but with Drag with him. Although thanks to the capital, he could surely meet someone really good and honest. "Captain. Although in exchange for that. Rimuru. Do you need something?" He looked at the man with some suspicion. He might want a bribe or something, that was what he thought, but it wasn't that. "Captain. If you have any of those recovery potions left, would you be interested in selling them to me?" Rimuru. "Mind, well, it seems you really need them." "Well, it doesn't cost me anything at all to make it, so selling her a few would be nice, although I don't know anything about the price I could give them to her at." "Rimuru? Okay, I could sell you a few, though I'd like to know how many you need. I really need to keep some for myself too." "Papton? I'll be fine with just taking the leftovers, even if it's just one." "I'll take it." Rimuru. "Mind, just one? I was hoping you'd ask for a few more to keep in reserve in case of trouble. I guess you don't need that many." Rimuru. "In that case, how about having 5? "Captain, 5. Oh, that would be wonderful." Rimuru? "It's decided then. Oh, by the way, I'm sure the potions will still work even if you dilute them a little. If it's a regular cut wound, 1/10 water with the potion should work." The captain nodded eagerly, completely convinced. 5 potions appeared, and he handed him a small bag. Upon checking its contents, inside he could see some gold coins. "Captain, I know it's not much, but it's all we could give you. I hope 5 gold coins will be enough for each of them." Rimuru. "Mind. Then he gave me 25 gold coins. Well, I guess they could be worth more, but I'm satisfied. Although, Rimuru, it's okay, I don't mind accepting your price. Although in exchange for the rest, I would like you to show me the current value of money or, well, at least, that of this nation. For a long time, I stayed away from people for fear of being killed in my slime form, so I'm not sure what the current cost of money is." He stuck to his story despite everything. He had taken advantage of the moment to learn about the world's economy, hoping that in this way he would avoid being scammed by the local people, so they both had a conversation before leaving. It lasted quite a while, but it wasn't until after eating lunch that they both decided to leave. The captain himself had invited them for lunch, and despite being a less advanced place in his world, the food was good. "Why am I so busy?" Kijin, a dwarf man, complained to himself. "Mind. What do you mean the Empire might be on the move? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard." He had reason to doubt, for peace had reigned over the kingdom for 300 years, the Empire had all the riches it could desire. Why would the Empire have the intention of organizing an invasion? That was something he could not understand. Although for this dwarf who made a living through his creation of weapons, the beginning of the war should be a good opportunity to make great profits. Pagan. But why is my workshop so busy? That wasn't the only problem he was worried about. He frowned as he remembered the reason for being so busy. Damn that minister. He rubbed his forehead as he imagined raising his hammer against the man and sighed. He had sighed for the 1,000th time that day. Pigeon, what should I do? He didn't have much time left, and saying he couldn't do it would damage his reputation. He was waiting for some of his friends to come back to him and try to have a chance. He had made a decent name for himself as a blacksmith, but he was not omnipotent. What kind of blacksmith could make weapons without any raw materials to work with? At that moment, his future depended on whether he would receive any good news from his friends whom he had sent to get the material. With that, the 3 men entered the store. There were 3 of them, all brothers and also the dwarf race. All of them were in the mining business. Dwarf 1. I'm sorry. Dwarf 2. We are truly sorry. We wanted to contact you yesterday, but something came up that is beyond our control. There were exactly 3 dwarves who had entered. The eldest was Graham, an armed craftsman with large, muscular arms. The middle brother was Dold, known throughout the kingdom for his intricate craftsmanship, and the youngest, Wildy, who rarely spoke, but his skill was undeniable. He was an expert in architecture, art, whatever. He was some kind of sage. Any one of them might have been talented enough to run a successful business on their own, but they all had one critical disadvantage. Outside of their God-given individual talents, they were completely useless, barely able to dress themselves without an instruction manual. None of them had a head for business or laying the groundwork for a successful career. They seemed to prefer other people to use them instead. This is how they ended up entrusting their shop to someone who stole it, falling into the trap of an apprentice jealous of their natural talent, or being bullied by the government after they failed a ministerial request. In the end, with nowhere else to go, they turned to Cajun, an old friend, and practically a 4th brother to them in their youth. The only problem was that Cajun had no work for them. He was a businessman who dealt in battle equipment, and already had stable connections for all of his merchandise except for the weapons. He made them himself, and he figured he could keep the trio busy doing the rest of their training. Of course, he couldn't have them start right away. Telling his armor and accessories contacts out of the blue that their services were no longer needed would lead to easily avoidable problems. Until things calmed down a bit, they would have to continue with business as usual. Instead, with few options available, Cajun asked them to lead a team of workers as they mined ore and other materials. The brothers had come to Cajun's shop with a wild story about a monster. It was the last thing he wanted to hear. He rubbed his forehead in genuine shame. Pigeon? Well, at least you're all okay. You did well to run away. It's good that none of you got hurt. If you didn't get hurt, you could go back to collecting minerals. The safety of your friends was naturally important, but even so, the 3 of you looked at each other uncomfortably. Bram? Well, we didn't exactly run away. Old? No, in fact, to be honest, even now I can't come to terms with what happened yesterday. They continued with the story, a story of a mysterious young brown-haired boy who had provided them with the medicines that saved their lives. It seemed like a bunch of delusions, but they were not people who made up stories. They had no talent for that. However, since there had been an Armosaurus attack, it would mean that hiring new miners would probably be impossible. The workers he had hired had all quit yesterday and headed for the hills the moment news of the monster broke. Since they had also suffered injuries, he could understand them quitting. Under normal circumstances, it would be the ideal time to call upon the services of the Free Guild, but that would probably be just as impossible. He had submitted a mining application a long time ago and had remained there until now, and he was not the only one with a shortage beginning to set in at the mines. Iron Guild members as guards in the mines wouldn't accomplish much either. They weren't cheap, and even then they wouldn't lift a finger beyond what the guild paid them. The guild guards did exactly that, guard and nothing more, and if this was the kind of monster that could take down an adventure with a B+ rating. Pagan. Mind. TSK. Why did such a powerful monster have to appear in the deep part of the mine? The dwarf couldn't help but let out another tired sigh. What now? I don't have much time left. He began to reflect on his options. Maybe he would have to go there and get the mineral himself. He couldn't think of any better ideas and time was running out. The four dwarves were lost in their thoughts as they looked at each other, at least until the arrival of a set of clients. Captain? Hey brother, are you there? While calling someone, the captain named Kaido entered the store followed by Rimuru. In the midst of their conversations, they had both become much more open and friendly with each other, and were now calling each other by their first names. He had even told her that the owner of the store, and the one he wanted to introduce her to, was his older brother. From the outside, he could see a small store run by a thick bearded dwarf, Rimuru. Excuse me for intruding, Abta. Excuse me? After greeting them, they followed Kaido into the store where three familiar figures were surprised by his presence. The three brothers had exclaimed at the same time. Rimuru had recognized them. They were those three dwarves he had seen yesterday, and raised his voice in surprise. It seemed that they were fine, although he could notice a somewhat depressed face. Then his gaze changed to Kaido. He undoubtedly reminded him of those rough and old dwarves of Asgard, and he didn't look much like Kaido. Kaido? What is that? Is that a friend of yours, Ram? Kaido-san, is it? The young man? The one who saved us yesterday? Old? Yes, that's right. So the captain was our boss's younger brother. The third brother remained silent. Hajin? Oh, so this is the young man you were talking about. I heard that you were the one who saved my boys. You have my gratitude. Rimuru? It was nothing, I'm glad I could help you. He scratched his cheek while laughing a little uncomfortable. He still wasn't used to people thanking him for his selfless acts. Pagan? So what brings you here? The old man looked at Rimuru, who looked back at him. Rimuru went into all the details as they took seats inside the workshop, and Kaido was kind enough to provide a quick rundown. Rimuru added a few choice details and things moved along at a nice pace. However, what surprised Rimuru was that one of the dwarves, more specifically Mile, had never said a single word. He hoped that she would at least say something in all that time, but that was not the case. Pigeon, I understand what you want now, but I'm sorry, I don't think I can be of any help. The truth is that we have already received a request from the country. Nothing comes out of this room but. Then it was his turn to speak, deliberately leaving out some finer details as they were classified. Basically, several countries were sending orders for weapons and armor, scared of a certain idiot nation that might try to start a war against all of them. It related to the reason why the guards did not have any medicine the day before, as well as the lack of raw materials affecting the stores. Pagan. So, about the request I received, even though I managed to make 200 steel spears overnight. On the other hand, regarding the main order of 20 swords, I haven't even made one yet. I don't have any materials, as you see. Hyoudou? Then why don't you say that you can't complete the request? Pigeon? Idiot, I even told them it was crazy. But after that piece of shit, Minister Vesta told me, so the most famous blacksmith in our entire kingdom can't complete a task of this level. Can you believe that damn idiot? Between curses and shouts, they continued talking, during which Rimuru found out that the third brother Mild had rejected a request from Minister Vesta to build a house that he wanted. That minister took it personally, and it bothered him to the point that Mild had to go into exile with Kajin. For Rimuru, that guy sounded like a spiteful idiot. Rimuru. Mind. Hey Dreg. Do you think it's possible that the minister is the one who is buying the materials to obstruct Kajun's work? Dreg. Mind. I think it's very possible that all this time they've only talked about him as a spiteful idiot. Rimuru. By the way, if you can't make swords due to lack of materials, does that mean that spears require different materials than swords? To his question, Kajian nodded while giving him an answer. Kajian? Yes, swords require a special material called magic, or spears only needed to be made of steel. His answer seemed really tired. He was probably exhausted, but he still had to work. Without the proper materials to work with, even a master blacksmith was just another man. Rimuru understood that he must have felt really frustrated. Surely, the minister must have been waiting for Kajian to kneel down and ask for extra time. Kajian. As if that weren't enough. It takes an entire day to complete one sword, even using the assembly line system for efficient production. It will take 2 weeks to make 20 of them. Rimuru thought about asking about the deadline but stopped. He could read his answer on his face anyway. He looked extremely desperate. Pageant. The deadline is this weekend. On the first day of next week, I have to deliver everything to the king. This job is something assigned to each craftsman, commissioned by the country. If you can't finish it, it's possible to have your qualifications as a craftsman revoked. Rimuru. Mind, so there are 5 days or even less left to complete the order, or rather it was possible that I hadn't worked today. What a difficult situation. Greg. Mind. Partner, that has nothing to do with us. We are just looking for someone to make clothes and houses for the goblins. Rimuru. Mind. Yes, I know, but I would like to help. By the way, did you say magic ore? If I remember correctly, I have some of that ore. The change from his human form to that of a slime surprising the kids at the smithy. I don't like being looked at like a weirdo, but I'm doing this so you can help me with the village. Rimuru. Slup. Hey, old Cajun, could you use this? With a small thud, he handed him a quantity of magic mineral on the work table. Then he returned to his human form and took the mineral, offering it to him. Paging. Oh, oi. Hey, why isn't this mineral magical? It also has an incredible purity. Rimuru. This is not a magic mineral. He looked at Cajun strangely because he identified it in another way. Pageant? That's right. It's a magic steel ingot. This is ridiculous. Rimuru. Well, it seems you can identify the magic steel, although I was surprised at how much you were surprised. If I am a slime, this is my true form. He raised his hands in surrender, while holding the magic steel. Pigeon. What? No, that doesn't matter now. Why you let me have this? I mean, I'll pay you the going rate for it, of course. Rimuru? So how much should I give you this? A shrewd smile adorned his face, having caught the attention of his prey, and therefore he wanted to make good use of this opportunity. Pigeon? NGGH, what do you want? I'll do everything I can for this. Rimuru, that's the answer I wanted to hear. You know what my friend's circumstances are, right? I need your help in finding someone to travel to the village and provide technical guidance. Someone who can teach my people their arts. Pigeon? What? That's all? Rimuru? I also need some connections with weapons and armor suppliers. Pigeon? If that's all you need, there won't be any problem at all. With that agreement, Rimuru handed him the magic tea lingo, thus earning a promise. They both agreed to clarify the details after their work was finished. Judging by his reaction, he probably could have squeezed him a little more, but Rimuru didn't want to be so greedy. Although he was a dragon, his greed was very limited. Kaido said goodbye after everyone finished dinner. Rimuru. Mind. A captain isn't supposed to skip work all afternoon, but I appreciate that you introduced me to Kaden. Afterwards, the three brothers took turns thanking him profusely once again, feeling a little out of place. No doubt, they also felt guilty that the government was toying with Kajian. Rimuru. You know, if you are not treated well, why don't you come with us? When they heard his words, their jaws dropped to the floor. Then they began to discuss it among themselves. For Rimuru it was an option because it was not worth living in a place where they were not treated well. The next day, even though Kajun now had all the materials he needed, the time left was too little. Rimuru was thinking about something and it was time to try it. Rimuru? You have 4 days left, Kajun-san. Do you think you can finish the order on time? Pageant? To be honest, I don't think it can be done. Even so, I have no choice but to do it. Rimuru felt inspired by Kajian's positive attitude, but he had to admit that it would be an impossible job even if he himself helped him by forging swords. Of course, that would only be if he forged them by hand, and since he had already put his foot in the door, there would be no harm in entering. Rimuru? Well, the truth is that I have an idea to help you. I need you to make a sword of the best quality possible, and then deliver it to me. Pigeon. What are you saying? Aren't you an amateur at this? What could you do to help, Rimuru? It's a secret, but I ask you to believe in me. If I can't do it, nothing will happen, but if I do it, I will take away all that pressure that is falling on you. What do you say? You don't lose anything by trusting, Pigeon? It's fine. I'll trust you. But in the event that you can't make this succeed, I won't pay for the magic steel. Well, you're right, it won't make any difference to me either way since I wouldn't be able to pay anyway. But if you manage to keep your promise, I swear to keep my side of the promise. I'll prepare for you the best workers there are. Agent didn't know that he had received a dragon's promise, and a dragon would never break its part of it, so he could be sure that everything would turn out well. They both went to the workshop, anyway. Rimuru owed him one for letting him rest in his apprentice's room. When the two of them entered, they found the three brothers staring at the piece of magic steel on the table, sighing to themselves as they turned it around in their hands, as the piece Rimuru had sculpted was the size of a fist. Rimuru, is that mineral something strange? Pigeon, what are you talking about? He exclaimed when he heard Rimuru's question, and then gave him an explanation. It turned out that magic ore was a raw material that was refined to make magic steel. Even the base ore could compete with gold in value for one simple reason: it was rare and useful for a variety of applications. It all came down to the magicals that seemed to make up almost everyone, something the earth seemed to do well, but the role it played in the mineral was very important. On rare occasions, when a monster was defeated, it would drop an entire chunk of magicula known as a magic stone. This was a kind of portable energy source and served as fuel for something called spiritual engineering, an invention exclusive to this world. Magic stones had levels of purity, and the purest were used as cores within a variety of products. Even ornaments could harness this energy to obtain special effects. The resulting clothing and accessories could increase the user's abilities, grant them additional effects, and do many things. And between magic ores and regular ores, there was one point that distinguished them, and that was that the former could only be obtained in areas where higher-level monsters lurked. It required a combination of regular ore, a large concentration of magiculas, and eons of time for the ore to absorb magic while performing transmutation, a sort of geological mutation. Of course, any place with a lot of magic also tended to have a lot of monsters, not exactly the kind that ordinary adventurers could kill in exchange for a few coins. And the ore did not grow near those common monsters they hunted, since it needed to be one with a high magic concentration where there would be B-rank monsters or higher. By bringing that topic up, Rimuru learned a little about the ranking system and monster ranks. Rimuru? Oh, I see. Then I think it would be classified as A, B, or B+. Greg? Mind? That would be if you were a normal monster, but don't forget that you are a dragon. On the other hand, it seemed the Cajun and the three brothers could be considering his words as true. Of course, Gabba was a special case, since he did not usually think about things much. Leaving that topic aside, the point was that magic ore didn't just appear out of nowhere. Furthermore, the magic steel mine took up 3, maybe 5% of its total mass. Even a fist-sized chunk of that steel was worth 20 times its weight in gold. It seemed that prices in general averaged almost the same as in their world. Gold had been used as currency because it was worth a lot, exactly like in their own world. As a result, all countries had adopted gold as their monetary standard. Rimuru decided to keep the fact that he had a large amount of those pieces of magic steel in his stomach a secret. Honestly, he was terrified of creating a war because of what he possessed, or they might even try to kill him, so he decided to keep quiet and say that that was the only one he had. The real reason for its high value was because it was very rare, since it was easily adaptable. It was mainly used as a conductor of magical energy. One could control magiculas through the power of imagination. To a certain extent, the magic perception skill worked that way, but even controlling water worked by manipulating the ambient magic around it. Most monsters' abilities took advantage of it in one way or another. Rimuru didn't really know much about magic and spells, but it was assumed that they worked on the same premise. Rimuru. Mind. So what would happen if a weapon was forged with that mineral infused with such amounts of magic? The answer was simple but exciting. It seems that this would become a weapon that could evolve. Greg. Mind. That's a classic, you should get one for yourself. Partner isn't good at just relying on Ascalon, plus think of it as a weapon that will transform into your ideal form depending on what you want from it. Rimuru. Mind. You're right, it sounds like a very good idea, and since we now possess an enormous amount of magical power, we could do everything with a sword. Both began to imagine their sword, one with the knowledge of their world, but that would have to wait. After some time explaining, Kaijin and company got to work, all under the watchful eye of Rimuru, who seemed interested in the techniques of that world. Datta, on the other hand, went to sleep. Rimuru couldn't help but insult him for being lazy. Then hours later, at last, after so much waiting, the dwarves had finished. They had made a simple long sword. If you compare it with his sword, there was a lot of difference, and boy, there was still a lot of magic steel left. Rimuru hoped they would make a sword using completely magic steel, but he was wrong. Instead, the magic steel formed only the core of the weapon, and the rest of the blade was made of normal steel. That core was all he needed for his magic to make its way into the steel, finally fusing with the entire sword. That way the sword could grow stronger as it was used. The blade would never rust or lose its shape. It could simply use the magicules in the environment to regenerate. Oddly enough, even magic swords had their lifespan. If they were bent too much or deformed beyond recognition, magic would leak out and it might even explode. Hygen approached Rimuru and showed him the newly forged sword, telling him everything about it while he took it, analyzing it. Its shape was straight as an arrow without many decorations. It seemed to be more decorative than for combat, but the edge was no joke. But what he was looking at was just the beginning of the sword. He knew that it would adapt to its user and become stronger. Rimuru. Mind. Well, with this the time has come. According to the deal, Kajian and the others had completed a magnificent sword, and now it was their turn to fulfill their promise. Rimuru. Very well, from here it's my turn. I'm sorry, but could you leave me alone? A hammer appeared and he told them to leave it to him. The dwarves were amazed at the young man's tool. After all, they didn't know the mineral the hammer was made of. Pageant? Well, I guess you have everything you need here, but are you sure? I'd be happy to help you. Rimuru? I'll be fine, thanks for the detail. But promise me that you won't look at the room for the next 3 days, could you swear it? Pageant? I understand. I will believe in you and wait. With those words he and the others left, Datta included. Rimuru? That idiot, why did he leave? Does he have a goal in life? I'm thinking the wrong thing, great sage. Today's recipe is for a long sword. As he put his hammer away in the boosted gear, the sword was absorbed by Rimuru's other hand, and he swallowed it. Great sage. Notice object of analysis: long sword successful, creating copy, successful. Rimuru. Well, create 19 more copies. To the boy's surprise, each copy of the sword took around 10 seconds, 190 seconds, 3 minutes and a little more, and so 19 swords scattered around the room. Only 5 minutes had passed since he had thrown out Kaijin and the others. Greg, that was easy, partner. It took them 10 hours to forge it, and you replicated it in 10 seconds. Bernuru. You know, now I feel bad. They took so long and now it only took me a few seconds. I told them not to open for 3 days. Should I stay here waiting for 3 days? Of course not, I don't want to waste time. Knowing exactly what he had to do, his hammer appeared again and he went to the door and left. The 4 dwarves immediately stood up and looked at him full of concern. Datta, on the other hand, was sleeping. Pigeon? Hey, what's wrong? Did something happen, Grim? The materials were not enough. Old? Or could it be that it's impossible after all? All the dwarves had faces full of sadness and worry on their faces. Rimuru felt bad just seeing them like that. Rimuru? No, that's not it, they're all done. He raised his hammer and hit it on his shoulder with a serious face. Dwarves? What? All raised their voices in astonishment and disbelief. Obviously, they were surprised. Minutes later, cheers. The group was in some kind of dwarven nightclub celebrating a party for having completed the job before the time limit. They had convinced Rimuru to go with some powerful words. Minutes before Brim. Ah, come on. There are so many beautiful women there. Old. Yes. Yes, young and old too. It's the perfect place for any gentleman. The third brother remained silent but nodded vigorously. Pigeon. Come on, Rimuru, we can't leave without the big man. Rimuru? You guys are the best. Come on, cute Winnie-san. Let's hurry up, guys. He had been convinced from the beginning when they had said pretty girls. Despite what had happened, he couldn't help but want to be among beautiful girls. If he still had blood, it would be sure that a line of blood would have escaped from his nose, but the only liquid that filtered out were a few masculine tears of brotherhood, while the 4 dwarves smiled at him with a thumbs up because they now had their 5th brother. Girls' bar. Oh my, welcome. Waitresses. Welcome to our store. The group had been greeted by beautiful waitresses. Rimuru stood still as he swallowed hard. Each and every one of them was extremely beautiful. They were lined up and had long pointed ears. Rimuru? Mind. The fuck? No, I mean they are elves. Or for God's sake their clothes are too fucking revealing, you can almost see them. But at the same time no, come on women, have some shame. His face turned a little blush, but it didn't last long because he took his slime form thinking about something. Nah, I'm out of here. The little red slime with light touches between a dark blue seemed depressed, but his spirits would rise in an instant. Elf, you wah. How cute. Elf 2. Wait. I already had my eyes on him first. Rimuru. Mind. Let me go. Pagan, you are quite the hunk. I must admit that in your true form, you are also quite handsome. Rimuru? Yeah. Thanks, I guess. Greg? Mind? Wow. I can't believe you literally showing no reaction at all. You are lucky to still have your friend by creating your body with the power of dreams. Surely you should not have it define sex being a slime. The dragon was concentrating on calming his partner's holy sword since it was not a good time to unsheath it. Pigeon, please enjoy this Dan-Osama. Thanks to you, I was able to maintain my dignity in front of King Gazel. At his sides the 3 sisters raised their glasses celebrating that the task was completed in its entirety. Pigeon, although I truly believe that I have lost my confidence as a blacksmith, you were able to make 19 swords by yourself and I could only make 1. Plus it only took a few seconds. Rimuru, who had been enchanted by the breasts of 2 beautiful elves at his sides, paused for a moment, never considering that he could hurt his friend Kajian's feelings by reproducing his sword in such a short time. Rimuru, Kijin-san, I'm not that good. Your sword was certainly great. Not even I could have made a sword as great as yours. For me you are the best blacksmith. He smiled. He had hoped to calm his new friend's worries, but it seemed that his radiant smile had managed to make the elves and the other dwarves feel welcome. Pageant, by the way, Dana, what was that about the invitation to your village? Underneath his robust beard the dwarf placed a smile. Never before had he felt so flattered to be recognized. Rimuru. Oh, excuse me, miss, could you give me something else, please? After having spoken with Kijin he got carried away a little and called the boss of the elf tavern. Fufufu, of course handsome, but are you even able to taste anything? Rimuru, even though I couldn't be next to such beautiful girls, it makes anything extremely delicious. Era? What things do you say, Mr. Slime Fufufu? The woman truly felt flattered, so she happily poured a little more alcohol into Rimuru's glass. Pageant? It seems that you are enjoying it to the fullest, Dana. The dwarf Cajun was someone who valued friendship and loyalty greatly. Rimuru understood that he felt indebted, but Rimuru wished that they were more like business friends, at least ones that could continue making deals for a long time. As she lifted her glass, she watched the ice float in her drink before taking a long sip. As she did so she smiled at her companion, although suddenly the other elf on her left side wanted to get her attention. Elf. Hey, Slime-san, do you want to play? Rimuru. Oh? Play, elf. Yes, with this. She happily raised an object with both hands, presenting it to Rimuru, who was nearby, and it seemed like a simple crystal ball. I'm really good with this, and this is really popular too. Rimuru. I understand, then what should we do? Elf. This is used to see the future. Rimuru. So you'll predict my future? Elf 2. Well then, let's start by predicting Mr. Slime's predestined person. Rimuru. Elf. Ah, that sounds good. Rimuru. Mind. Destined person. Do you mean a wife or something? Could it be that in this world I will get married and have children? Wait. Right now I am a slime then. Will I be something like another slime? A certain bitterness hit him. He wished that wasn't the case and that fate would lead him to a beautiful one. San. Greg. Mind. You shouldn't worry too much about it, partner. If you think about it, even destiny led us to meet Veldora. While they both discussed it, the elf began to do some kind of ritual with her crystal ball. Elf. Ah, it's showing itself. Curious, the young brown-haired boy fixed his gaze on the sphere where an image seemed to be clearing up. When the image became clearer, the young man came across a book. By its appearance it seemed old and quite damaged. When he was about to be disappointed because his destined person was a book, another image caught his attention. In its 6 figures were shown. 5 were small, surely they were children, but one caught his attention. Rimuru? Mind. What is this? I feel like I know that woman even though we've never met before. But I feel like I've seen her before. A small pain hit his head. An image had suddenly appeared in his head. He had had strange dreams since he came to that world, but none of them made sense. In his dreams a beautiful girl appeared frequently, and the woman who now appeared in the crystal ball had a great resemblance to the girl of his dreams. The celebration continued for a while. Unfortunately, what started well does not always end the same way, because suddenly a voice could be heard. Oh my, but it's not that Cajun Dano? Oh God, but this is not good at all. What do you think you're doing bringing this vulgar monster to a high-class establishment like this? Rimuru? Mind. Who is this old man supposed to be? He seems to want to start a fight. He looked at the boys because their expressions seemed extremely annoyed by his presence. Even the girls seemed displeased but were polite enough to hide it. He analyzed him. He seemed quite tall by dwarf standards. He had a thin figure. He was possibly an ordinary human. Hey, miss. Do you allow monsters in here? I'm aware that one over there is a monster, and no. But he's just a little slime and he's quite the gentleman. It's still a monster. Isn't it? You're saying a slime isn't a monster? I know, sir. But the woman stammered noncommittally, trying to calm the man down, but he looked bored without even paying attention to her, obviously just looking to fight with them. Alpha 2. This is not good. That's Minister Vesta, Rimuru. Mind. Oh, so this is the rumored Minister Vesta. I can tell he has no intention of leaving us alone. Vesta, for a simple monster this would be good. Saying that, she poured water on his head. That really irritated him. But he knew how to control himself. His opponent was a minister. He couldn't afford to be expelled from the city, much less cause problems for Kaijin or the kind woman's place. Elf 2. Are Mr. Slime you okay? Rimuru, don't worry about me. More importantly, her clothes didn't get wet, right? He seemed happy that she and the other elves gathered around him, cleaning him with her handkerchief. Pigeon? Hey. You think you can just come and tell us what to do when we're not doing anything wrong, doing whatever you want? He lifted the table with a single kick. You think you can just come like that and make fun of my guest, Vesta? I hope he's ready for the consequences. Rimuru, mind. Hey. Kajun-san is supposed to be a minister. It's not right that you fight now, that you act like I don't care. Vesta was just as surprised as Rimuru when she saw how Kajun stood up while cracking his knuckles. Meanwhile, Rimuru increased the heat of his body by evaporating the water from his body and clothes. Vesta? How? How dare you speak to me like that, you bastard? The man couldn't even speak properly due to his anger, surprise, and fear. Pageant, why don't you shut that stupid mouth? He shouted as he threw a punch straight at the minister's face. A few minutes later he spoke. Pigeon. Hey Rimuru Dana, you were looking for someone to help you, right? Would that be good enough, perhaps? Rimuru. Mind. Good enough. I'd really like to have his ability. Well, now he just hit a minister. I doubt he can stay, so it's decided. Rimuru? I will take those words with gratitude. I look forward to working with you, Cajun. Rimuru accepted without problems. He was glad to have someone so capable to help his village. A contract was not necessary. It seemed that they could understand each other well. Both closed any deal between them with a nod. Only one thing worried Rimuru. How the hell were they going to get out of this? Kijin had hit someone important in the country, and obviously there would be consequences, and that came in a while. Ito. Brother, what are you supposed to have done? He arrived with several soldiers. The day he was on duty, it seemed like he had never missed a single day. In fact, Kajin had invited him, but he had refused, saying he had duties to fulfill. Therefore, if an accident happened while he was on guard, it was naturally surprising. They could easily escape, but that would be a bad choice. Kajin? Humph. That fool. He pointed at the minister, who was being carried by a group because the blow had left him unconscious. He was rude to my benefactor, Rimuru Dana. I couldn't let it stay like that. Rimuru looked at the pathetic minister being carried as if he were a rag doll. The more he looked at him, the more he wanted to laugh, but he held back because he heard Kaido speak. Kaido, brother? You don't just put a government minister in his place like that. Either way, everyone will come with me. As he let out a sigh, he gave a signal to his men but approached Rimuru and whispered to them. Whisper? Calm down, we're not going to hurt you, so just come in peace. Rimuru nodded calmly, however. Before leaving, he approached the owner of the bar and handed her several gold bars, surprising her to the point that her eyes opened wide. Rimuru? I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. Please accept it as an apology. We'll be back. He had loved the place, so he thought it was a good idea to give him an extra tip. Right now he was being arrested for the second time, although he was forgetting someone. Datta had not been invited to the store. Instead, Rimuru had punished him by wrapping him in his threads and hanging him upside down. Memory. Datta. Wait, Rimuru-sama? That's cruel. Take me too. Those were some of the words the goblin had said to him, but Rimuru had ignored them. Memory. Rimuru. That's what you get for being lazy. If you don't like it, just go back to the others, summon your wolf companion and have him help you. So he left him hanging there, hoping he would escape somehow, but it wasn't like he cared if he didn't succeed. Rimuru. Mind, it will be fine. He's the typical idiot who can escape from problems one way or another. That was what he thought while he was being taken to the royal palace. Rimuru considered it was exaggerated, but they were going voluntarily. They ended up spending about 2 days in the castle jail. It wasn't that bad according to Rimuru. The food was decent, and they had all the amenities they needed. It was less like a cell and more like a city apartment shared by the 5 of them. They weren't treated badly either. Pajin, I had to lose my temper, and now it's my fault we're all here. I'm so sorry. He apologized to everyone, but it seemed like no one was particularly upset. Brim. It's okay, Kajian-san, you don't have to apologize, old. Don't worry about it exactly, boss. The 3 of them seemed to have the same opinion on the matter. Brim. Also, once we are released, we want to accompany you, Kajian-san, old. Yes, can we go with you, Rimuru Dano? Rimuru looked at the 3 of them, still a little self-conscious that one of them didn't say anything, but he understood a little from their expression. He was glad that they accepted him as their new boss. Rimuru. Very well, from now on you will be in my care. However, when we get home we will work hard. I hope everyone is ready. They are already talking about life outside the cell. It was the night of the second day when Rimuru curiously spoke to Kaijin. Rimuru. By the way, why is that minister so focused on you, Kajian? Is there a reason? At his question, Kajian's expression turned sour, and with a sigh he began to explain. It turned out that Kajian used to be a captain in the palace's Royal Knight Corps, a leader of one of the 7 armies that made up the entire system. 3 corps were dedicated to behind-the-scenes work, such as engineering, supplies, and emergency aid. 3 more, heavy attacks, magic attacks, and magic support, played a more leading role. The last and most important was the king's personal guard. Kaijin had been the head of the engineering corps and Vesta had been second in command. Kaijin. He was the son of the masks. It was a noble title he bought with money. I think he must have been jealous that a commoner like me took the lead role. It was complicated, you know. It must have been humiliating for him taking orders from a simple commoner, and I admit that I didn't care much about what other people thought of me. I was too focused on pleasing the king's requests, and that's when it happened. The magic armor incident. At the time, the engineering corps was seen as the lowest of the 7 departments of the military, barely producing any new technology for themselves. Vesta believed that a kingdom rich in technology should have a properly famous engineering corps, while Kajin was more of a status quo man when it came to research and development, despite how intense their arguments were. They never managed to come to an agreement during their countless meetings at the garrison. Along the way, the Corps launched a magical armor project with a team of elven engineers. Vesta was hell-bent on making this project a success, and thus boosting the Corps' standing in the military pecking order. Kagan warned him that he was moving too quickly with this. But even with that, Vesta had little time to listen to the advice of a common man. In the end, thanks to Vesta's arbitrary whims, the experiment went awry and led to the core of spiritual magic spiraling out of control, a public failure and a bad setback for the project at an early stage. Thus, despite some of the greatest minds in the world working on them, the magic armor project was halted, and as head of the engineering corps, Kajin ended up taking responsibility for them, resigning from his post in the military. Vesta not only made Kajin a scapegoat, she even convinced her friends among the higher-ranking leaders to bear false witness against him, which Kajin claimed was the truth. When he finished telling Kajin, he let out a tired sigh. Rimuru could understand, because the same thing had happened to him with the people he loved and supposedly trusted him. Kajin? Well, in any case, with my departure you can finally relax. With those words that dwarf finished his story. The three brothers could see a face full of feelings. Obviously now they hated the minister, even Rimuru hated him. However, it was not the time to hate him. Now he had to worry about Kajian's well-being since he had hit a noble. It would be very strange if they let him go without any punishment, and in response to his concerns Kajin spoke to him. Kajin, it should probably be alright. Although I'm retired, my position as captain earned me the rank of baronet. If it had been the case of a commoner hitting a noble, I probably wouldn't be able to avoid the death penalty. When he said that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, although he couldn't laugh completely. Rimuru, mind. Well, if the worst happens, we'll escape with the balance breaker. For now, pretend to be a normal slime until things calm down a bit. He switched to his slime form, surprising everyone who had forgotten that the boy was a slime, but that gave even more to talk about. Next morning, and so the day of judgment came, they were brought before the king, the hero king of the dwarves. Rimuru could understand he was a rough-looking man who gave an excellent image of a king. His name was Gazelle Duardo. He stood with his eyes closed as he sat deep in his throne. He looked like a typical dwarf with a robust build. His armor hid his muscles, although you could see some parts of his dark skin and jet black hair combed back. Rimuru. Mind. He is undoubtedly someone strong. Of course, it was not something that he himself felt was a threat. If necessary to escape, he would use the balance breaker and, in the worst case, his third armor pseudo-dragon god Dabalos, all in order to escape without problems or deaths on both sides. He was standing next to two knights at his sides. They were obviously strong, but not as strong as the king. A part of Rimuru wanted to fight him and test his strength, but it was neither the time nor the place. At this moment he was ready to start the chant and summon the armor. There was a man kneeling before the king as if to confirm something. After receiving the king's permission, he stood up and read the affidavit. Judge, the trial will begin now. Everyone silence your voices. For the next hour, both sides presented their cases as suspected criminals. They were not allowed to speak in the royal court. That right was reserved for those with the rank of Earl or higher. Otherwise, you needed explicit permission from the king if they spoke out of turn. That apparently proved our guilt on the spot, and was worth an extra charge for contempt of court. Whether you were innocent or not, that was the way this place worked. The five of them were stuck having the representative speak for them. He had paid them a few visits during the 2 days in custody discussing the nature of the case. He was like a lawyer, but Rimuru had doubted him from the beginning and didn't want him to defend them, and now the others understood why. Lawyer. So in this way, the drunk Vestadano, while making his way to another store, was assaulted. Such an action should not be easily forgiven. Judge, is that the truth? Lawyer. It is, my lord. I heard it from Kajin Dano himself, and I have also written down the testimonies of the club owners. The course of events that night cannot be mistaken. Rimuru. Mind. I knew that guy wasn't trustworthy. It only took him 5 minutes to throw us into guilt. He turned his gelatinous body and looked to Cajun, who had a red face until he managed to calm down. It went without saying that the defendant's representatives were not allowed to lie in court if discovered. That would mean the death penalty. It was impossible to think that any potential lawyer would try to lie, however he was doing it in front of them. Besta? Your Majesty? Have you heard? Please bestow a harsh punishment upon them. He raised his voice with great emotion as he turned to the group and gave them a smile full of triumph. Rimuru? Mind, before I leave I'll give him an infinity blaster right to the face. Maybe he'll destroy this whole mountain, but they're all idiots, so I don't mind destroying a place where their laws are this shit, and the nobles can get away with it whenever they want. For his part, the king kept his eyes closed, seeming to refuse to move a muscle while the judge was about to announce his decision. Judge. Silence. I will now render a verdict. Assailant Cajun, I sentence you to 20 years in the mines. Your accomplices are sentenced to 10 years of labor in the mines, and with that, this court hereby wait. A deep and calm voice interrupted his words. The king had opened his eyes and looked to Cajun. It's been a while, Cajun. Are you still in good health? Cajun? Yes, my lord. He gave an instant response. Presumably he had the right to speak now. I'm glad to see your Majesty in good health as well. Azel? Enough, those who are with you are the real issue. Do you have the desire to return to service? The room immediately filled with noise. Vesta's face turned blue, and the lawyer representing the five turned deathly pale. Pagan, I beg your pardon, your Majesty. But I have already found a master to serve. I have made my vow and you have become my treasure, a treasure so beautiful, in fact, that even if you ordered me to, I would never give up this treasure. That statement enraged the audience. Rimuru could feel the bloodlust heading towards Kagan, but he stood firm with his chest puffed out. There was great dignity in him, seeing that the king closed his eyes again. Gazelle? I see, he spoke quietly and ordered silence. I will declare the verdict. Listen carefully to my words. Kaijin and his friends are exiled from the kingdom. After midnight tonight, when the new day arrives, you are officially no longer welcome in my lands. That's all now out of my sight. He opened his eyes and in a strong and dignified voice he proclaimed it. Rimuru couldn't help but feel a lonely and sad air. Even so, with the conclusion of the trial, everyone returned to Kajian's shop where they drank a little and Kijin gave him that book that he saw in the crystal ball. It seemed the Kijin had it kept, but he believed that destiny united him to Rimuru, so everyone packed up to get out of there forever. Rimuru. Wait a minute. Gobta. Shit, I left him hanging there for 3 days. He ran to the room where he had locked him up, hoping he would be okay. Gobta. Oh. Welcome back, sir. Did you have fun? Next time, please take me. There he was, waking up on the couch. Rimuru looked at him strangely. Although he hoped that he could escape somehow, he didn't expect to feel another presence in the room. Moving his gaze, he found a wolf lying on the couch. Rimuru. Gobta, how did that wolf get here? Gobta? Right. That's it. I just thought, hey, can you please come? And you did, sir. Rimuru? Mind. Wow, he made it sound simple. None of the other goblins have managed to do such a thing. Perhaps his desperation to eat or something like that influenced the summoning. I suppose he can do it if he puts his mind to it. Then Rimuru realized that the sight of the wolf had frozen the dwarves in their tracks. Rimuru. What's wrong? You have things to pack, right? Pigeon. Wait a second. He seemed terrified by the presence of the wolf. Why is there a black wolf here? Grim? Yes. We have to run. That's a B-rank monster. Everyone panicked. They looked extremely ridiculous, something that really amused Rimuru and Drake. Rimuru? Okay. No problem. Just think of him as a cute dog. We'll keep them at home to take care of you. His attempts to calm his nerves were met with awkward silence. Black wolves, by the way, were a somewhat advanced version of the regular wolves. If they evolved in a more magic-oriented way, their fur would turn black. The fur of the Tempest wolves was also black, but with a unique colored shine. Since dire wolves weren't supposed to evolve into the storm element in the first place, that was a side effect of Renga's name. Rimuru. Mind. Wow, It seems like I scared them, but there's no time to explain. To avoid questions, Rimuru pressured the dwarves to put on their best travel gear and get everything ready as soon as possible. Although he decided to keep everything he found in the boosted gear, including the book that Kajian had given him. Once the preparations for the trip were complete, they headed to where Rigger and the other goblins were waiting for them. The atmosphere was extremely quiet, far from the loud discussion from a few moments ago. A few hours before the castle, after the 5 defendants had left the court, no one dared to move an inch. Vesta gulped nervously. The king's persistent silence put him and everyone else on edge. Then Gazelle spoke, breaking the silence. Gazelle? Now, Vesta, do you have something you want to tell me? Vesta? 1,000 pardons, Your Majesty. This is all a misunderstanding. It simply has to be a mistake. His voice was more of a nervous cry than anything else. The king looked at him coldly, without betraying any of his emotions. Basil? A misunderstanding, if so, it has cost me one of my most faithful servants. Vesta? How can you say such a thing, Your Majesty? I cannot call loyalty what that man who chose a simple slime did. Gazelle? Vesta, I see that you are confused. Cajun stopped serving me of his own free will when I speak of a faithful servant that I have lost. I am referring to you. Minister Vesta's heart raced. I need to think of an excuse, he thought frantically, but couldn't think of anything coherent. Vesta? Mind. What is it that the king just said? The one who lost is me? That means he tried to understand, but it was useless. The king spoke again. Gazelle? Let me ask you one more time, Vesta. Do you have something you want to tell me? Fear, pure fear dominated Vesta's head. The king had asked her a question, and she needed to answer, but all her speech had abandoned her. Vesta? Your Majesty, with all due respect, Gazelle, enough. I had high expectations for you, Vesta. I have waited for so long, even after the matter of the magic armor. I hoped that you would finally tell the truth, and now I find this once again. The king's expression looked at Vesta with one that could almost be considered one of kindness. The king's words pierced the minister like the sharpest sword. Look at this. He pointed to 2 items that one of his assistants had brought. Vesta looked with wide eyes. One was a sphere filled with a liquid she had never seen before, and the other was a single long sword. Azel, do you know what they are? The liquid was still a mystery to Vesta, but she remembered the long sword that Cajun had brought. You can explain it to him, he ordered his assistant. His speech took quite a while for Vesta to understand. Assistant. The liquid is a life-regenerating elixir and near-perfect extract of the juices of the hippocut herbs, a complete potion, all due to its miraculous recovery properties. Even with the best technology that dwarves had at their disposal, the purest extract they could produce reached 98%. That made it a major potion, but the liquid it showed was at 99%, making a complete potion. Vesta's face twisted in shock. He wanted to know how they had managed to produce such a level. But before he could ask, the attendant had even more shocking news for him. The long sword had a core that cut through the rest of the blade. Vesta? Mind. Impossible. That process only began after a 10-year adaptation procedure. The surprise made her mind reel if that was true. Gazelle. Both of them were produced by that slime, and thanks to your behavior, we have lost our connection with the slime. Do you have anything you want to say? Now Vesta had realized the full extent of her king's anger. There was really nothing he could say to her. Vesta? I don't, my lord. Tears began to well up in his eyes. He knew very well now. His lord had abandoned him. All he wanted was to serve his king. To win his approval, that was all. Mind. When did I go wrong? When did I get jealous of Cajun or before? He didn't know. All he knew was that he had betrayed the king's trust. Gazelle? I see. In that case, Vesta, I hereby forbid you from entering the palace. I don't want to see you here again. I will leave you with a few words of farewell. I've grown tired. Hearing his words, Vesta rose and bowed deeply to her lord, then left, heading off to pay penance for her foolishness. As she did so, a guard rushed forward and arrested the representative who served as Vesta's accomplice. Gazelle, my dark agent, screamed with some urgency. Follow the movements of that slime. Don't let it escape your sight. Never. You never understood. The emphatic quarter of the normally calm king made everyone in the chamber startled. Spy. By my life, your majesty, said the agent before disappearing. Azel? Mind, who the hell was that slime? I've never seen one like it. It's definitely a terrible monster. Could it be even worse than the storm dragon Veldora? His instincts as a hero gave him a feeling he couldn't ignore. Trusting in them, he began to act. Current weather outside the forest. Brigger and his gang were safe at the edge of the forest. Among other things, they had spent a total of 5 days in the city, more or less what they expected. Of course, things did not go according to plan, but they had achieved it. Unfortunately, Rimuru couldn't see the Free Guild. He was hoping to see if it would be like in the cliché manga, where tough guys fought and the receptionists were beauties. He would have even loved to continue with those elves, but he had obtained 4 dwarven swords that would help the cause of making the village a better place for everyone. Rimuru took his time introducing Kaijin and the 3 brothers to the goblins. They would all be working together for a while, so he wanted them to start getting along, and when they were done they were ready to leave. The only problem would be transportation. Ranga, of course, was wagging his tail, as if getting jumped on was the pinnacle of his life. The boy decided to explain that he would need to grow to his full 5-meter size, so that we could fit 1 or 2 of the 3 brothers on his back. Ranga, for his part, didn't seem too up for the task. In fact, his face turned rather sour, and he took a step back as he dropped his rear to the ground. He scowled at the newcomers as if to suggest that he might as well eat them instead. The dwarves looked terrified at the sight of him. In fact, the first time they saw him they screamed in shock. Dwarves? Gaia? What is that? Ormuru? Wait, Ranga, I had been thinking of imitating a wolf to test its abilities. That's why I want to leave the dwarves in your care. Upon hearing his words, his head immediately rose. Ranga? I understand, master. Pagan and Graham, the eldest of the 3 brothers, would ride on my back, while Ranga would take Dold and Mild. Once they were seated, Rimuru would spin sticky thread to make sure they stayed in place, even though the storm wolves reached over 50 kilometers per hour. In this world without modern technology, the experience of going at that speed would surely cause them to faint. Even though he was a first-time demon, he had great difficulty maintaining his consciousness at that speed. Rimuru. Well, now it's my turn. Imitate Tempest Starwolf. His body was enveloped in a black cloud and he transformed into a huge wolf very similar to Ranga, but even bigger. Ranga? Awesome. As expected from the master. Rimuru. He tried hard to evolve into this form. Ranga. In response to his praise, the boy spoke to him enthusiastically, hoping that his friend could become even stronger. Ranga? Yes. I will strive to live up to your expectations. With a new goal in mind, his eyes sparkled with joy. The other Stormwolves also seemed excited. Everyone was motivated. It was definitely a good thing. Then Rimuru's gaze turned to see the Kijin group. He could see foam coming out of their mouths. Everyone had fainted. Rimuru? Mind. Maybe it was too much for them to see me transform into a huge wolf. Greg. Mind. I think if partner stops next time he will try to warn them. Rimuru nodded at his friend's words, then manipulated the sticky thread and tied Kaijin and the rest of the dwarves to his and Ranga's backs so they could reach them even if they were unconscious, and so they set off. Rimuru. Mind. I think it was a good thing that they fainted. If we take this slowly, the speed of 100 kilometers per hour could make them faint from the initial speed. Greg. Mind. Although I think your 2 dog runts are suffering. Rimuru. Mind. It must be your imagination. It's a skill fainting with eyes open. It's very common, He joked with his companion, who got the joke and let out a big laugh while offering his condolences to the 2 poor dwarves. So the group moved forward and talked a little with the thought communication skill because they had doubts about something. Rimuru. Link. Hey Rigger. Have you been successful in summoning your partner before? Rigger. Link. I haven't done it, Rimuru-sama, even though it brings me great shame. There has been no progress. Rimuru? Link. Fuma. I understand, then only Gobta has been able to do it. Brigger? Link. What? Gobta, is that true? Gobta? Link. Why yes. I called and he came for me. Upon hearing those words, the eyes of the goblins and wolves lit up with determination. Rigor? Link, but that can't be. Datta is strong enough to have made the journey to the dwarf kingdom and back on foot once. Rimuru? Mind. As he had assumed, Datta is a capable idiot. He can certainly do something if he sets his mind to it. His suspicions had been confirmed as he had shown himself to be someone capable on several occasions. Datta's opinion of Rimuru had risen, although it will probably fall in some time. After some time it got dark and they decided to camp. Rimuru set up a tent so everyone could rest because he wanted to check the book that Kaijin had given him because he hoped he could learn a little magic. Rimuru? Let's see what's here. He took out the book he had kept. It looks quite old. It's a book with summoning magic. Could it be that I could get a familiar? I've always wanted to have my own familiar. Great Sage, help me create the magic circle, please. Great Sage. Mind, understood. Creation of magic circle activating dream. On the ground beneath the boy, and thanks to the power of Great Red, a circle of great complexity began to be carved into the ground. Rimuru, by ties of blood and the moon as your guide, absorb my mana and the nectar of life and become my slave. We will share the world. Tell me your name and answer my call. He raised his hand and lightly cut his finger with the power of the dream. He had created a drop of blood and let it fall into the magic circle, causing it to shine with great intensity. In front of the boy a figure had appeared. A beautiful woman had appeared. His heart beat, and a blush took over his face. He ignored the two bodies that protruded from his head. Even his tail was overshadowed by the beauty of the voluptuous woman who had appeared. Rimuru. How beautiful! She, upon hearing his voice, turned around and gave him a warm smile while covering the important parts of her naked body. Was it you who summoned me? Rimuru. Mind. This aura can't be her. She's a demon though. Why is she naked? Rimuru? Sorry, but why are you naked? I'm not complaining, but it's strange. He couldn't help but make his typical silly face, causing the demon in front of him to smile pleased. Demon? So you like what you see then? How about this? She jumped on him, letting him completely feel those voluptuous breasts of hers. Oh, it seems you like my breasts, Rimuru? Yes. They are so soft and stretchy. They are the best. He seemed excited, and she smiled proudly. Iman? Wait. Did you summon me without knowing who I am? Well, what does it matter? Hey, you want me to do something for you, right? Tell me. I'll do anything for you? She approached his ear and whispered. Rimuru seemed extremely excited. He held her by the shoulders and told her exactly what he wanted. Rimuru. I want you to be my familiar. Demon? Without being able to say another thing, the circle beneath both of them emitted a strong glow, and between the middle of the demon's chest a seal of servitude appeared. You said to become your familiar then? What's with this enormous magical density? She was shocked by the monstrous image of the mana that the young man in front of her was exuding. Rimuru. Oh. Finally, this is the mark of the contract. I have a familiar. He looked at the same mark on the woman's chest on the palm of his right hand. Amon? If it seems that I am now your familiar, nothing can be done anymore. A contract is a contract. In exchange, I will take a little of your mana. She approached the boy's face and closed the distance, giving him a kiss. Rimuru looked surprised, but when he felt the contact he placed his hand on the demon's cheek, allowing her kiss. Rimuru? Mind. It's strange. I feel like my magic is being drained. Although she was taking his mana, he seemed disinterested and only concentrated on fighting with the demon's tongue, creating a passionate battle between the two that ended while a thread still tied their tongues together. Demon, Thufufu. You are a good kisser. I am Vermal. You humans refer to me as a demon. From now on, take care of my master. She gave him a cute smile while running a hand over the boy's chest to look at her, enraptured by her beauty. Send me as much as you want. I'll do whatever you want. She began to move her hand, feeling the young man's chest. She even licked her lips seductively. Rimuru. Whatever. His eyes became slanted in anticipation, but it was not the time since they were both in the middle of the night, and she was completely naked. No. No. Wait. Well, you see, I would like to explain my situation to you first. After a few moments of explanation, the demon looked at him with interest as she ran her hand over a certain area of the boy that seemed eager to come out. Vermal. Interesting. So you're not a human. Now I understand how you managed to summon me. This is very interesting, Rimuru. Well, the truth is that I'd never had a familiar, and when I saw the opportunity one wanted to try. Vermal. I'm not surprised your magic power is very dense, enormously dense, would be the best way to describe it, but that means good news for me. For other beings such a concentrated magic would be a deadly poison, Rimuru. I think I've heard something about that, so can you be okay with my mana? I know you're a demon and not a normal one, you're very strong. Ermiel. That's right, I'm a powerful demon, a bad one Ichan. Rimuru. That doesn't matter, Vermal-san is a beautiful and sexy demon. She looked at him with emotion and she didn't expect such a reaction, but she felt happy to be accepted. Vermal, Thufifu. You know, for a moment I considered killing you, but frankly I think you are stronger than me. It would have been suicide. I was sealed in that book for a long time, and you helped me escape. In other words, you are my savior, being a familiar in return is nothing. Vermalu, you were sealed. Why? Vermal. Era. Do you want to know, why was I sealed? A huge smile appeared on her face as she approached Rimuru's face and whispered something in his ear. Because I did a lot of bad things. Rimuru. Well, that doesn't matter anymore, right? He didn't seem affected but rather was dazzled by Vermal's body, although in his mind his partner took him out of those thoughts when he remembered that it was nighttime and she was surely cold. He hurriedly took off his uniform jacket and placed it on Vermal, who looked surprised by the sudden change. Rimuru. Sorry, I was watching you for so long that I forgot we were outdoors. Wait, I'll make some clothes for you. Sorry if it's something simple, but you took a lot of my magic. Mind, Great Sage, make some clothes for her. I'll give you the measurements. Great Sage. Mind. Understood. Clothing production accepted. Dream has created a simple garment completed. Rimuru. Here, Vermal said, this is for you. He extended some clamps, and she took them while smiling. Ermiel. You're a strange boy. You tell me that you like my body, but now you tell me to put on clothes. Well, I appreciate it, although I wonder how you know that they will look good on me. She blushed slightly and covered her mouth that had an indelible smile. Rimuru could only wait for some time, and when she put on her clothes he swallowed hard because she had a great charm in her figure. In fact, her tail gave her an even sexier touch. Vermal, how are you? Vermal? Too sexy is great. You're the best. He looked extremely excited and she smiled, pleased. She liked that he was so sincere. As I already told you, it doesn't bother me that you're a demon. In fact, I would like you to keep your horns in your tail. Currently, I'm the leader of a small goblin village that I saved, and we're returning to build houses. Vermal. I see. So it's okay for me to stay this way, right? She touched her horns while looking at Rimuru, who smiled at her in a goofy way. Rimuru. Well, I guess you'll need to sleep. I'll prepare a tent for you. Tomorrow we'll continue our journey and I'll introduce you to everyone. The demon couldn't help but smile because it seemed like her new life would be extremely exciting and fun next to a slime dragon. Rimuru and Vermal returned to the camp where the young man was ready to take out a tent just for her. But before he could, he was practically kidnapped by the demon and forced into what was the dragon slime's tent. Inside, she hugged him, enjoying the warmth that the young man's body gave off. Rimuru, while enjoying the contact of her generous breasts, felt a little uncomfortable as he was once again sleeping next to a beautiful demon. To avoid any negative feelings towards his new familiar, he decided to talk to Drake and the Great Sage in their conversation. They analyzed his combat techniques. They had realized that since he had left the cave, he normally killed all the monsters with a water sword. Although he had checked the state of his armor, he could fight perfectly in that state. But the support of the Great Sage, he might be able to take down opponents even stronger than him. He had remembered that Kaido had told him that the Armosaurus that had attacked the dwarves in the mine was classified as a B rank monster, and from there, Rimuru used the Great Sage's simulation skills to compare everyone against the Armosaurus. In the simulation, he received the information that the Black Snake was not even in A rank, but it could win against 10 of those centipedes at once, so he classified it as an A. Under the same simulation, he gave the Tempest Starwolf a rank. If it were one that was not under his control, it would be stronger than the Black Snake, although it probably could not defeat 10 at the same time. Although he had to take into account the scope Black Lightning. Next morning, his own instincts told him to test the ability the next time they stopped, and so it was when he used it in his human form, he saw in disbelief the terrible result, a great flash followed by a thunderous thunder. The great rock at which he had aimed his target along with much of the earth around it disappeared, creating a huge crater. To further verify its effectiveness, he activated his balance breaker and charged some boost, and the result was terrifying. He had tested it in a lake, and the result had been a huge explosion that had caused all the water in a lake to begin to rain down through the forest. Rimuru. Cough. Cough. Let's pretend this didn't happen, okay? Grimmel. It's okay, you don't have to worry, I won't say anything fufufu. She looked at the result full of interest. Although she had expected something like that, she couldn't understand what that armor she was wearing was. Vermal was overwhelmed now. He had new attacks that could be extremely dangerous, like the Dragon Shot or the Dragon Blaster. Now in that world, it was the Poisonous Breath, and now the Black Lightning. He could even see that this had a high cost of Magiculus. Although with the boost, he did not feel any problem having increased the capacity of his mana. However, given Black Bolt's potential, perhaps he could use it as one of his finishing attacks in some combat. After all, the first attack had covered a 20-yard radius around the rock that had been disintegrated, and the ground was glassy and burning that gave much to think about. Rigger, of course, had sent some hobgoblins to investigate. Everyone arrived and surrounded Vermal, thinking that she had been responsible, and perhaps trying to hurt her master, but it was Rimuru himself who calmed the waters by introducing her as his familiar, and that he himself had launched the lightning in a test. He even apologized to them. I'm sorry for interrupting your sleep. From that moment on, he decided to do that kind of test in a place where he couldn't hurt anyone, and even a soundproof place would be fine so as not to cause an alert. Now with some more data to work with, he repeated the simulation in his mind, and the result was that a Tempest Starwolf could defeat 10 Black Snakes with just Black Lightning, which meant that the attack passed rank A. The standard for a ranking was to be able to destroy a small city. It was a disaster level. In other words, Rimuru would never do it in urban areas. His experiments continued with Vermal's curious gaze. Vermal let Rigger and his people handle breakfast, although the goblin food was quite usual, just eat and eat. Vermal looked disgusted by that, so Rimuru gave her normal provisions, among her a sweet, to be more exact, a caramel apple. When she tried it, it had a great euphoria in the demon, who gave him the thumbs up. Rimuru, mind. We can't continue like this. I'll have to show you the culinary arts. Although I wonder if you can get used to the change of culture. Greg. Mind. They can probably do something, don't worry. Vermal. Hey Rimuru, you have another sweet. I want more of that sweet taste. She clung to him with the intention of enjoying another one of those sweets that he had given her, but against all odds his lips were sealed by her while she took a little more mana. The dwarves were just awake, still white as a sheet, although they smiled when they saw how a beautiful woman seemed to be eating Rimuru. Pigeon. Wow, so the morning is starting well, Rimuru Dana. It seemed the scene had calmed them, but when they saw the woman's face they felt great terror, noticing her horns and tail. It was obvious that she was not human. Wolves. A demon. Those who could speak screamed as they ran terrified through the camp. It took Rimuru quite a while to calm them all down and explain the situation. Rimuru. So, are you feeling better now? Pigeon. Why yes, so where are we? The dwarves seemed a little more relaxed, but now their uncertainty lay in where they were located, since they were obviously in unknown territory. Rimuru? Don't worry, we're going to the goblin village. Pigeon? What? But for a trip like that it will take us 2 months. We won't have enough food unless we get some from a nearby town. Rimuru. Mind, I think it's a little late to be surprised by that. I'd like to tell him that we'll arrive on the 3rd day, but that will surely confuse him even more. Greg. Mind. It's normal, partner, in this world they have another common sense, and we just broke it. Rimuru knew that he had broken it more than once, but now the best thing would be to calm the concerns of his new companions. Breakfast for the dwarves and goblins was roast hares, since Vermal had already eaten and Rimuru didn't need to. While everyone was eating, Rimuru told them about future plans and how they would arrive in just 2 days. Impossible. The dwarves shouted in unison, realizing how fast the wolves could run. Rimuru. Don't worry, once you get used to it, it'll be a piece of cake. Obviously, it would be good if you could get used to it, but you'd probably get to the village before that happened. And so they set off again on their way home with an excited Vermal riding Rimuru. Along the way, they were all able to converse using thought communication, which was an advanced type of telepathy that allowed her to create links and speak with several people at once. It also made things like strategy meetings easier, remaining effective at a range of about 1 kilometer, which was sufficient for all types of conversations. On the second day, the dwarves seemed more capable of staying on the road without fainting, although the force of the wind prevented them from opening their eyes. As a countermeasure, Rimuru created some motorcycle goggles for them, and Vermal, although she didn't seem very affected, appreciated the detail. Being able to count on the power of Great Red's dream was very convenient when you had the Great Sage. Either way, the dwarves were keeping up with things, and now, thanks to the helmets and goggles, Rimuru could converse with them, including being kind enough to tell him a thing or two about life in their kingdom as they continued to advance. The goblins also remained attentive to the conversation, while Vermal was eager to eat some other sweets. Vermal discovered that in this world dwarves were considered fairies who were extraordinarily long-lived, goblins being partially monsters were notoriously ephemeral, and Vermal had an almost immortal life being a demon. But demons were weak to spirits but were strong against angels. That was great information for Rimuru, since both worlds were very similar in some things but very different in others. At that moment the slime remembered something and decided to mention it. Rimuru. Link, Cajun, I know it's a little late to ask you, but are you okay with this? I'm sure you admire the king a lot, right? Cajun. Link. Oh, that, I still admire him. There isn't a single dwarf who doesn't. Who wouldn't admire a hero king who looks like he stepped out of a fairy tale? Greg. Mind, that dwarf is right, partner. After all, you were also admired in all the factions you knew, and possibly some also admired you. Rimuru. Mind. That's already in the past, my friend, but this hero is alive and well, and he protects his people as their king. I could understand why they respected him so much. Greg. Mind. You were also a great hero, partner. Even with that op-eyed dragon thing, you were the one who did so much for the people important to you, and a great example of unity. Rimuru. Mind, could I still do the same? He had become the Goblin Master by pure chance, and in the same way he became the Master of Vermal, but now he didn't know what to do exactly. Greg. Mind. I still believe you can unite them all, partner. So I look forward to seeing what world you create. Rimuru. Mind. Thanks, Greg. I have no doubts now. Now I know exactly what I should do. Rimuru. By the way, Kaijin, why did you decide to follow me? Wouldn't it have been better for you to stay with the king? Kaijin. You're much more sensible than I thought, Rimuru Dana. Why? Because he seemed interesting. That's what my instinct told me. This boy can do anything. And that's all. Don't you think that's a good reason? Vermal? I think the same too. You freed me from a seal that was supposed to lock me up for all eternity. I want to follow you and see what you'll be capable of, Rimuru. So if you don't want me to get violent, give me your magic, because as long as I have this mark, I'll always be your familiar. Suddenly her face lit up as she hugged him. As long as you give me orders, I'll do anything you want. Without wasting time, she sealed Rimuru's lips again, taking some of the boy's mana, and when she finished they could see how the woman shined with satisfaction. Rimuru, you really like my mana that much? You didn't drink at night and in the morning. How much of my mana do you want? Vermal? Oh come on, I was sealed for centuries, so my power has decreased too much. If I don't take your magic power, then I won't be able to maintain this form. You know, normal humans can make contracts with my kind, but they wouldn't be able to control our power. They could beg or turn into withered shells after paying the contract. That's what it would normally mean to sell your soul to the devil. But now you, my Rimuru, have obtained the ability conquer a demon. You have it within you. You have so much magic power it's carry. Are you sure you're a normal slime? Rimuru. A slime dragon, that's my species. As for my power, I have a special power infinite. I guess that's one of the reasons why my magic power is so great. Burmile. Then it's better for me now that I can be in your care, so treat me very well. Burmiru. I will. You don't have to worry, you're my family now. He gave her the gentlest smile, and the demon couldn't help but blush slightly. That flirtatious and teasing side had been hidden, and she seemed like a normal girl when she saw her crush. Cajun, I hope you don't complain because there will be a lot of work to do ahead, so get ready. Greg. Mind, you see partner, you still have the touch. Rimuru. Mind. Yes, but I won't sit back and do nothing. We'll make a home for all of us. Cajun? I know. Bromale? Count on me, Rimuru. Rimuru nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Then after 2 days they had finally arrived at the village. Their objective had been completed. It had only been about 2 weeks, but they were back. You couldn't really call it a village as it was more of an empty space than anything. While they had been gone, a few simple tents had been put up around the area. There were signs of progress. Rimuru could see at least one iron pot sitting atop the remains of a central fire. The goblin kitchen used to gather around roasting everything, but now they had added ways of cooking. The development was truly remarkable, though Rimuru couldn't help but wonder, where did they get that thing? Looking closer, he could see that it was made from the shell of a large turtle. Rimuru. Mind. At what point did they expand their hunting area? Despite such a surprise, he was glad that everyone remained safe. The resident hobgoblin saw the returning group and quickly rushed to greet them with cheers and applause. Rimuru thought he had forgotten to bring souvenirs for everyone, but he just ignored it when he saw all the furs they had gathered and thought that Kaijin and the others would have clothes ready for everyone in no time. Rimuru. Mind, I would like for them to be self-sufficient and be able to make their own clothes, but I think it's still too early for them to be able to do that. Rimuru, ignoring his own thoughts, looked for Rigard with the idea of introducing him to the dwarves and Vermal, but when he felt his presence, he noticed how the latter was heading towards him. He assumed that he was excited to see them, but he seemed more annoyed than happy. Brigard. Welcome back. I'm sorry I didn't greet you sooner, but Rimuru-sama, there are guests. Rimuru. Mind. Guests. I don't have any friends other than Baldora. Rimuru. Vermal, will you come with me? Vermal. Of course, I don't want to be separated from my Rimuru. She clung to her sword, pressing her breasts against it. They had let the dwarves introduce themselves on their own. In fact, it was not necessary because they themselves inspected the surroundings. While Rimuru stored the tools he had brought in a tent, he thought it would be better than leaving everything out in the open. Once everything was settled, Rigger guided them both to where the guests were. He took him to one of the largest tents, which had apparently become a meeting room. Rimuru. It's strange, their presences are very small, and many are like Greg. Mind. Goblins. His friend's words were true. As they entered, they were met by a bunch of ordinary goblins. Several of them were well dressed, each accompanied by a handful of servants. Rimuru. Mind. I suppose they are leaders of some village and their guards. Although I call them guards, none of them were armed. Well, even with weapons they wouldn't be a threat. Before Rimuru spoke, the goblins prostrated themselves on the ground. Goblins. It is an honor to meet you, O strong being. Please hear our pleas. Each and every one of them shouted in unison. Rimuru. Mind. Being strong again, plus, goblins like to prostrate themselves or something. It makes me feel bad that they prostrate themselves. Out of mind. Get up, you can talk. Elder Goblin. Thank you for your generosity. All of us here want to join your followers, sir. One of the elders took the voice of everyone, and they nodded, confirming his words, and with eyes full of hope. Goblins, please grant us your magnanimous kindness. Everyone else shouted as they remained on the ground, and their eyes turned to Rimuru before placing their forehead against the ground. Rimuru. Mind. Damn, just when we were busy with the revival of the village, I don't have time for this. He couldn't help but put on a tired face, something that was noticed by Vermal. Vermal? Link. Yo, Rimuru, what will you do? Will you accept them? She saw the opportunity to speak with the thought communication skill and extremely curiously looked at the boy. Rimuru. Link. Well, I can't deny that we need manpower, and I don't want to leave them helpless either. If we have several villages joining us, we can avoid territorial wars. Burmel. Link. But what if they betray us afterwards? Rimuru? Link. If something like that happens, I will have to exterminate all of them. I will not forgive a betrayal after opening my arms to them. Rimuru? Link. I see, I'm glad you have a common sense. You can't always be everyone's friend. Rimuru. Link. Thank you for supporting me in this. For now we will accept them, but if they betray us I will finish them all. He reaffirmed his decision and made sure that there would be no forgiveness. The guards accompanying the elders had returned to their respective villages to report the news, so what did they have to say? In short, the story was: it all started with the recent disruptions to order around the forest. The other villages had abandoned Rigurd's tribe during the wolf attack in part because they simply had no combat resources left to allocate. All of the intelligent races in this forest, the orcs, the lizard men, and the ogres, were also beginning to step up and claim their rights to this land. There were smaller conflicts in that regard, but before then there was a silent agreement where no one would let it lead to armed conflict. However, with the only true chieftain of the forest out of the picture, there were a few left ready for combat. Monsters in general had a tendency to rise up and engage in regular displays of power. Now every village in the forest was quickly preparing to attack each other. It was only a matter of time before something blew everything up, and the goblins, the weaker ones, were doomed to let the majority of those races totally ruin them. That naturally alarmed most of the other goblin elders, as the moment they got involved in this territorial war, it would all be over for them, so they held a conference for several days and were too cornered to think properly. Rimuru. Mind. Well, they are still little goblins, I can't expect much. Greg. Mind. Little ones don't have much gray matter in their little heads. The news of the impending wolf attack came in the midst of that, but their attention was focused elsewhere. The village of Rigurd had been left for dead and forgotten. Their conversations continued without hope. Just then the village's food supplies began to run low, and they had heard news of another new threat, rumors of massive dark beasts ridden by unknown people, advancing through the trees as if crossing flat plains and completely defeating the most powerful monsters in the forest. Who were they? Not knowing the answer made the goblins tremble with fear and surprise because they were apparently very similar to them. Opinions were divided on how they should handle the situation. Some suggested traveling with them immediately and asking for protection. Others found the story too extraordinary to believe, worried that it might be a trap, and refused to believe that someone like the goblins would have no reason to deceive them. However, cheating or not, there was no guarantee that this new race would accept them, especially since they had abandoned Rigurd's village. Forgiveness seemed a futile hope to many of the elders. Even the goblins were capable of being ashamed. In the end, realizing that they had reached the end of their intellect, the conference ended with a complete lack of concrete conclusions, so the sides seeking the protection of Rimuru's village decided to travel that way. Now it all made sense, although that had been too selfish on his part, but obviously they were talking about small, stupid and weak goblins. Even so, Rimuru should have expected something like that. Rimuru. I understand if anyone wants to come, let them do so. That was his response to the goblin representatives. That was enough to send them back home for now. That was the moment where the problems had begun, as Rimuru and Vermal could see the crowds of goblins. Rimuru? Mind. This is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Greg? Mind. I could even say it's insane. The amount was too much. There was no room in the village for so many. In the last few days, they had been very busy building axes and using them to cut down trees for wood and so on. Rimuru stayed up late at night to at least finish some houses. Vermal seemed very upset when she woke up because Rimuru had not slept with her. Pageant for his part took care of the wood duties while the three brothers worked to process the animal skins into clothing for the goblins. The appearance of the females was too tasty that Rimuru considered that they should have priority. They were in the middle of the job when the goblins appeared, 4 tribes, about 500 in total. The rest were still in the villages with the elders who chose to stay. The time had come to move. There wouldn't be much difference in terms of work, assuming they did it now. Rimuru reviewed his mental map of the area. He would have liked to have a river nearby or some cleared land for agriculture. As he walked with Vermal, they found the location of the most ideal area, the area near the cave he had come out of, just in case he decided to ask Rigurd. Rimuru, tell me, is this place considered a forbidden zone? Rigurd. Indeed it is, unlike the forest that is a true lair of powerful monsters. Rimuru? Then there's no problem. I mean, I live there. He ignored Rigurd's incredulous look in Vermal's analysis. Rigurd? What? Vermelu. If I was born in the depths of that place, I should be fine. Vermal. I see. Vermal. Special link. Rimuru, are you a traveler from another world or something? Of course, anyone would suspect the understanding and intelligence of a slime. Now the aura coming out of that cave had disturbed her and reminded her of something. So knowing that Rimuru could see from there raised several suspicions on her part. Rimuru. Special link. No, well, I'm not exactly. I promise to tell you everything later. Just give me time, okay? Vermal. Special link. It's okay, it's not like I'm bothered or anything near you, so I'm fine with serving you. Rigurd. As expected of Rimuru-sama, this Rigurd admires him fervently. It was funny that he said that because Rimuru didn't understand what was so great about being born in that cave, but that didn't matter now. He called Myld, the youngest of the three brothers, and told her everything he could about the structure of his world. The topography and measurement in this world were quite precise, thanks to magic, that plus the knowledge of Rimuru, who constantly participated in the Gremry Company. They were able to establish a pseudo-septic system that could store waste and convert it into fertilizer. It was also important to keep infectious diseases at bay, which was another of the things he discussed with Myld. Rimuru. Can goblins get sick? Greg. Mind. We also don't know if wolves or dwarves can get sick. In fact, either does your new girlfriend. Great Sage. Mind. Answer. If goblins are susceptible to diseases, in the case of dwarves they have greater resistance but could get sick, demons are unable to do so due to their spiritual life, and even with a physical body, they do not present such a disadvantage. Rimuru. Mind. I see, so they are like normal people, but being surrounded by trash before was counterproductive. Losing a lot of people, you make up for it with a lot of babies, simple math. Though that wasn't the case with the goblins, they gave birth to fewer offspring each time, which was another reason he assumed was because of their long lifespan. Either way, if they were to lose many to disease, they wouldn't be able to maintain their high numbers. He had no knowledge of medicine, only the potion that he could make himself. There was nothing else he could do. They didn't have a magic healer either, so while everyone was in a construction frenzy, Rimuru thought they could go hand in hand with hygiene. Myld, for her part, had considerable knowledge about waste systems like that. Possibly there was some traveler who told them about it. On the other hand, in this world they had something called spiritual engineering, a unique field of study that led to all sorts of strange discoveries. However, what it didn't offer was a way to make fertilizer from people's trash. Myld was surprised to hear that idea from Rimuru. Now she understood how Azazel felt when he explained his inventions. However, after some deliberation, he appointed him as the head of construction operations for his village and left everything in his charge. Of course, Rimuru wasn't going to abandon him since he could help with the construction, but Vermal wasn't going to allow him to stay up all night working. After Rigurd assigned some people to Myld's details, they were assigned to study what would be everyone's new home. Ranga joined them. Just in case, it was not very possible that the monsters would come out of the cave towards them, but it was better to be safe than sorry. But one problem solved, they went where the other pressing problem awaited them, giving names to all the goblins. Just thinking about it made Rimuru depressed when he felt the sensation of sinking upon reaching half of 500. He helped himself with several boosts to at least stay conscious because he knew that if he fell asleep, Vermal wouldn't be able to get mana from him. Plus he was running out of names because he had already started making simple and silly names like Aptiv because he didn't have that many names either. Still, she had to start. It took her around 4 days to get them all back to normal with lots of boosts and several times when Vermal would drain her mana, although at some point she got very used to kissing him without taking a drop of mana. In fact, they both used to sleep naked in his tent. Even the goblins could swear that screeches came out of the tent at night. It seemed that those two had formed a relationship beyond the Master Pact, but that was not such an important thing since Rimuru had to gather the tribal leaders, and if they had the 5 vowels, Ranga thought it was a coincidence, but it was not. Although he regretted it, no one would ever know his secret. Because now he had more than 600 goblins under his command, it was impossible to think of 600 different names for each goblin. Dreg no longer had any ideas. Even a goblin ended up having the name of Albion when he ran out of ideas. The elders knelt in their majestic hobgoblin form. Rigurd was there, and he followed in Rimuru's footsteps. There were 3 others he had just named Rigurd, and Rogurd, that left one elder without a name, and she was a woman. Rimuru, mind, quickly think of something feminine. I know. Rimuru. Lilina. One advantage she had was that she could differentiate goblins by gender. Magical perception could help her distinguish them from normal goblins. Greg. Mind. Well, that name is better. Putting parts of the alphabet, you could make Lilina another series of names. Both considered the possibility but ignored it because there was no time for that. So there they were, a few hundred hobgoblins. Seeing the number, Rimuru thought it was the perfect time to build a class system for them because seeing the number he could no longer tell them to all be friends and get along. There needed to be order and control with a clear chain of command, especially with the number of monsters that valued strength. Rimuru. Alright, listen up, I'll give you all ranks. Rigurd was given a position becoming the Goblin King, the other 4 elders became Goblin Lords, the rest of the goblins bowed to them immediately. It was something spectacular to see. Goblin Elders. We humbly receive your orders, our lord. All the elders cheered in a deafening voice. A new chapter in the history of the goblins had begun. For the crafting of tools, Kajun was in charge. For clothing it was Graham and Dold's command. Clothing had been constantly produced. As for wood, tree felling constantly provided the earthy village with wastelands. The moment he confirmed that all the goblins had evolved, the construction project of the new village began after MYLD returned from her inspection. Rimuru looked at the marked surroundings. Really, in his eyes, it was more of a city than a simple town. But that would be a new home for all of us. After making sure that everything was in place, they left. It was their first step towards a new land. Towards a new nation for everyone. Ordering the Great Forest of Jura was the territory of the Earl of the Kingdom of Blomund. On this border there were those who were willing to protect the area. Their main forces consisted of an order of knights under the control of the Earl. Although membership usually only consists of 100 people, the Count declared a state of emergency. Those who had withdrawn were called back, and the numbers are now almost 3 times as many at 284 people. The next largest force here were the adventurers from the Free Guild. They had taken requests to hunt monsters that threatened the nearby lands. However, this was not an urgent matter, and naturally they completed the requests without any difficulty. They served as lookouts throughout the Earl's territory. Mercenaries were hired. Although some were talented, many were still rookies. Thus, when the monsters began to move, they all worked to scout the surroundings. However, in reality, they did not treat their work as something serious. The main cause being the fact that Earl Nilmegen had been stingy with the money used to employ them. So who can subdue the monsters if the Free Guild didn't take the request? Normally, that was the job of the knights, but now Fuse the guild master had been almost forced to take the task at the request of Baron Belliard. One day he received the news that another investigation team had returned to the city. He went to his chambers and sat very slowly and deliberately on the sofa in the reception room that he always used for classified meetings. In front of him sat 3 people, 2 men and a woman. Old B-rank adventurers. This group already knew him well. There was Guido, a thief who stood out in reconnaissance. Cable, for his part, was a master of defense. Being a fighter class, he voluntarily served as a wall for the rest of the group, and he did his job well. He used to joke around a lot, but he wasn't evil. Finally there was Elin, a sorceress whose skill set was geared towards the more unique types of magic. She had a wide variety of spells at her disposal, but her true ability lay in a supernaturally enhanced movement. It was also worth noting that her careful planning always worked wonders to increase her group's chances of survival. That was the group Fuse had sent to examine the cave Veldora had once been sealed in. His first reaction was slight astonishment that they were safe. That cave was more suited for people with rank B+ or higher. And if he took into account his master's teachings, bringing 2 rank trackers was generally the safest bet. Even if Fuse himself were to venture out, it would probably be a very difficult job if he took it on alone. Fuse? Let's listen to your report. Carefully and quite calmly he spoke to the 3 in front of him. No matter how grateful he was inside, he made sure not to offer them any reassuring words. The trio was already used to that. Pabale? That was horrible, man. Elon? I need to take a bath. Vito? Yes, the hardest part was trying to keep that pair from fighting each other, I would say. His reports almost always began like this. His eyes, however, were deadly serious. Views? Mind. It was probably horrible. The report began with a description of the monsters they had encountered in the cave after passing by the Tempest serpent that served as the area's guardian. They had passed the sealed door. At first, it had been clear that Veldora was gone, but they had spent a week or so exploring the cave just in case. The end result, he was definitely not inside. But one thing had caught their attention. Pabale. Here's the thing. When we concluded our investigation inside, the storm serpent was nowhere to be found. Villain? Yes, that's right. Pavel? I couldn't use escape inside the door, so I spent the whole time figuring out how we would get away. I feel like an idiot. Beto? Yes, I was thinking of using illusion magic and heat manipulation as a decoy, but no. I was worried if we would be able to get here, but what was the meaning of that? That snake had an air rating. It was the strongest presence in the cave. Not even Fuse had much chance of defeating it. It was the reason why he had worried about the chances of the trio in front of him. Something had definitely happened there. Fuse could tell that, and he needed to know what. Fuse? Alright, guys. I'll let you guys rest for 3 days or so, but after that, I'll need you back in the forest. This time, not inside the cave. Instead, you'll be examining the area around you. I want you to leave no stone unturned, okay? Just be thorough, that's all. Pavel, that's all. He says. Belen. 3 days. That's all. Give us a week, at least. Beto? Oh, come on. You know he won't listen to us even if we complain. Views didn't let their protests bother him. He had new information to study. What was going on in that forest? The man was lost in his thoughts for a moment, then opened his eyes, only to find 3 pairs of spiteful eyes staring at him. These guys, he sighed and then yelled at them as usual. Fuse. Why are you still here? Get out, now. 3 days later. Elon. That was just a time off. Beto. Just as you say, girl. Abel? Could you guys stop complaining for a moment? He was supposedly the leader of the group, but it seemed worse than them. Now you're depressing me. They had few routes to choose from into the forest. The monsters had become incredibly active in the past few days, to the point that not even merchants were willing to send carts into the forest. Hiring bodyguards was out of the question. If they did, they would lose money. If they wanted to visit the forest, they would have to travel on foot for the time being. They would have had to walk at least a bit as the path to the sealed cave was too treacherous to travel by horse cart. As a result, preparation was key. Acquiring several weeks' worth of preserved food was a challenge in itself, but without it, they were likely to starve before reaching their destination. Ellen's magic at least guaranteed them drinking water when they needed it. When the preparations were largely finished and it was time to leave, a person approached them speaking with a voice that was somewhere between young and old, like that of a man and a woman. Excuse me, if you are heading into the forest, could I join you on this journey? The mask she wore prevented any guessing of the face behind it. It was a beautiful and ornate mask, but it had no expression whatsoever. There was something vaguely disturbing about her appearance. But Belen? That's fine by me. Pavel? Who? I'm supposed to be the leader here. What's your problem? Vito? Ah, you know her. Once she decides something, she won't change her mind. Thank you. Those words of gratitude were all the masked figure said before silently following them. Thus, Cable and his group met up with another companion as they ventured into the forest. dear forest. Little by little, the new city and its houses were taking shape. In their minds, at least, they were still busy designing the water system and the septic system. So for now, it was still a clearing in the forest. The system took its flow direction from the river that the town was adjacent to. They planned to have a water processing building eventually. Although it was still under construction, that would be where the river water would be purified and distributed to people's homes. On the septic end of things, they built a large wooden chamber where they had full access to the ground. The internal surfaces of the wood would be treated to improve its resistance to rot, and then reinforced with cement. That was what they were working on now. They were lucky, and found material like quicklime on a nearby hill. Meanwhile, another building outside of town was going to be the waste processing facility, where they planned to make the fertilizer they wanted. In addition to this, they were having people build a large temporary building, a sort of gymnasium where they could sleep while the homes were being built. It was pretty sloppy since they had no plans to make it permanent, but it worked in the meantime. Sketching out the divisions of various neighborhoods was going well. The upper-class houses, including the one-room Euro and Vermal, would stay, and that would be built near the mouth of the cave would have a line of homes intended for the tribal elders with the residences spread out around them. They were doing that before anything else because it was easy to lay out the plan of the city without things looking messy and confusing. Basically, it would be built in the shape of a cross with a wide main street, which would make it easier for the townspeople to work in groups if necessary. They would have to be careful not to create long lines of identical roads, as that would make it easier to get lost, but it wasn't a big concern either. The only real downside to that setup was that it might be easy for enemies to move in the event of an invasion. But if they actually got to the city center, it would mean a dozen other things would have failed by then. There was no point in stopping at that scenario. If they destroyed it, they could always rebuild it. However, it seemed like it had been a pretty good idea to name all the goblins and turn them into hobgoblins, as with that their intelligence levels had increased, and they were educating themselves amazingly quickly. Their strength had also been enhanced. The dwarves described regular goblins as F-rank monsters, while hobgoblins were usually between C and D for the most part. They felt more like people than before, depending on their weapons and armor, not to mention their classes and magic arts. There was a lot of room for growth. In that same part, Rimuru could notice a certain difference between the normal hobgoblins and the 4 goblin lords, as they all seemed more talented. On the other hand, Rigard the Goblin King was a special case. Rigard? That's where he was, Rimuru-sama. I was looking for him. Rimuru couldn't help but be surprised as he was practically a muscular monster of nature, enormous in his structure encased the size of an ogre. Agent? Damn, it's even bigger. Since Rimuru had said it, he couldn't deny it. He assumed that it was due to giving him a class in addition to a name. Since he wasn't from that world, it was hard for him to understand the biology of monsters. Vermal didn't explain much to him about it either, so he just let it go. Rimuru? What's wrong, Rigard? You seem a little worried. Rigard? We have captured some suspicious people. Rimuru? Suspicious? What race of monsters are they? Rigard? They are not monsters, they are humans. As you ordered, we do not attack them. Vermeer. Humans. Why just now? He looked at Vermal, and she also seemed strange. She hurriedly hid her horns and tail and looked at Rimuru, who nodded, returning to his slime form. Brow male, don't worry, I'll protect you if something happens. She carried him in her arms and he nodded his body. Rimuru. Mind. Whoa, how sweet. I can feel her breasts, fufufu. No, wait, calm down. Now you have the chance to talk to humans without them wanting to pick a fight. Rigard. It seems that they were involved in a battle with a group of giant ants, and were rescued by Rigard and his fellow security guards who rescued them and brought them here, but we suspect that they are conducting an investigation of the local area. I thought I would come ask for their advice. Rimuru. Mind, I see. So they are investigating this place. Thanks to Kaijin and the brothers, I know that this forest is considered neutral territory and unclaimed by any nation. It seemed that according to his analysis, it could be an expedition force trying to find new territory to take for themselves. Well, that could be a problem. He did not have to worry about it without first listening to their reasons, and then he would think about what to do. Rimuru. I understand. Then we will meet up with them. Take us to them, Vermal. Don't worry. I'll take Rimuru. We don't know if we can show him his human form, or as a reaction to seeing that I'm a demon. Having that, Vermal was carrying Rimuru in his slime form because it would be suspicious to see a human in that place, and they could lie saying that Vermal was a monster with a humanoid evolution. When they arrived at the place where they were, Rimuru could hear their conversation. Rimuru? Mind. Who are they? Vito? Who? Hey. I wanted that meat. Belen? They are evil. I had roasted that meat. Pavel. Gentlemen, I regret to inform you that you will not beat me for that meal. Munch, munch, munch. It seemed like the visitors were very lively and were chewing quite a bit. Even Rimuru could hear them from outside when he activated his ability to find the scene of almost everyone chewing fervently as if their life depended on it. Rigurd, a little embarrassed, spoke to his boss since he could understand his silence. Rigurd. My apologies, Rimuru-sama. It seemed that the ants took most of their luggage. And even before that they hadn't had a decent meal in some time, so I ordered them to be fed. Surprisingly, Rigurd was a kind king. Rimuru blacked out his apologies and spoke. Rimuru. Oh, that's not a problem. In fact, you did a good job. Helping someone in need proves that you are a good person, you know? He praised his actions. Little by little he was becoming a true leader. It was good that they didn't ask him about everything and he made his own decisions. Rigurd? Yes. I will do my best to improve and stop being a burden to you, Rimuru-sama. Vermal, I hope you didn't touch the sweets that Rimuru prepared for me. Understood. His eyes turned almost deadly when he saw Rigurd because he wouldn't allow someone to give away his sweets. Rigurd? Oh, of course not, Vermal-sama. I would never dare. He trembled at that gaze. He would never dare to bother that demon because he understood that she was almost as strong as his boss. Rimuru? Mind. Can't you stop being informal, Rigurd? Well, what does it matter now? We have to see the guests. The group approached even closer, and the hobgoblin guarding the door opened it for them. The moment they entered, Rimuru could feel all eyes on him. 4 adventurers sitting on the floor with their mouths full of a variety of meats and vegetables. Their eyes were wide as they gaped at him. It was a hilarious sight to see. Dreg couldn't help but laugh at their reactions. Rimuru. That's weird, I think I've seen them somewhere before. Great sage. Mind. Correct, they were adventurers from that time in the cave. Greg. Mind. Wow, that's destiny. I didn't think we would run into them again. Rimuru. Mind. You're right, but how can that person in the mask eat with that on? They sat there for a moment chewing. They were probably taking their time. Fresh roast meat. It sounded a lot like the meat restaurants in Japan. Obviously, Rimuru had been the one with the idea. After a few moments they returned to what was important. Rigurd approached the high seat and let Vermal sit with Rimuru on his lap, trying to make all eyes focus on him. Rigurd. My guests. Standing to the side of the apparent throne, he gave a proud smile before continuing. I hope you are comfortable. Allow me to introduce you to our master, Rimuru-sama. He pointed at the red slime with black touches, causing them to choke. Rimuru was sure he heard them swallow hurriedly, and then shout in unison. A slime? They reacted full of surprise except for the 4th member who continued eating calmly. Rimuru looked at them and decided to joke a little. Rimuru, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Rimuru, a slime. I'm not a bad slime. At her joke he heard a sound under the mask. He was surprised by her reaction since the others were normal. A possibility passed through his mind as he looked at her. It seemed as if they had been greatly surprised seeing how Rimuru had spoken on his own. Well, it was understandable. He had heard that slimes did not usually speak. After a few moments the adventurers regained their composure. Pavel, that was rude of us. We would never have imagined being saved by monsters. I guess we owe you. Elon? Yes. We work as adventurers. This food is so delicious. We've been running around for the past 3 days. I think it's been hard to eat something so good. Thank you so much, Ito? Thank you. We owe you a lot, but I never thought the hobgoblins would be building a village around here. Rimuru. I understand your situation. Take your time eating. We can talk when you're done. Knowing that they were Defier, he jumped from Vermal's lap and took his human form. The masked man, upon seeing his features, was slightly startled, while the other three were stunned. Don't be scared, this is my true form. He didn't expect such a reaction since the dwarves had easily accepted him. It really would have been better if the hobgoblins had called him after they finished eating, but taking advantage of the time he handed some food to Vermal, who began to eat in silence but with a big smile, giving the image of someone kind. Vermal, thinking about taking advantage of his time, left the store and gave some orders to prepare his home to hold a meeting with his guests or prisoners depending on how they saw it. Vermura, okay, Vermal, let's go to our shop. Vermal? Well, I haven't had my manna of the day today. She hugged him as they walked straight to her tent. Already in the Vermal shop he obtained his manna kisses along with the usual kisses that had begun to be rituals between them. When they finished, Triggered had one of his female assistants prepare them some tea. It seemed that his technique had improved a lot. Little by little, they were establishing themselves in a truly cultured society. After a few more moments, the four adventurers immediately appeared, giving a warm sorry about earlier. As they entered the tent, which was a bit cramped for everyone since it was only used by Rimuru and Vermal. Once their goblin guide left, another one brought fresh tea to the group, a real service. It seemed like the dwarves had explained about it to them. Surely when they drank with them, they learned about their society and culture. Rimuru. It's good to see you again. As I said, my name is Rimuru, and I am the leader of this small group. Tell me, what brings you here? Obviously, that was a valid question. They felt each other, possibly expecting something like that, and began to talk. Cable. It's a pleasure to meet you, Rimuru-san. My name is Cable. The leader of this group, more or less. This is Elon, and the one over there is Ghetto. We are adventurers class and rank B. Elon? Nice to meet you, I'm Elon. Ghetto? Hey. Ghetto is my name, nice to meet you. Rimuru? Mind. I see, so they are a B rank group. They must definitely be strong to belong to such a level. Or maybe it's just that they can hide from monsters. But who is the fourth person? I remember that before there were only 3 of them. Pable. And in the meantime, this is Shizu, a temporary addition to our team for this mission. Shizu? Shizu, nice to meet you. It was difficult to distinguish her sex or age based on her voice, but thanks to his sense of smell and experience, he was sure that she was a woman. And if what he thought was correct, she could be Japanese. At least that was the impression she gave him. The way she carried her teacup and the way she knelt with the tops of her feet flat against the ground, he considered it to be strange for this realm, and her companions were nothing like her. The boys were sitting cross-legged on the carpet, and Elon chose to keep her legs to the side instead. Rimuru couldn't take that for granted either, since it was possible that in that world, there was some culture very similar to the Japanese one. Although that was overshadowed because he noticed how the 3 adventurers looked really relaxed and didn't seem to worry about his safety. He wasn't sure if they were underestimating him for being a slime. It seemed that they seemed to enjoy their stay immensely, drinking and laughing with each other. This was a monster's lair that they had entered, didn't they know it? Maybe they had a loose crew, but Rimuru wouldn't be so rude as to ask them. Rimuru? I see. It's a pleasure to meet you. So please tell me what brings you to a place like this. They were extremely frank with their story, apparently not distrusting Rimuru in the slightest. Their guild master had sent them to examine the area around the cave and check if anything suspicious had happened, but this mission was proving to be too much for them. Pavel? In any case, he said to look for anything suspicious, but we should call it suspicious since it's normal. Beto? Yes. That's it. We have no idea what to do. He should have given us more details. Belen? Absolutely. We were glad we had said look for this or that or the other instead of staying lazy. Vito? We might be good explorers and all, but we can't do everything, you know. And so the 3 of them continued insulting their guild master without caring about almost anything. Rimuru felt sorry for that guy. On the way, the group had come across a large suspicious-looking rock with a hole in it, that's it. They must have thought because they took out their swords and stabbed it a little only to wake up the entire nest of giant ants. Now that was stupidity or bad luck, Drake couldn't stop laughing, extremely amused. It was a miracle that they were alive. They had spent the next 3 days constantly fleeing while losing all their possessions along the way. Before getting there, Rimuru couldn't help but congratulate them for doing so well. Rimuru? Well, I wouldn't say there are many suspicious things around here. Isn't the cave the strangest thing? Elon shook her head and answered. Elon? But we didn't find anything in there, did you? Did you know the story behind that cave? There's supposed to be a big, evil dragon sealed in there, but after 2 weeks of running around that cave and there was nothing, 2 weeks without a bathroom and we found practically nothing. Paboli? Hey idiot, no need to say so much. Beto? You see, the one who screwed up was her. It's not my problem. The boys panicked at Elon's involuntary revelation. Rimuru had noticed it the first time he heard them complain. They all like to take a good bath from time to time. Rimuru? Mind. I think it would be a good idea to make some hot springs around here. Let's think about it later. For now we have to continue the conversation. Rimuru, so what exactly are you looking for in that cave? I doubt you're looking for any treasure or anything. Vermal. If you ask me, it's obvious they are looking for the storm dragon Veldora. There are still slight traces of its power. At his words the group nodded. Vito? Well, it's like she said, there were rumors that the dragon had disappeared. Rimuru? Mind, I didn't think Veldora's disappearance would make the humans so nervous. I guess him being sealed was a great relief for them, but now that he's disappeared they must be worried. Greg. Mind. I think it's normal that he is a powerful dragon of this world. Even if he is our friend, it is possible that humans do not see him that way. Rimuru. Mind. If you're right, although it might be a problem now if people send out search parties, could they attack my city or consider it a threat? Pable. We also brought a reaction stone because they said the cave was practically about to explode from the magic. But it was nothing like we thought it would be. I mean, the concentration is a bit heavier than a typical cave, but nothing beyond normal right now, and that's pretty unusual. So at least we have that to get home, but Elon. However, it's still filled with strong monsters, so I don't really want to go in there again. There's no treasure to speak of, nor any magic war. You have to do all that monster extermination, and there's no reward for it. Bido. Yes, you might find something to wear if you search a bit, but there was nothing worth it. Rimuru. Mind. Shit, it was me, but I can't tell them that I was the one who ate all the minerals, and if I told them that the magic decreased because I ate Veldora, it would make it worse. Greg. Mind. It's practically all your fault, Rimuru. Mind. Well, they don't know and they don't need to know, do they? The group continued talking for a while. They had already said too much anyway, as Cable had said, so they might as well go all the way. Those boys seemed even kinder than Rimuru had thought, and if the cave was no longer a place of interest, they could surely avoid being a target. For a moment he considered moving the city in the worst-case scenario, but now it seemed like it wasn't necessary. No country had any legal rights to this land, so it wasn't like anyone could force them to leave, just in case Rimuru decided to ask. Rimuru, by the way, as you can see, we are in the middle of building a city. Would that cause any problems for the guild? Abel? It should be okay, right? Elon? Yes, it is not the union's problem in the first place. But what about local governments? She agreed. Beto? Oh, I don't think it's a problem. Of course the guild wouldn't know what the nations might be thinking. Besides, if any of them took action, they would have to prove their claim to the other nearby nations. It wouldn't be worth it. Then, while they were talking a little more, Rimuru noticed something strange about Shizu, who had been sitting listening the whole time, but suddenly, she dropped to the ground unconscious. Everyone suddenly approached her, but Vermal pulled Rimuru away from her. Ra. Things progressed quickly after that. When his moan ended, the tent was filled with absolute silence. Cracks now appearing on his mask. The mystical force was emerging from below. Everyone could feel that something bad was happening. Elon. Magic summoning? She screamed, extremely surprised. Pabel? Whoa, really? Where the hell did that come from? What rank is it, Velan? Judging by the size of the magic circle, I'd have to guess B+ or higher. Beto? Well, we can't just sit here, boss. We have to stop him. Rimuru was surprised because with their conversation, he thought they weren't that serious. But now they were exchanging words and immediately jumped into action. Velan? Great Earth, place your bonds upon it. Hand of Clay. Shizu, Yuria. First Elon caught her, then Cable gave her a full body blow. Geto stepped back ready to act the moment trouble appeared. For a B rank, their teamwork was top-notch. There was not a single unnecessary movement. But all Shizu had to do was lift the top of her index finger a little, and that was enough to cause a small explosion around her. Rimuru wasted no time putting on his armor and covering Vermal from the attack. The two's tent had been destroyed because of that. Rimuru wasn't very upset, but Vermal was furious because she considered him her love nest. Rimuru, as he moved away from the explosion, noticed the others. He turned around to find the Cable who had hit Shizu after Elon caught her had taken the brunt of the blow, having been sent flying. However, Dito was fine and had sensed the danger quickly enough to push Elon to safety. Rimuru. Hey, are you okay? The helmet disappearing, he looked at the adventurers who ignored the armor because they had more problems to worry about. Beetle? We're fine, yeah? Elon? It hurts a little. We better get hazard pay for this. He, for his part, was already worried because he seemed like someone quite resilient. Pabble? Ouch. It hurts. Guys, worry a little about your leader. Velan? I knew Shizu-san was a magic user, but could she also summon? Pabel? What do I summon anyway? Bido? No. Don't worry about it. As far as I know, you can't cast magic without a chant during a summoning. Suddenly he stopped talking as he looked at Shizu, finding the answer to his words. Wait. No way. Is she the conqueror of the flames? Shizu continued to cast her spell, her entire body glowing a bright red, floating slightly in the air, her face remaining on her face as her long black hair spilled into her robes. Rimuru, mind. I don't know what he's trying to do, but it's not good. Out of mind. Rigard, get everyone out of the city. Don't let anyone come near here. Rigard? But Rimuru? That's an order. Once they're evacuated, tell Ranga to come here. Rigard? Yes, Rimuru-sama. The Goblin King hurried away to begin the evacuation. Vermal. Jujuju, I'm glad to have even more magic. It seems that we will fight together, Rimuru. Rimuru, if Vermal, our home must be protected. He knew that if he was with Vermal and Ranga, they could defeat whatever was about to appear, because he understood that this had not been an act on their part, or something intentional on the part of Shizu, since it lacked murderous intent. Vermal stopped hiding his horns and tail to get ready for the fight while some boosts were heard in the surroundings. It seemed like they were preparing for any kind of situation. Rimuru. Hey Geto, what's this about Conqueror of Flames? Velan. Wasn't she a hero or something? I think she was active about 50 years ago. Rimuru. Mind. So she's someone famous. He watched as Shizu's mask fell from her face and flames shot upwards. Up in the sky, 3 fire salamanders appeared. For Shizu it was a hellish way to show her face. Her black hair was spread outwards with the shock wave dancing brilliantly against the hell. She had a subtle beauty, but her eyes gave off a wicked gleam and the corners of her lips were twisted upwards in what seemed to be a smile of absolute joy caused by the carnage in front of her. Something about it seemed completely unnatural to Rimuru in a way he couldn't quite describe. Dreed wasn't quite sure, but it was when he took control of the boy's body. Voice of the World. Unique skill Degenerate released. The voice of the world echoed around. As it did, the beautiful young woman transformed into a titan of fire. Vito? It can't be, that's the conqueror of the flames, the master of the titan Ifrit. The strongest spirit in the world. Abel? Ga? Ifrit? Isn't that the spirit that's above rank A and stuff? He couldn't help but shout in surprise. Belen? Ofa? This is my first time seeing it, but there's no way to win against her, Beto. We can't, we all die here. I guess it was a short life. The 3 salamanders at her side, the conqueror of the flames, surveyed her domain. No wonder the 3 were so terrified. Even a single salamander boasted of its B+ strength. But what exactly was Shizu's situation? Drake told her the information, giving the possibility that the girl was being controlled by the spirit. There was a shockwave as Shizu or Ifrit unleashed a torrent of magical force. Rimuru looked surprised. It wasn't directed at anyone. It wasn't meant to kill. He had just made a small show of violence. Although there was nothing small about it as Rimuru again rushed to protect Vermal. His actions did not seem like they were done by someone conscious. The attack seemed more like it had been pre-programmed by someone. Now there was no doubt, this was not Shizu's will. Ifrit was supposed to be the one controlled, but now he was out of control. If Drake was right, it didn't matter at that moment. The important thing was to stop the spirit because its attacks had been so strong that they began to burn all the buildings they had built. Rimuru. Damn it, we all worked hard to build those houses. His aura grew in intensity. He was obviously very upset. The three adventurers tried to use a magic barrier to block the attack, but it couldn't even withstand a single wave of shock. They weren't dead, but they weren't doing too well either. They should probably just stay still for now. Vermura. Guys, don't move. You'll end up becoming their targets. Vermal. Rest assured, my Rimuru and I will take care of it. There was no response as they cast a magic barrier as an aura shield. They were seriously defending themselves. He assumed it was under the theory of killing all the monsters or something like that. Rimuru kept his attention on Ifrit, who was unleashing his strength without any time to cast. A scorching wind blew about 100 feet in all directions. Seeing that he was ready to fight, he prepared his first attack. Rimuru. Dragon shot. From one of his arms a sphere of energy accumulated, and it was fired against a salamander who hastily dodged it, but without even waiting for the same sphere to double its trajectory and impact directly towards the back of the salamander, who shrieked before exploding in a huge wave of heat. The force behind her surpassed the release of Ifrit's magic power, but she had taken out one of the enemies present. Vermal smiled lightly as she raised a hand. Vermal. Isosupizu, ice spears. She created several ice spears which at great speed approached one of the remaining salamanders, piercing different parts, and thus causing an explosion. Vermura. Well done, Vermal. Now there is only one left. His gaze did not stop looking at Ifrit because the Titan seemed to be extremely angry. Surely, he looked at them like a little bug that gets in his way. Rimuru was extremely upset, and that was enough to become the enemy of a dragon. It was time for a counterattack. Although there were doubts about Shizu, the person that Ifrit had possessed. But suppressing Ifrit was the top priority. He could see Shizu later, so he knew it could be that the girl wasn't being controlled, but he couldn't rule it out. From his hand, he shot a water sword with great pressure behind him. Unfortunately, the water evaporated before reaching the fire spirit. While he was considering launching another dragon shot, he heard Elan's voice. Elan. Icicle Lance. Her ice magic pierced through the last of the salamanders. When Rimuru looked at her, she was fleeing to the safety of the magic barrier. It was a smart move. It seemed like the barrier was holding up well enough without a lot of concentration, but it seemed like they would need more attacks to take down that salamander. Rimuru. Hey. Are you okay, Villain? I can do this. Risking our lives is nothing to us. Pavel? Oh, come on, I thought I was the leader. Well, so be it. I'm going to take down the last one of them. Dido? Yes, I haven't heard of a bandit fighting an elemental spirit before. I guess we're in this together. Rimuru fell slightly. He didn't know if they trusted each other or not. It seemed like Cable was eager to take down the last one. Rimuru, I see. In that case, take this, but don't pressure yourselves. If you get hurt, use them. Suddenly some recovery potions appeared and he threw them to Geto, who managed to catch them. Geto? Rimuru-san. What are these? Rimuru. They are recovery potions. It is high grade. By the way, if you are injured, use them. There was no time for details. The return to action followed by Vermal, who decided to make a joint attack. Greg. Boost, 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 boost. Vermelu. Vermal. Dragon shot. Shade. A huge red sphere was fired towards Ifrit, but he dodged it only to be surrounded by a huge ice attack moments later. When he was caught inside it, the sphere of dragonic energy returned and hit the wall, causing Ifrit to fall to the ground with a face full of fury and pain. Unfortunately, and because they had damaged differed, the last salamander flew hastily towards the trio without even giving them time to respond to its next attack. Abel? Ah, shit. It's going to explode. As a first line of defense, he launched an aura shield, but the sacrificial explosion of the Mandra room was enough to send him flying. The three of them were exposed to the heat as they rose backwards in the air. Just at that moment Ranga had arrived. It seemed that the evacuation had ended, and he had hurried. Ranga? Did you call? My master, Rimuru, Vermal, and Ranga hurriedly ran towards the three of them. They were more burned than Rimuru expected. They were conscious, but they were no longer able to move, and Cable, who was in front, had taken the worst of it. If it hadn't been for his shield, Elan and Ghetto would surely have died. Rimuru, damn it, Ranga, Vermal, protect these guys, take them to a safe place. Vermal? But. Rimuru. Ranga? But. Their replicas stopped as they felt how Rimuru's mystical aura had increased. It was quite terrifying. Their instinct surely told them that there was no room for replicas. Rimuru, please do it. I'll be fine. This is our home and I will defend it. You have recovery potions, so take them to a safe place to heal them. Brana, as you say. Good luck. Vermal. You're a fool. When I get back, you better give me lots of mana. She bit her lip as she had to separate herself from her master and the boy who had won her heart. Vermal, understood. I'll give you all you want, it's yours after all. He made the helmet disappear, and before she could leave he gave her a quick kiss, giving her some mana since he didn't know if he would need it. Well, go, Ifrit is my prey. They both seemed convinced, although Vermal was blushing deeply from the sudden kiss and also feeling happy upon hearing his words. Ranga hurried up and gathered the three of them in his mouth, gave Rimuru one last look full of respect, and allowed Vermal to climb onto his back to quickly leave the place. Now all that was left was Ifrit. Now Rimuru could fight without holding back. Now Ifrit couldn't hurt anyone else. Rimuru. Mind. Now we lend this little one. The flames were spinning violently in the air. Ifrit, before Rimuru, had stood up with a look full of fury, while several clones appeared cutting off the escape routes. It seemed that he had some extremely useful skills, but Rimuru had already been through something like that. His detection skills could easily tell which one was the original. Even if all of them attacked him, he could still tell where the original was. Plus, he could tell that the doubles were just a little bit strong. Rimuru sincerely doubted that Ifrit could attack him with any kind of effective attack, unlike him where his aura attacks seemed to hurt him quite a bit, and so he continued with his attacks. Boost 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 boost. Rimuru. Dragon Shot. Launched several spheres towards the Ifrit clones and successfully exploded them. It seemed like he had entered a small target shooting game, knocking down the clones with an avalanche of red spheres. Rimuru stepped forward and smiled as his helmet appeared. He had noticed something. In an instant, a magic circle appeared on the ground. Without the need for a chant, it was activated. He had turned his body into gas and turned a 100-yard radius into an ocean of flames. Probably one of Ifrit's high-level ranged attacks, and even worse. The area was filled with energy from the Ifrit clones he had defeated. Glare Circle. The voice could be heard, but it was not decipherable what it was. A man. A woman. A young man. An old man. It was difficult to determine who that voice was, but when Rimuru looked there was no escape. He was in the middle of the enemy attack. Ifrit had used the clones for the purpose of distraction. Rimuru crossed his arms and received the attack. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds had passed. He yawned and looked at the fire surrounding him, looked at the claws on his gauntlet, and then spoke. Rimuru. Are you playing with me or something? This fire is very weak and I've been inside for several seconds. Great Sage. Answer. The effects of thermal fluctuation resistance X have automatically neutralized the fire-based attack successfully. Notice, physiological resistance to fire and magic elements prevents any extra damage. Rimuru. For some reason I felt that you were disappointed, Great Sage. Do you think I didn't know I was resistant to fire? Are you planning to ignore me? Greg. You know partner won't respond, and I doubt a skill can develop an ego. Rimuru. What does it matter? Let's get this over with. He spoke as he unraveled his sticky thread on Ifrit's body. The analysis was ready and showed that he was using Shizu as a core for his body. He couldn't have tied a spiritual beast like the salamanders with that rope, but since Ifrit had a core, it was possible. He then combined the sticky thread with the steel thread to obtain the benefits of both. He had experimented with it, and had discovered that his thread could obtain Rimuru's immunities so he wouldn't be burned. Rimuru. This is checkmate. He slowly walked out of the fire as his armor disappeared. He didn't need it for what was about to happen. Ifrit panicked and struggled to free himself, but the sticky steel thread was never going to let him go. The boy took his sweet time approaching casually. It was time to launch his final blow. Ifrit had taken control of Shizu's body. There was no need to rush. He approached the agitated creature that was trying to launch all the attacks it had to stop him. Unfortunately, its flames were of no use on him. So, Great Sage, do you wish to use the unique skill Predator? Yes. No, Rimuru. Yes. A bright flash of light covered the area and suddenly disappeared. All that was left was a lonely old woman and Rimuru. Subconscious. Was this a dream? My mother's hand cold, her cold eyes looking at me. The fire fell from the sky like rain. It was the first scene he could remember. His mother's hands, which he held for a long time, seemed too clear. He was afraid to look over them because that fire spread like a sea of flames. Should I run somewhere? Everything is covered in fire. Izawa Shizu was slowly drowning in despair, and then she felt like she was bathing in an intense light. Ah, so this is where I'm going to die. She was just a child, but there was only so much she could understand. She was 4 years old at the time, she had no relatives, and she lived alone with her mother. Her father had been drafted, and she didn't even remember his face. She didn't feel blessed or unlucky, that's the norm, she couldn't do anything but accept it. Do you wish to live? If you wish to live, answer my call. A mysterious voice echoed in her head, bringing her out of her thoughts. Shizu? I want to live. Why? I don't understand. She was too young to answer that question, however, looking at her mother who was reduced to nothing more than a hand. I want to live. She screamed as tears fell from her face. Voice of the world. Confirmed, responding to the summoner's request. Successful. Shizu. I want to live without having to fear fire. Voice of the world. Confirmed. Extra skill fire manipulation. Successfully acquired. The next time the little girl opened her eyes, she was in a demon's lair. Who was in front of her was a beautiful demon lord, long golden hair, blue eyes, a well-ordered face, with almond-shaped eyes. His skin was so pale that it seemed like it was almost transparent, so beautiful that it would not be strange if he was mistaken for a woman. He was Leon Cromwell, is called by humans as the Demon Lord, also known as the Golden Demon. Leon. Ah, another failure. He muttered, full of disappointment. However, he did not kill the girl whose body was covered in burns. She did not care. But the girl seemed bewildered. Even now she sometimes remembers that handsome face and arrogant eyes devoid of interest. For the moment she could only survive by clinging to him. In the end she was saved at the whim of the Demon Lord. Shizu? Wait. She crawled towards him. Mind, maybe he, who seems like an angel, will heal my pain. Those were her thoughts, but her words were something else. Leon? I thought you were just trash, but it turns out you are compatible with fire. With those words, he called the fire titan Ifrit, without a spell, as if he were breathing, and the summoned spirit obeyed without complaint. I grant you his flesh, use it. Those words, for the girl, became undeniable proof that broke her hopes, and thus the pain she felt turned into hatred like a curse engraved on her heart. However, it can also be said that this possession allowed her to save her life. She could no longer remember how much time had passed since that. Suddenly, footsteps were echoing through the castle corridors. The Demon Lord had already fled, he had abandoned that castle, and the girl was the rear guard, a piece of sacrifice. The Demon Lord had treated her like a tool until the end, there was nothing to indicate otherwise. The one who had entered the castle was none other than the hero. long black hair tied back in a ponytail, her body covered in light black armor, a beauty that rivaled the demon lord. The only difference was that the hero was a woman. She only needed one look to get an answer. Shizu? Mind. I can't win. When that thought dominated Ifrit's mind, a bit of the girl's ego had returned. She looked the hero in the eyes. Help me. The words that one would easily ignore who would trust the words of a domain. However, the hero was not someone normal. He approached Shizu and gave her the words she had wished for. Hero, everything will be fine from now on. Good job enduring until now. And from then on she was taken care of by the hero. The anti-demon mask she wore restricted differed. Her entire body was covered with a cloak, and so she followed the hero, and one day she began to be called the Conqueror of Flames. Then one day the hero went on a trip. The reason was something that Shizu did not understand. It was probably a reason that the hero could not ignore. Shizu also planned a similar action. One day she would also set out on a journey to kill the demon lord who had saved her life and then thrown her away. That is to say, she wanted to kill the demon lord. Leon Cromwell had become the goal of her life, so she did not find the hero's actions reprehensible. Since then she became famous for her heroic deeds, sometimes called one of the foundations of the free guilds. She had worked for the expansion and benefit of the Adventurers' Union. She also took part in training adventurers and their successors. At one time, she had educated excellent students with a sincere and pure gaze, a boy Kagurazaki Yuki, calm, but with a look full of despair, a girl Sakaguchi Hinata. Those two were excellent students and companions. Both were Japanese travelers. Both were polar opposites. Yuki was brilliant and optimistic, but Hinata seemed to have a grudge against the world. She attributed it to finding out that when she arrived in that world she had been attacked. Hinata had killed her attackers and thus escaped safely, but she had probably kept some terrifying memories. Shizu thought that Hinata was somehow similar to her, so she was understanding, but that was a mistake. Hinata, sensei, thank you for everything you've taught me, but now there's nothing more I can learn from you. I also doubt we'll see each other again. With those words and not even one last look, she left. Shizu thought it might have been better to chase after her, but she couldn't leave the city. The society was building a new shared assistance program with Ingratia, a new organizational structure originally proposed by Yuki. As a former hero, she was placed in the position of representing the society in the necessary negotiations. It was something she wanted to see succeed, considering how it defined the future direction of the society, so in the end she could only say goodbye to her. Shizu. If you ever get lost, I want you to trust me. Hinata in just a month had surpassed Shizu in strength, such an overwhelming existence as what the girl was. After a few years, Hinata had received an important position within the empire, but she was not satisfied. On the contrary, she had treated that promotion with indifference. Very different from her, Yuki was a sweet boy, and Shizu had been supporting the boy behind the scenes. She could do nothing but guide the new adventurers, and recently, the time she spent as a demon had begun to haunt her in her dreams. As her lifespan shortened, she felt that she was unable to contain Ifrit's consciousness any longer. However, she still had the anti-demon mask. But she doubted it would last much longer. Shizu? I don't have much time left, at least I'll shoot an arrow at the demon lord. So she had decided to leave, she informed Yuki. Without saying a word, she acknowledged her resolution. He did not say a word. Possibly, he had accepted her last selfish decision, but a report had just arrived. Veldora's disappearance had been confirmed. Had that been a divine sign? In any case, they needed help to enter the forest, and someone had to accompany the group that would be sent to investigate. He had heard their specialties from Yuki, and as he had heard, they were a cheerful group. He was glad to have met such good companions on his last trip, but after an incident he saw something he had never thought possible. They had been saved by monsters that had never happened to him. The group of goblins riding black wolves, she knew that the goblins' intelligence was low, but they could understand some human words. But those creatures were intelligent, and had tamed what were obviously some kind of high-level monsters. This was absolutely the kind of suspicious event that the trio of adventurers had been sent to investigate. Shizu's destination was the castle of the demon king Leon. His domain occupied the lands beyond the forest. She could have chosen that moment to say goodbye to her team, but she followed them. She wanted to see with those boys what kind of home those monsters had made. It was truly a strange place, the city his saviors lived in. It was not some dank den or a filthy lair. A village was the only way to describe it. The shock he felt was beyond comprehension. This was not some simple shelter, a glorified hole in a mountain. It was a proper village, one they had built from scratch. It was still under construction, it seemed to receive constant inspections, and building materials had been placed in each section ready to be turned into houses. There were no buildings yet. The monsters still lived in neat rows of tents, but they had even begun their work focusing on the infrastructure. I had never heard of such a thing. It was something strange, but it was full of life. The residents, despite being monsters, really seemed to enjoy working. Most of them were goblins, but they seemed to share land with black wolves, a little different from the one she knew, and obviously Shizu did not attribute it to her imagination. The goblin leader spoke to them fluently. She imagined he was the smartest among them and even prepared food for them. However, it turned out not to be the leader at all, instead a girl who gave him an extremely dangerous aura who was carrying a slime of a strange color. They turned out to be the leaders. She saw how the woman sat down and pressed the slime to her chest. The slime seemed happy about it. It really seemed like a funny image for Shizu until suddenly he spoke to them. He introduced himself as Rimuru and said something that caused a certain feeling in her. Rimuru. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Rimuru, a slime. I'm not a bad slime. Those were the words he had chosen to introduce himself. That was the same as Yuki's video game. Shizu wondered if it had been a coincidence. Still, there was something about the space created by the slime, but what gave her the answer came an instant later as it took a different form. It looked like a human with masculine features, an attractive young man with Japanese features. Shizu couldn't help but be startled. Now everything made sense. He was Japanese. There was no other explanation. Her heart felt full. Shizu was extremely glad to have gotten out of his way. This meeting had possibly been created by fate. The hours had passed enjoying themselves, but they suddenly stopped. Her life was about to end. She still had to reach her destination to fulfill her goal, but there was Ifrit. She had been waiting for that moment. She could feel his will taking over her. It was happening. She cried at the thought of hurting a newly met Japanese man. The Titan manifested, almost laughing at her, her consciousness fading away. Outside the subconscious, Rimuru rushed to check the woman's condition. He didn't have much time left. In fact, she would never regain consciousness. Even so, he wanted to take care of her because now he knew she was a companion from his other world. All the wounded adventurers fortunately retreated, complaining incessantly about how it would take more than a hazard pay to atone for the danger. Elon? What is this? The burns have completely disappeared. And my skin feels soft and shiny. Able? Awesome. I didn't think I'd be able to move, at least not for a week. Beito? Well, it's surprising. That passion is incredible. It seemed that Rimuru's potion had worked wonders. Able? But with this we are not going to receive compensation for injuries. Pito. If no one is going to believe us. Villain? Yeah, I guess so. It's better than having scars on your skin though. It never took long for this trio to start arguing amongst themselves over their own objections. Rimuru couldn't help but wonder if they had ever cared for anyone other than themselves. They had nothing on monsters at least. Rimuru, you know, once things calm down a bit, I'll probably come visit your town. Cable, oh, if that's the case, I could give a message to the guild master. Rimuru nodded. Cable would help him a lot when delivering a message. He looked at the adventurers. However, he didn't have any kind of identification document, and he didn't even know if they would let monsters join the registration, but it could be fun. In the end, Cable promised to say the name Rimuru, and the guild master would soon find out. He was a good boy. As a sign of friendship, he decided to give them a farewell gift, some pieces of equipment newly made by the dwarf brothers. They were all test models made with materials they had acquired themselves, but the quality was respectable. Belen? Why? What's wrong with this suit? It's so light, it's actually very durable and pretty. He had given her a spider tunic, and for her companions were given different ones, including scale armor and hard leather armor. Beto? Whoa! I've always wanted a full suit of armor. Wait a second, Master Graham made this. This will be like a family treasure to me. Abel? Yeah, are you sure we can have this? This is almost too good for the likes of us. I mean, is this real wolf fur? It was a farewell gift, but he could see how Ifrit's fire had destroyed his old equipment, and it was obvious that losing their things in the forest would not give them enough to recover. And even though it was not his fault, he wanted to help them a little. The equipment were only prototypes, so there was no problem. Besides, they were obviously happy with their new equipment. They would possibly smile when remembering his name. The three of them had their doubts about what happened to Shizu, but not enough to stop them from returning home after 3 days of rest. They had a report to submit, and a deadline to do so. In any case, 3 days was a generous amount of time to worry about a woman who had essentially joined their travel group uninvited. Still, Rimuru promised them that he would take care of her, and that was enough to reassure them. A week passed before Shizu woke up again. Shizu? This is Issei. I'm sorry for all the trouble. It seemed that she was fully aware, or at least remembered her time as Ifrit's puppet. I was dreaming. Dreaming of the past, the city I lived in. A place I can never return to. Rimuru, mind. Are you talking about Japan? Shizu. Hey, Slime-san. Could you tell me your name? Rimuru. Tempest. Shizu closed her eyes as if she was thinking about something. Shizu? Could you tell me your real name? Rimuru turned to look at Vermal. He trusted her, and in fact he wanted her to know it too, so he asked her to come closer so they both could hear him. Rimuru? Okay, I'll tell you, Vermal. Shizu, my name is Issei. Hyoudou Issei, I'm reincarnated. I honestly never thought I would use my old name again. Vermal? It's a name that fits you well. She didn't seem upset or anything like that. In fact, she was happy to know it because it was as if she had been able to learn a little more about him. Shizu, as I thought, you are Japanese. I wondered if that was the case. Your appearance and the air that surrounds you prove it, you know. There was a quiet silence until Shizu continued. I wanted to ask my students this. What do you think happened to that beautiful city? Did it turn into a sea of flames? Rimuru? If you want to know, then let me show you. Dreg helped me a little. With the help of the dragon he shared through thought communication, it was a good opportunity. Shizu? Ah. A tear fell upon seeing the sight. Vermal? It's very beautiful. She seemed fascinated and couldn't help but wonder if Rimuru could create something like that in this world. Shizu? Slime-san? I shouldn't say Issei-kun, I have a request for you. Would you mind listening to it? Rimuru. Sure. Tell me what you need. It didn't matter who it was. He wouldn't deny his last wish to someone who truly deserved it. Shizu. I want you to devour me. Rimuru. Mind. Did she just ask me to eat her? Greg. Mind. If there is no doubt that is what partner asked you. Shizu? You ate the curse that was placed on me, didn't you? I'm so happy to be rid of it. I wish I had the chance. I doubt I ever would have succeeded, but I wish I'd had the chance to confront the person who placed it on me once again, so I only have one request for you. Would you let me sleep inside you? Rimuru saw something in her eyes, her resolution. He couldn't trample on that resolution. It was cruel, but he could accept that selfishness. The truth is, I have nothing but resentment for this world, but even so I can't hate it. It's the same way I feel for that man. Maybe I can't help but think of him when I look around. That's why I don't want to disappear here, so please. I was hoping you could eat me instead. Rimuru. Mind. I understand that fulfilling your request would be obligatory, and I would be given a curse assuming your hatred. Break. Mind. So you won't do it. Rimuru. Mind. I will do it. I have no reason to refuse. I want her to die in peace. Okay. I'll be happy to assume your feelings. Tell me, what was the name of that man who hurt you? At the sudden question, Shizu opened her eyes, wrinkled her burn-scarred face, and shed a few more tears. Shizu. Leon Cromwell, one of the strongest demon kings. She looked at him with pleading eyes. Rimuru, I understand, and I promise by my name Hyoudou Issei or Rimuru Tempest or either of you, I, the strongest Sekuriyuti of all time, promise that I will make Leon Cromwell know everything you feel for him. I will make him regret every moment he made you suffer. Vermal. And I will help that little demon king beg at my Rimuru's feet for mercy. Shizu, thank you? Finally and relieved, she closed her eyes and her breathing became shallow as she slept. Rimuru looked at Vermal and she moved away a little. Great sage. Do you wish to use the unique skill Predator? Yeah. No. Rimuru. Shizu, I hope you find peace within me. Shed a tear as he wished peace to the first Japanese woman he had met in that world. He wished her dreams to be happy. She looked up, her face beaming with the innocence of youth, relief spreading through her as a smile appeared on her face. Well, there you are, don't leave me alone again, okay? The figure shook its head before pointing at something far away. The girl turned to it, her expression suddenly clouded with dubious sadness. There it was. Shizu? Okaizen? An explosion of happiness ran through her entire body as she ran towards her mother. The figure watched her jog for a moment, then disappeared as if nothing had occupied the space. Perhaps it was just an illusion created by the girl's memories. Therefore, she had reunited with her mother. That had been the end of her long journey. That's it, guys. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.